So mine isn't more of a question, but of a suggestion to our president. When Andy was introducing him, you said something of how many of us knew we have a president. If I didn't come to this conference, honestly, not to lie, I didn't know we have a children's assembly. Mm-hmm. So your assembly, Mr. President, is to help solve the various challenges children go through. But I barely doubt you can get to know the challenges if the children don't know that there is an assembly for them in existence.
Right.
So my suggestion is that the children be made aware of that assembly, because a majority really don't know. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your point, Grace. Asante, well taken.
Yeah, about sensitizing my fellow children about the assembly, isn't it?
Mm.
Okay. For instance, about this Devolution conference. Yeah, does every child in Kenya know about it? Isn't it? Except the media. A place media kama citizen, isn't it? So that everybody in the atajua kulikuwa na Devolution conference, isn't it? Yeah. So about the Kenya Children Assembly, it's not that recognized to the media. Only Mtoto News recognizes it, isn't it? And Mtoto News is a partner of Kenya Children Assembly, and we are deeply honored to have them as partners. Yeah. So I hope I've answered your question, but okay. I'll address it through the leaders today.
Asante.
Through the week. I must address it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
Mr. President.
Have I answered your question? Your suggestion? Not yet.
No, you've responded. You've responded. Let's thank you, Grace, for that question.
President.
And we have one more question. Do you want to introduce yourself? Please stand. Give us.
President.
Sorry. There we go. Your name?
Jina langu ni Victor.
Victor, unatoka wapi?
Yeah?
Unatoka wapi, Victor? Nyumbani ni wapi?
Nyamira.
Nyamira. Karibu, Victor. Haya, uliza swali lako.
Mr. President, auliza swali. Wewe unataka upange nini? Nataka ipange nini?
Unataka upange nini?
Sijashika. Sema tena.
Nasema.
Nataka
ipange nini?
Anataka aipange lini?
Ipange lini?
Anapanga nini? Yes. It's a good question. Thank you, Victor. Ametoka Nyamira. Thank you. Thank you for your question. That's good. Okay. Let's just combine the questions and then you can respond to them. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Ronaldo Guya, the president of Homa Bay County.
Hold up. They are county presidents.
Oh, you are from KCA, Kenya Children Assembly?
Not really.
Not really.
The Children Assembly is just in the primary section.
Right.
No, it's also in the high school.
Yeah, but we are not aware of the high school one yet.
But you are a president of
the
student councils.
Yeah, the student council.
In your school?
In Homa Bay County.
In the Homa Bay County?
Yeah.
Okay, the school's in Homa Bay.
Yes.
Another president, makofi tafadhali. Your name again, sir?
My name is Ronaldo Guya.
Ronald, karibu.
Yeah. So I have questions for you, the president for the assembly. The first question is, when you are making your appointments. Now, my question is, I only heard of almost 3 counties, or let me say 2 regions. I did not heard of places like Western, places like Nyanza, places like Central. I didn't hear anything about it.
South.
And most people from those regions do not know about the Children's Assembly.
Okay.
In fact, the Children's Assembly in Homa Bay, I had from my primary, because in primary I was also the president of the nation in 2020.
President of the nation?
Yeah, student council.
Student council president of the nation?
Yeah, in primary.
Yo.
But the corona and other things interfered with everything.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Why do I have a feeling you want to be governor? Do you want to be governor today? Are you going to be on that list?
of course I want to
They are
be.
cunning.
Yes.
Politicians are cunning.
Sawa.
So my question is, now that you did not include such places, what are you doing to make them inclusive in your government? That is one. Two, how are you directly linked to the government, that the national government or even to any county government, that you will also air out the problem faced by the students who are not part of the assembly or who cannot voice or cannot talk in a podium like this? Thank you.
I greet you all. How are you? My name is Silvanus Richard.
Please speak up. Just put your mic close and speak up a bit.
My name is Silvanus Richard. I come from Kisii. I come from a school which is called Getembe Mixed Secondary School, and I have just a simple question for you, Mr. President. I'm asking you just a simple question, but pick in on answering that question. Because you are saying that you started this presidential election here in Mombasa, isn't it? You did what you did, but you did not introduce others, isn't it? But I'm just asking you a question. If you want to support these children, you know, you need to interact with others in internet so that they may assist you. You know, you need sponsors.
Okay.
And the way you are now, you are just talking. You are talking within the county, isn't it? But you have not openly gone abroad so that you may get sponsors. There are those people who want to sponsor these kids and just to continue moving.
Okay.
UNICEF. Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you for your question. I do want to say also that please bear in mind that your president is also a student.
Thank you so much.
Hata yeye ako na masomo yake ya kung'ang'ana nayo, and he will need your support and he will need your help. I feel like at some point he's starting to receive questions that should go to the government of Kenya. Just bear in mind that he's limited in his capacity, but ready to serve. There are many questions. Can I take some from the back? Let's hear from somebody. Okay. Maybe somebody in primary school would be nice. Alafu, I'm happy that you're raising your hands. We'll have ample time over the next few days for a lot of questions. Go ahead, put your mic close to you, and alafu tuendelee.
Okay, I'm Nevin Mogambi from Nyamira County.
Nyamira mumewaka moto.
I wanted to ask, how do you balance your studies and your presidency? That's my question.
Good question.
That's a very good question. Do you want to respond to that? How do you balance your education, your studies, and the role that you have as president? Sam?
Currently, as I told you, I'm a candidate. Yeah, I'm in class 8, and it's really tough to balance. It's really tough. Most of the times, like when I go to these activities about my presidential, I usually drop my marks. But I am currently the index 1 in my school. Yeah.
All right.
So my teachers really helped me. I want to give a special thanks to them. My teachers, my school, they really got my back. That's what I can say.
What's the name of your school?
Mikindani Primary School.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Sawa.
It's a government school.
Asante.
Over 2,000 pupils. And I'm the school president yet.
All right. Okay.
So they're really proud of me.
Good job.
They're really proud of me.
Good job.
So.
How many people do we have here? How many students are leaders in their schools? Can I see a show of hands?
Wow.
Ni viongozi kabisa. Sawa sawa. How many heads, presidents in schools here? Yo. Sawa, sawa. Karibuni sana. Then leadership is well represented, all right?
Maprezo.
Yeah, we are. It's a
conference ya
presidential
maprezo.
team. Okay. Sawa, sawa. Jennifer, one more.
I'm looking for a girl in primary school.
A girls' primary school?
A girl in primary school.
There's a, okay. Kuna moja hapa mbele.
Hello, my name is Natasha from Adriva Primary. I'm currently the deputy president.
You're from Athiriva?
Primary school.
All right, Natasha.
I have a question for you, Mr. President. How are you managing child protection? Because when we came here to the conference, there were a group of people who are mocking that their land was stolen. So how are you going to support that? Because most of the children were running away from them. If they could harm children, child abuse, what would you do for that case?
Can you come up again? Just come up again. You're really talking fast.
Amekurushia
Okay,
kubwa.
my name is Natasha.
Yes.
I'm from Machakos Adriva Primary. So I was asking, how are you going to manage child protection? Because when we were coming here, there was a group of people who were fighting on the road. They couldn't come here to M-Pesa Foundation because they were a group of police women. So what is your plan for child protection? Because if we hadn't closed the windows, they could have mocked us and abused us thoroughly. So what's your plan there?
Natasha is referring to some demonstrations that were there outside of the premises yesterday. And that one was some people living in the area who wanted to gain audience with some of the leaders who they thought were coming yesterday, but they were not there. So it's not that they are trying to come into the conference and attend the conference, but they have some grievances, particularly regarding the condition of the road. Natasha, what do you think should be done?
Thank you, Andy.
Apparently he's the president, so it's easy for him, unlike us.
Yeah.
So he has connections.
Onaga, wacha niweke vingine. If you were president, Natasha, what would you have done?
Yes?
What would you have done if you were president? Or, let's say deputy president or president, what would you have done? What do you think?
If I was the deputy president, which currently I am,
Okay, in your school.
well, I could talk to the president. Obviously, he has connections.
Which president?
Him.
Or you talk to him?
Yes, because he has connections.
Okay.
So it's easy for him to communicate with others.
And what would you ask him to communicate?
I could ask him because right now you're saying that there'll be leaders and governors attending.
Yes.
So that means he could just talk to them.
Yes.
Because they listen to him because he's the president of the child assembly.
Right.
But that one,
It's a good attempt, makofi yake. Very nice.
I like your spirit.
All right.
Ukija ufanye hivyo, yeah. You challenge them.
Karibu. Go ahead.
Mfanyaje?
Aya, makofi.
Mtapa Sanali Petro School. Mambata Cement. Jina langu Tabendera.
Waitwa nani?
Jina langu Tabendera.
Waitwa nani? Bendera.
Yes.
Asante.
Asante.
Una swali Bendera?
Maswali.
Ama maoni?
This suppose parents and networks. Asbestos too. As nuns apostle. Nuns the most.
Aya, asante.
I think what are the plans for children with special needs?
What are the plans for children with special needs? Please give a round of applause. Bendera, asante sana. County of Mombasa. We bless you. Aya.
Yeah.
I think we also will help me take a
answer
question
that.
from the children here who are
Andy.
living with disability, so that I combine that question.
Hello, my name is Abel. This is my sign name. I come from Kericho, and I'm glad to be here for this conference.
This is Abel from Kericho.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abel. That is my sign name. This is my sign name from Kericho County. And I'm glad to be here for the Children's Devolution Conference. So I would want to know something from the President in regards to sports with the children. What are you doing?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Abel. So kuna swali ambayo, there was a question about children with disabilities, and then this one is about sports, and then we'll see if I can take a few more others. Thank you so much, Abel, for can I ask, your Devolution Conference, how do we sign that one? Conference, not devolution. Devolution Conference. Sasa, what about Children's Devolution Conference? Children Devolution Conference. Can we do that together? Simama utuonyeshe vizuri. Let me not, nikifanya kitu hapa naweza tukanana na Okay. So children, this is children. I did not know this. All right, this is children. All right. Children Devolution Conference. Haya, twende sote pamoja, twende children. Children Devolution. Fantastic. We learn something new every day. Children Devolution Conference. Hiyo iko sawa. Hiyo iko sawa. I only know this. This is easy for me.
Okay, Andy.
All right.
Yeah, I wanted to correct you. We don't call them children with disabilities. We call them children with special needs.
Okay.
Yeah. That's their special name. Am I
It's
right
not,
or wrong?
It's not,
Yeah.
is it right? Yeah. Or is it children living with a disability? It's not PWD.
Actually, it is.
It's all good.
Differently abled.
Those are the differences. Differently
Abled.
Differently abled children. All right. Is that the one we're agreeing to go with? Yes. Differently abled children. That's how to see special needs, Baba. Differently abled. Is that fine? Excellent. Thank you. We're all learning, and I'm also up here learning a lot. Okay, maybe you can respond to Bendera's question together with Abel, if you have any comments for that, and then we can move on. Sawa?
Okay. Bendera,
Gerald?
about what you're planning for children who are differently able. Yeah. We plan like.
I mean, you have someone in your team
Yeah.
who's differently abled.
Yes.
Maybe she has some thoughts, or you have some thoughts about what.
She introduced a policy about, like in their equipments, they should be equipped. The government should buy them equipments, provide them equipments, and also institution, they should build more institution for them. But we are yet to implement it. We are yet. I hope I've answered that. Bendera, is that fine? Is that fine? Or you had something also you wanted to tell? Okay. Yeah, let me come to my good friend there. Yeah, about sports. Sports falls under child participation. And currently, we don't have any policy about sports. We don't have any. Currently, I'm sorry, but we don't have.
Sawa.
We will discuss it.
Hey, Bwana President, amefanya kazi. And it's a lot of pressure, as you can imagine. One of the things I would like to do is maybe call up Bwana President Joe. 1 second, ma'am. I'm coming to you. One second.
Yes.
we were hoping to get comments from children, but let's go ahead. Karibu, ma'am. It's fine, madam. Do you mind if I ask you to stand and introduce yourself? Thank you.
My name is Joyce Arithi from Meru County, and a teacher of special needs, more so in all disciplines, but specialized in VI, visual impairment. About sports, the special needs sports is really picking up. We have people who are going to Brazil for sports. That is the visually impaired. We also had the intellectually challenged who are in Germany. So the government is doing a lot on sports. I'm an official there, and we are quite doing a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Later on today, we will have a panel of people coming up on stage here to talk about career development and managing talent. And one of the guests who's coming is Miss Faith Kipyegon, who is obviously, as you would know, a world record champion. She's won Olympic gold a couple of times. And it will be good to hear from her also what she and her colleagues are doing and what the government is doing about sports when it comes to children. Also, somebody did raise a question about nutrition, right? Hassan from, it's Garissa, it's not Wajir, yes. And in our session, our second session today, we will have a couple of people who we can direct our questions to. One of them is a governor for Mombasa. His Excellency Abdul Swamad Nasir will be here, and he chairs the committee in the Council of Governors on county nutrition and disability and inclusion. So we will direct a lot of our questions, and please have your questions ready, and we'll tutamuliza hizi maswali. And also there will be a lady here, her name is Miss Wawera Njiru, who founded many years ago as an 18-year-old, I think I'm right, as an 18-year-old girl, she founded an organization that is called Food for Education, which she just saw a need in her county. She comes from Ruiru, this county. And she saw a need in the schools around her, and she could see that a lot of children are not able to have a meal. And so she started a small kitchen just to provide lunch for some of these students. And this is a couple of years later, many years later, it has grown to be a huge internationally acclaimed organization. They have now partnered with Nairobi City Council and the County of Nairobi, actually, to be able to provide food for different people. We'll ask her some questions as well, and whether there are plans to expand in other counties. I believe there's a kitchen that she runs in Mombasa, and I think Kisumu and Nakuru. I could be wrong, but we'll find these details later. But these are some of the things that are coming up later on in the day. So stand by for that. That session for nutrition, and we'll talk about health and education and nutrition. That one will come after our tea break. And then the one on talent and careers, we will do that after lunch, where we'll have a couple of people up here on stage, and we'll ask them about careers. Now, are there some members of the Kenya Children's Assembly here? Members of the Kenya Children's Assembly, would you please stand? If you're here and you're a member of the Kenya Children's Assembly, 2 of you, all right? Aya, 3, please come, please come. Makofi yao tafadhali as they make their way. I want them to assist in asking and in answering some of these questions, yes, because Bwana President amewekwa kwenye pressure sana. But men, please give me, pigia jamaa makofi baba. You're doing well. You're doing well. Let's hear from some of the members of this assembly, and I've added Bwana President as well. Bwana Ronald here, who is the Nyamira president. It's Homa Bay. It's Homa Bay, my bad.
My deputy president is from Nyamira County. Yeah, she's from Nyamira. Her name is Agnes.
All right. Karibu, gentlemen and lady, let me ask you just to introduce yourselves and the role that you play in the assembly. You will just have the microphone, and it end one after the other. Okay?
Hello, everyone. I'm Onkundi Christine Nyamoita. I'm a delegate of the Kwale County Children's Assembly. I once wanted to be the speaker, at least to speak out for my county. I tried the post, but I lost. But still, I believe I can still speak out for my people. Thank you.
Christine, would you like to vie for the governor for this place?
I'm 18 already. I don't think
you qualify.
My age, for yes. My age,
okay. But up for this one, it's just for this conference.
Oh, for this
and then we award you for being governor. Anyway, I'm just saying, mimi naona uko na uongozi. I'm suggesting maybe you can vie if you want. All right. Thank you. Please help me appreciate Christine, everyone. Asante sana. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
My name is Melvin from Laikipia County. I'm from Kenya Children Assembly. I was elected to go nationals. Yes.
And what, you elected as what?
I was elected as a delegate, but I was vying for a clerk. But there was a boy who defeated me, so I was the third one.
Sawa, sawa.
Yes.
Na ukakubali?
No.
Haukukubali?
Yeah.
Haukubali matokeo?
Yeah.
Uliona kwani kulikuwa na shida gani?
Niliona vile nilitoa manifesto sasa ndo alikuja. I was to become number 2, but tulitikia tu.
Oh, ulitikia? Mtu akishindwa anaitiki? Unaitikia. There's always next year. Are you going to possibly go for the next year?
Yes.
Okay. Sawa sawa. Thank you. Next. We'd already heard from Bwana Nyamaida, but yes.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I am Manase Gituo from Kiambu County. So welcome to Kiambu County, everybody. Welcome. So I am the speaker of the Kenya Children's Assembly here in Kiambu, or the Secretary General. So our work is airing the voices, because I believe that it is children who know their rights better. They know what the things that they go through. So I am working with the Kenya Children's Assembly. I am also a children's rights activist and a lawyer who is going to become in the future. Amen. Yes. So I'm going. Yes, I want to do law in the University of Nairobi, Parklands campus, fight for the rights of children, continue even going to greater heights, all right? Yes, I think we'll get to know more even as we continue. Asante.
Yes, hi, everyone. As I had said before, my name is Ronald Oguya, the president of Homa Bay County. So Homa Bay is represented fully here. And I'm very glad to be in this place. We have to thank our government for allowing us to be here. Somebody was asking if the president had something called allowances. Let me tell you, one of the allowances is this one. Who paid for this? It is the allowance that the president is having here. So all of us have the allowance, so don't degrade yourself. Otherwise, thank you and feel most welcomed.
Sorry, I'll keep you up here. Let's take just 2 more questions and then we can begin to... Jennifer, it's up to you as you help us out with who gets to ask a question. But this is a good problem, tuendelee namna hiyo. And then feel free to respond as leaders of our nation and to the questions that are being asked here. Asante.
The first 2 people to stand up. 1, 2, 3, go.
And Vice Chair. CG and Vice Chair.
Good morning, guys. I am Hadija Gofwa, representing Kilifi County. I am the president of my school. And I would like to suggest something. You as the president, you know that most of us didn't know. I would like to suggest that because we are in a devolution conference, you elect 47 governors. We have 47 members of different counties, I mean. So if we elect these 47 governors, we are able these governors can go back to their counties and talk to other people. We know that we have different activities in these schools. If, like for example, in my school, we have different schools coming to my school for games, debates. I can talk to others and tell them that we have this council, we have this thing. Plus, they can give me their grievances. Then let's say, example, I as the governor can come to you as my president and tell you the grievances, and we can sort these issues. Thank you.
The chair of the board of M-Pesa. Get me its name.
Okay, it's only fair we have a boy, isn't it? Okay, I do a piki ponki, isn't it? Isn't it? And can you help me to do piki ponki? Hi, let's go.
The chair of the board, M-Pesa Foundation. So, CEO introduces chair of M-Pesa board. Yes. Get me his name, tafadhali. M-Pesa Foundation Academy. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Caleb from Kajiado County, on Kajiado Primary Boys Boarding School. That is my school. Nataka kuuliza swali. Mr. President, kama saizi unaweza ongea na government kwa sababu waweza kuprovidea watu wa visual impaired waweza provide machines, braille machines na fresh papers because they are very expensive.
We have the chair of the board of M-Pesa Foundation. And then she can continue.
Okay, Mr. President,
let me start with him. My brother, your request is considered. Trust. I'll ask
so
you.
Eco back on. Eco.
And also, I informed you, it's a policy in our assembly. I informed you that it's a policy in our assembly to provide the children with special needs machines, isn't it? Yeah, to address that issue. So today, I'll address it to the council, and I'll make sure I'll do a follow-up on it, okay? Yes, yeah. Then the other one was, costs. That is a brilliant idea. I like it. That's a really brilliant idea. Remember, you loved it also, isn't it? Yeah. So that we can get easy, we can sensitize the counties. So I don't know if that's possible. Andy?
Yes?
That request, if it's possible, like I myself had a request.
Sorry.
You missed it. So she said, like, we should, like, here have governors, 47 governors, since we are from all the counties. So we have 47 governors, where, like, they'll be representing the assembly, something like that.
Okay. It's a comment that is worth taking on. I think the teams that are here will capture this. The suggestion here, Jennifer, is that we would have children's, is that a children's, a governor's, a COG for children?
Yes.
Right? A children's COG. That's interesting. It's well taken. Well taken.
There's a special one here.
All right.
I understand she's been lifting up her hand for a while.
Okay.
So,
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Daisy Alice is my presenting Nakuru County. I'm advocating for children living with special needs under the category of mentally handicapped. We narrow down to autism. For learners living with autism, Madam President, they are requesting, on behalf of them, the government provides books to these other learners in regular schools. So to our learners with autism, maybe through you, we can, the government, not to give them books, but to provide play games for them, because the books being given to them, they do not use them. Actually, they are lying on shelves, acquiring dust, but then when we give them playing things, or we just make a playground for these learners in those schools, I believe these learners can benefit a lot. Thank you.
All right, sawa sawa. Karibuni. Please stand. We are getting into our official commencement. Thank you, guys. You can go ahead. Asante. Asanteni sana. Karibu sana.
Excuse a bit.
Let us clear the route, please, for the chief guest to arrive.
Good morning, madam. Karibu sana. How are you? Karibu. Yes. Karibu.
Let's all be seated, please. Let's all get seated as we allow the band to come up. Are you ready? Are you set? Let's all be upstanding for the national anthem and the East African anthem, kindly. Hope the band is ready. We will start with the national anthem. Band, please. A short prayer from one of the students, Caroline Lydia. Please pray for us.
Hi everyone, I'm Caroline and I'll pray for you. Let's bow down and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. Say thank you for the gift of life, Jehovah. We come before you, Jehovah, saying thank you for us that we have gathered here, God. There are so many people who wanted to be here, Jehovah, but they are not here, God. We are here, Jehovah, because of your mercies, God. I commit everything that we are going to do, Jehovah, into your able hands, God. May you give us courage. May you give us knowledge, Jehovah, to express, Jehovah, all things that we are going through, God. Help us, Jehovah. In Jesus' name I pray, trusting and believing.
Amen. Thank you very much. We can all get seated, please. The PS, Ministry of Education, PS Belio Kipsang, His Excellency, the governors for the county government of Kiambu and the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, Governor Hamed Abdullahi and Governor Kimani Wamatangi, Safaricom representative, Cynthia Kropach, the Executive Director and the Chairman of this institution, Merinyale, and the Chair, UNICEF representative, Children's President, the County Assembly Speaker for Kiambu County, and all the children and chaperones present here. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Miti Mary, and I really want to sincerely welcome all of us to this extremely very special occasion of the Children's Devolution Conference, the third cycle. And to start us off is entertainment by the ECD children from Kiambu County. Kindly, the ECD pupils from Kiambu County, please come on stage. These are the children that will open for us this conference officially. Please come over.
A round of applause.
I think they deserve better than that. Can you imagine everybody did this, including the governor for Kiambu did this, the vice chair did this, the PS, and it looks like he really was very exciting when they were doing this. PS, I think you did it better than them. We have the second and the last one. Kindly, very fast. And you can see children are aware about devolution. All of them are aware of what is happening, and these are clear demonstrations that they can feel, they can touch, they can walk devolution. So we are growing so many champions of devolution moving forward out of this conference. Ken, faster.
Yacht Miami Inc. Call 347-421-5580.
for these children. Thank you very much. I think all of us have heard the message quite clear. The message had a call to action. This is digital technology. The first one emphasized on the use of telephone. This one was emphasizing on the use of smart devices. Instead of viewing from the main screens, they would want smart devices so that it becomes a lot easier for them to see this. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate the ECD teachers from Kiambu County and the governor for Kiambu County. The next is we will listen a little bit to the video, and this video is about introduction to devolution, the voices of the children of the 47 counties. We went round to gather information on what they feel about devolution, and this is exactly what they feel, and there will be a call to action at the end of the video. So over to you, media team, please.
This made it difficult for children from other parts of the country to get services such as health, education, and clean water. But when making the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans, including children, said it is important to have services available to everyone and everywhere. So, the country was divided into, can you guess how many counties? Yes, 47 counties as shown on this map. In 2013, during the general elections, Kenyans voted for their first governors, deputies, and MCAs. So this year, all county governments are 10 years old, just like me. On health, counties have made it easy for us to get healthcare. It is easy to get doctors, nurses, and medicine in clean and well-equipped hospitals. Mandera County, for example, has made efforts towards improved access to maternity services, increased referral hospitals from 1 to 3, and constructed new modern maternity wards. Nakuru County constructed a new 250-bed maternity wing at the Nakuru Level 5 Hospital to meet the demands for safer deliveries and provide specialized care to children born with complications. My younger brother got his jab to protect him from polio and TB.
The areas in which these children can't get access to vaccination, so it has been a really great impact to children so that they can get immunized at school.
We have a lot of areas where it is the risk of the children getting sick is very high, and since the vaccination program came, the risk was getting a bit low.
How many of you have been vaccinated from polio and TB? All of us. Awesome. Can we give a clap to the county governments? Thank you. On education, talking of my younger brother, the county government has made sure he has a beautiful school with really good teachers and lots of toys and books.
Tables, chairs, charts. It has helped in building ECD classes, employing the teachers of ECDE in a girls' school. It has helped in giving the girls sanitary towels.
77% of children who are supposed to be in schools are enrolled in early learning centers. Also, the county works with the Ministry of Education to make sure those of us who don't have money are able to go to schools by providing scholarships.
I'm a beneficiary of county. I'm being sponsored by county since I finished my class 8 KCP.
Something awesome that counties have also done is to make sure all children go to school, even those who are differently abled. They have done this by improving the construction and renovation of schools, parks, and recreational centers with features such as ramps, handrails, and accessible toilets to ensure children with disabilities can navigate these spaces independently.
Since devolution began, Kenyans have enjoyed essential services which have been brought near them.
The digital space is our new reality. To ensure that we are prepared for this new world, county governments provide training programs to students, including children in pre-primary, teachers, and community members with the aim of enhancing their digital skills.
The county government has improved service delivery by introduction of new learning materials which involve technology like the tablets we use in the resource room.
We cannot learn if we are hungry. Our governors are very caring, and so they have ensured that we have food in schools. For example, the Garissa County government gives children a meal every day. The county government of Nairobi has started a program called Dishi Poa for all children enrolled in public primary schools and public ECDE centers.
Huku Garissa County government imesaidia watoto kulipia fees, pia imesaidia kuwapea chakula na inasaidia watoto wenye hawana wazazi mayatima.
In agriculture, where does food come from? From the farms. To ensure we have food, county government are teaching us to farm by making sure that agriculture is part of our ECDE programs. We learn about farming techniques, crop cultivation, and sustainable agricultural practices.
Agriculture is beneficial to the county as it brings about food stability. With the food stability, it can cause children to get proper nutrition as they will be provided with the proper diet.
We cannot have food in our farms if we don't have rain. And rain comes from, yes, trees. County governments have been holding tree planting events in schools and other public areas and involving children who take care of these trees within their schools. The counties have created a good environment for our parents to work. Sometimes we accompany our parents to their workplaces, including markets. To ensure our safety and well-being, county governments have established child-friendly facilities within markets. These facilities include designated play areas, child-friendly restrooms, and safe spaces for children to engage in age-appropriate activities while their parents or guardians work. In the next 10 years, I believe that Kenya will be much better than it is right now. And here is what the children want our county government to do.
And I would like my governor to help those children who need a lot of assistance. For example, those who need scholarships and food provided for them.
We need a road that lead to the school. That road is really not good. It is
for the
by giving our children better education and building better hospitals.
Devolution holds immense potential for the realization of our children's rights. By granting children greater access to education, healthcare, and essential services, Devolution has the capacity to create a brighter future for the younger generation. Children should be involved in decisions made in their counties to help them realize their full potential. It's really important to think about issues that matter to children when making laws in the country. We want to plan our own future. There is nothing for us without us. Remember, devolution is all of us, because as much as we are from 47 counties, we are one country, one nation. Long live devolution, long live Kenya! Counties, we are one country, one nation. Long live devolution, long live Kenya!
There is indeed nothing for us without us. That is not me, but the children of this country have said this. The call to action was very elaborate. The governor for Wajir, your children says that they would want improved health services. Governor for Kiambu, bursaries for all. And other governors, you will see this. For the PS, State Department feeding program is a must to all children so that we can enhance the role. But basically, that is it. This is not a voice. It is a voice of the children. And this is a clear demonstration that for sure devolution is working. If children can feel it, then who else cannot feel it? With those very many remarks, I would want to call on stage the following. The PS, State Department of Education, the Minister of Education, Belio Kipsang, please come on stage. The Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, Governor Abdullahi, please come on stage. The Governor for Kiambu County, His Excellency Wamatangi, please come on stage. The Safaricom representative, Ms. Cynthia Cropach, please come on stage. UNICEF representative, Robert, please come on stage. The chairman of M-Pesa Foundation, Mr. Joseph Ogutu, please on stage. Mary Nyale from M-Pesa Foundation on stage. I think the microphones are not working. Then the children president, Samuel Smith from Mombasa County. Where is the president? Please clap for your president as he comes over. President, come over. Your Excellency, the President, come over. Then we have the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kiambu. Kindly come over. We have done this so that we ease time in terms of people walking up and down, because this is now where we are doing the drill opening ceremony. Your Excellencies and the PS, representatives from UNICEF, the Governor for Kiambu County, the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, the representative of Safaricom, the Chair of M-Pesa Foundation and the Head of Students, the President of the Children from Mombasa County, and the Speaker of this county, and children from the 47 counties and the chaperones. Good morning. Hi. How are you? As again, my name is Mwiti. I will just be giving a brief introduction of why we are here and the reason and the expectations for the 3 days conference. May I start by welcoming each one of us for this conference that is extremely very special to the devolution space and to this country, and special in that we are celebrating devolution at 10. And here present, we have children from the 45 counties represented here, save for only 3 counties. And for us, PS and His Excellency Governors, this is extremely a success from the previous conference that we held. And this is a clear demonstration that the counties and the nation at large is actually equal to the task in terms of us even taking stock of what there is. Why did we have to choose to have the children conference at this point in time? We are preparing for devolution conference in August from 15th to 19th, and one of the precursor activities was to have a children conference that will give an overview of what the children would want to see in terms of governance, in terms of leadership moving forward, and in terms of their voices to be heard as we shape the agenda and discourse for this country. And that's why today, as seated here, we have a Children Devolution Conference whose theme is empowering the young voices, a decade of devolution, and positioning the children of this country in the next 10 years. Number 2, the importance is to have the voices of the children from this country in as far as what they would want to see in the leadership and how they should be involved in decision making so that when policies are developed in this country, their voice is heard. And this is because the children are our future, they are our hope, they are our light, and for that reason, we cannot light the world if the voices of the children
are not incorporated in the policy-making process so that we're able to ensure and guarantee the future of having leaders that we so envisage. There is need for us, therefore, to have a world that is shaped by the decisions that the children would want to see and the aspirations that they want to see moving forward. And we thought as a Council of Governors, there could never be an appropriate opportunity to hear the voices of the children other than when you are celebrating 10 years of devolution, to see how we can shape the agenda for the next 10 years with the voices of the children in the corporate governance and the governance of this country. And that's why we decided to mount this conference so that we can have rich conversations around very many thematic areas that would shape the discourse that will eventually be outflowed into the devolution conference that is coming up. We want to see a responsive government, and a responsive government that is responsible and that protects the rights of the children. The Constitution of this country has given every child a right to education, to health, and to a safer living space. And unless we have this discourse around the children that are seated here, they've said clearly that there is nothing for them without them. We would want them to tell us what is it they would want to see in as far as their rights as enshrined in the Constitution are concerned. And I believe at the end of this conference, what is our expectations? We will have a communique that will have generated rich conversations from this conference that will be read in the main devolution conference, where all the policymakers will be present, so that as we do the conclusion of the communique for the larger conference, then the voices of the children will be heard, and the policymakers will be able to pick issues that the children of this country have said that they would want to see those issues moving forward. From me as the CEO of the Council of Governors, I want to wish you the very best in the next 3 days, and I wish you that all the discussions that we will be discussed here will eventually shape the agenda for this country moving forward, and I believe we'll have a better place for the children of this country moving forward because we'll have heard their voices from the horse's mouth. From me, with those very many remarks, I wish you all the very best for a future that exceeds all your expectations. This is my prayer for you, and I believe you are raising champions from the people that are seated here. The future can never be guaranteed if you do not have a workforce or a children department that is quite enlightened of their rights and what they would want to see. As I conclude, in public participation, your voices must be heard in your respective counties. And I believe the call of action is extremely very clear on what you need to see moving forward. Asanteni sana, and may God bless us all. The next speaker. What's my program? What's my program? The next speaker is Mary Nyale from M-Pesa Foundation. Please just give your remarks, then we will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mary. Our Principal Secretary, State Department of Basic Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, our County Governor, Kiambu, His Excellency Kimani Wamatangi, our Vice Chair, Council of Governors and Governor of Wajir, FCPA, Ahmed Abdullahi, our Chairperson of Education Committee, Mr. Jonyo Tu. We also have our UNICEF County Representative, Dr. Robert Simiu, our Chief Enterprise Business Officer at Safaricom, Ms. Cynthia Kropak, our Chairman, Board of Governors here at M-Pesa Foundation Academy, Mr. Joe Gutu, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished guests, our esteemed representatives, and most importantly, the bright young students here with us today. Good morning. My name is Mary Nyale. I'm the acting executive head of M-Pesa Foundation Academy, where we are here today. Mine is to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you here to the Children's Devolution Conference here at our academy. We are honored to have been selected as the host in this very important occasion where we celebrate and empower your voices as our young generation. To you guys as our children, you're warmly welcomed here. This is our home away from home. Feel at home, enjoy yourselves. You're in our safe hands and that of your teachers. As an academy, Your Excellencies, our children arrived very safely yesterday. When we had interactions with them, they have settled in very well. And we are truly humbled that you have selected our academy to host this occasion. We are actually even more humbled because as an institution, our primary objective as an institution is to develop and nurture transformational leaders hailing from all the 47 counties, and that is what is represented here. We strive for excellence, success, and positive impact, not only for ourselves, Your Excellencies, but also for our communities and the world at large. We assure you of our institution's support during this week throughout the conference, and we are available to support in any way that we are requested to. To you as the children who are here today, embrace this week. This is an opportunity that you share your insights, your aspirations, and your solutions. Remember that you hold our future. Let your voices be heard. Come up with the solutions. Let your stories be heard, and these stories will impact our society in future. Looking at all of you guys around in this room, I see your voices, I see your faces. I've heard your voices and how excited you are to actually be here. Remember, you're leaders for tomorrow. Enjoy yourselves, but also create impact. Let your voices be heard. Let us remember that indeed, if it was not for you guys, then we would not be here. To our partners and to everybody else who is here, I just want to say karibuni sana. Welcome to M-Pesa Foundation Academy. We are honored to be here, and together we can actually pave way and assist our children for a brighter Kenya and a brighter future. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Mpigie makofi tena. You saw the motto as you're coming in: thinkers, doers, and leaders. And I believe as you live here, those are the three themes that will follow you as you move forward. Mary, thank you very much for hosting us, and we do not take this for granted. Next is the chair of the M-Pesa Foundation, Mr. Joseph. Please come and deliver your remarks.
Our chief guest, the PS in the Ministry of Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, Governor of Wajir, Ahmed Abdullahi, our host governor, Governor of Kiambu, His Excellency Kimani Wamatangi, the Chief Enterprise of Business Officer of Safaricom PLC, representing the CEO of Safaricom, leaders from the national government, from the county government, distinguished congregants who are chief guests also, the young kids who are here. Now that I see the governor of Kiambu coming in, just to remind him that we used to go to the same gym at Intercont. Ukiona, Waswahili wanasema ukiona vielea vimeundwa. So those of us, and this is a good message for you young people, do exercise. When you exercise, your mind is healthy, your body is healthy, and you're always alert. Let me join Mary, our acting executive head, in really extending a very warm welcome to you all, and to say once again how delighted we are that we are able to host you here. Today we gather to recognize the immense potential that lies within our children and their rightful place in shaping the future of this country. So the concept of empowering children's voices is deeply rooted in the understanding that every child deserves to be heard, to be seen, and to be valued. It is a notion that transcends cultural contexts and constructs, emphasizing the importance of embracing our children's perspectives, opinions, and dreams. For far too long, the outdated notion that children can only be seen and not be heard has hindered their progress and their development, denying them their fundamental rights and freedom. I'm proud of the journey that we started here at M-Pesa Foundation Academy when the trustees were debating as to what contribution can we make to this country. And they chose to put up an academy that will focus on developing transformative leaders. And so when the academy opened its doors to its first cohort of students, this marked the start of the M-Pesa Foundation biggest program, and probably the one closest to our hearts because of the time we spent thinking through and planning to bring them to fruition. The thinking was that if Kenya hoped to nurture transformation leaders, then we must adopt an innovative approach to education. Through our programs, we aim to nurture active, compassionate, and successful lifelong learners. Keyword here, lifelong learners. While we acknowledge the progress made over the past decade of devolution, we must remain steadfast in our pursuit of a more inclusive society. We must continually strive for improvement, ensuring the children's representatives become an integral part of our governance structures. By doing so, we create opportunities for our children to flourish and take charge of their own destinies. The voices of our children do matter. Their ideas, their dreams, their aspirations hold the key to building a better future for all of us. By empowering our children, we lay the foundation for sustainable development and inclusive governance. In closing, let us remember the words of Amit Ray, who reminds us that every child holds within him or herself a spark of miracles and glory. And so it is our duty to empower them, to provide them with opportunities and platforms they need to let their voices soar and be heard. Let us embark on this journey of empowerment and transformation, where our children become the architects of a brighter, more prosperous Kenya. We wish you God's blessings and very fruitful deliberations over the next 3 days. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Chair, and for reminding the children that all of you have a spark of a miracle. I believe in these 3 days, you'll unearth your spark of miracles so that you're able to nurture it. Next is the Chief Enterprise Business Officers from Safaricom, none other than Cynthia Kropach, who's been extremely very supportive in ensuring that we cater for all the needs of the children in this M-Pesa Foundation. Cynthia, we really appreciate you from the bottom of our heart for making it possible for the COG to host this. Karibu.
Good morning. Good morning again. Louder? It's not loud? Can you hear me? Very good. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Honorable Richard Kipsang, the Council of Governors Vice Chair, His Excellency Ahmed Abdullahi, Kiambu Governor, His Excellency Kimani Wamatangi, COG CEO Mary Mwiti, and the ambassadors from all 45 counties, your dignitaries here. Actually, we're here for you. You are our chief guests, to be honest. All our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Cynthia Kropach. I'm here representing Safaricom, and we are so pleased to have all of you here today and to be able to host you. It's honestly been a privilege to be a partner with the Council of Governors in bringing this event to to this excellent, excellent institution. I tell you, when I went to school, it did not look like this. It did not look like this. Mine had a mabati roof that leaked. We did not have a nice auditorium like this. But isn't it wonderful to have a place like this to go to school? Ask your governors to give it to you. They will. They will, won't they? No clap for me for that? So our purpose at Safaricom, I think you know all of us. You know us for airtime. You know us for M-Pesa. But we are really much more than that. Our purpose for being, we sell the connected technology to enable lives to be connected, to enable lives to be transformed. And as I look out into this crowd today, and we think about our purpose of transforming lives, not just here in the present, but how it can transcend generations, I look at potentially the future leaders, not only of this country, but even perhaps of Safaricom. You could be sitting very much in this room, and in speaking to you today, I think about the theme of this conference around the future of our children and the impact of devolution. And at Safaricom, we think about our keen focus, not only in the service we have of delivering phone service, fiber service, internet service, but about how we're creating a sustainable social impact to our communities. And as ambassadors of each of the 45 counties, I think you're 45 counties represented here today, do you know what the definition of an ambassador is? You're a representative that is here to either help us in creating relationship for trade, for culture, or for education. I'm going to give you a few things for you to take back to your counties, for you to represent the opportunities that companies like ourselves, partnering with the government, can bring about change and transformation. So I'm sure you all have paper. You all have paper and pencil or pen? So please take down. I'm going to just list a few things for you to take back and be ambassadors of your community, where you can think of what Safaricom as a company can bring to the table. So we're here at M-Pesa Academy. So M-Pesa Academy started in 2018. And the whole purpose of this academy was to provide education, top education opportunities for children, underprivileged children in all 47 counties. Over 1,000 children have come in through that gate. 500 children have already left those gates to progress their future. Another 500 are in residence. This type of opportunity is what we need to scale and grow to have a big impact. And it doesn't have to be just here, but this is an example of what can also be replicated in your counties. At this place, it's not just about education, it's also around mentorship, leadership skills, and also cultivating arts and sport talent. So it's not just thinking about the mind, it's also about your body, right? And your natural born talent and how we can cultivate that. So M-Pesa Academy is something you can go and talk about, and then talk to your leadership about how you can bring these type of capabilities back home. Another one is called Wezesha Elimu. Wezesha Elimu. So Wezesha Elimu is about enabling reconstructive and rehabilitative surgeries for our disabled children. So we aim and have striven to provide such surgeries to over 700 children, and I think we can do much more as we partner with government. So Wezesha Elimu. Another example of what we're doing in education is a program where we have been investing for the girl child to provide sanitary towels. On average, in a month, girls would stay home for 13 days, unable to go to school. So through this program of keeping girls in school, we're able to distribute sanitary towels so that they can continue to learn uninterrupted. Here's another one that you really need to take. It's a program called Ndoto Zetu. Ndoto Zetu, which was started 3 years ago, is about providing an opportunity for you to choose what programs you would want to invest in your community that bring the most impact. Last year alone, we funded 392 projects. These were dormitories, labs, gyms, different opportunities that highlight the significance and importance of education. Of those projects, 263 were purely around enabling learning. So the program Ndoto Zetu for this year opens up next week. So as representatives of your counties for children, please look for your leaders to be submitting for Ndoto Zetu starting next week for key opportunities to invest in education in your counties. The last one on education is called Zeraki Learning. So Zeraki Learning allows for video and audio solutions to be delivered for 20 shillings a day via SMS to children everywhere. So this is an example of providing education to marginalized communities in partnership with programs like UNICEF and Nokia, looking to provide digital literacy to 32,000 students in 90 schools, connecting them to the digital era. My fellow citizens and ambassadors out there, we are involved in much more than education. We're also involved in healthcare. I'll highlight just two. We have an initiative working on a telemedicine program which offers specialists in hard-to-reach areas, and we have initiated such programs in counties such as Baringo, Lamu, Homa Bay, where over 32,000 children have been provided with access to specialist care in collaboration with county governments. It's an opportunity to do much more. We have another program called Uzazi Salama, which is a program that is targeting 90,000 people to provide effective healthcare for mothers and young children in their communities. Then I'll talk to you about something that's exciting to me as a woman who works in technology. Kids in tech. We have programs for children that are sponsored by a program within Safaricom called Women in Technology. These are women who are so passionate about technology, they give their personal time to give back to children. And I want to talk to you about two programs. First one is Kids in Tech, which is aimed at children 7 to 14 to provide interactive kits, to teach you coding and development, to simulate real-world applications where you can learn digital literacy skills and strive to build a future talent. Kids in Tech. The other program is called Technovation. By the way, there are very many programs, so I'm just giving you a few. Technovation Challenge, this targets girls in high school, ages 14 to 18, and this program looks for these young students to submit applications that address specific problems in their community that could be solved by technology. And in this program, we help provide research, we help provide support in developing a business proposal, we even help in the coding and development and presenting the solution for judging and for financial support. So this is done with women who are providing coaching and mentoring and resources to allow for these students to achieve their dream. So this is a voluntary program in Safaricom, but in one we're very, very willing as women in technology to collaborate and provide this type of mentorship to children. Lastly, I'll talk about some fun things. It's not just about health and education, it's also about fun, isn't it? And one of the programs we have that we support. By the way, did you guys like the music you heard from the kids this morning, Ghetto Classics? I watched them this weekend on Saturday. And when we went on Saturday, we had to pay to listen to them. You heard them for free. People paid, and it was full. That is an example of a program where we're enabling and supporting children to learn music and the arts. We also have another really important tournament called Chapadimba. Have you guys heard of Chapadimba? Yes. So this is a tournament for boys and girls ages 16 to 20 years. It began in 2018. We have been able to see young talent. Do you know these names? Do you know Benson Omala? David Majak? Judith Osimbo? You will know these guys because they'll be superstars. These are kids who started through Chapadimba and who have had opportunities to have professional athletic careers overseas as a way of earning income and a career. So we have seen and been able to support and nurture such talent. I had a video, Madam CEO, I had a video to show for Chapadimba. If in your counties you do not have a team that has been registered for that tournament, let us know. Go into any Safaricom shop. We will help you get registered so that you are part of this really great institution. It's a tournament that lasts several months. The prizes, I forget, someone remind me what the prizes were. How much? It's in the millions. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. If you have not registered for your county, for your schools, please do so. If you need help, you get to any Safaricom person, we will help you register for Chapadimba. We'll show you a video when, Madam CEO, you think it's appropriate. But I thank you all for this opportunity to host you in our backyard. I hope as ambassadors you took examples of what Safaricom is doing. Take advantage, take that information back to your counties and engage in opportunities to develop this country together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. I would humbly request that you could share a brochure of what you've told us about the programs that you're running at Safaricom, so that you can share with all the 47 counties, and the children then will be able to patronize from a point of information. At this point in time, I want to recognize His Excellency, the Governor from Mombasa, His Excellency Abdul Swamad. Thank you very much. Shortly, he will be leading a session on understanding the devolution and impact it has on the attainment of children's rights in respect to education, health, food, and nutrition and housing, where the PS will be sitting with him so that you can have a discussion with the two leaders from a one-on-one position. Next, we would want to have a Simiu on stage representing UNICEF, and I believe we'll keep it so that, yes, thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much. I think my name is Simi Robert, and I'm being called the representative of UNICEF. That is an aspiration. I am standing in for the UNICEF representative, Dr. Shaheen Nilofa, who unfortunately would not be here, but she sends your greetings. I think I'll put aside the speech and just speak from my head because I am a father. And I have two daughters. One is 7 years, she's called Nana, and the other one is 2 years. And when I came in the room in the morning, I actually got a bit emotional, and I said, I wish I had come with my children. And why do I say that? Kids do matter, and in one or two questions, I would like to demonstrate why children matter, especially in Kenya. And this question should not be answered by a child, it will be answered by adults, and especially our leaders. So what is the percentage of children out of Kenya's population? So if you take Kenya's population being 50 million, and that becomes 100%, what is the percentage of children in that population? That side, anybody who has an answer, and I have a gift for you. Adults only. Out of the about 50 million Kenyan population, what is the percentage of children? I can see a hand here. Sorry? 43%. Not too far. Someone else? Sorry, come again? 53%. Okay, again, not too far, you missed the sweet. Anybody else behind there? There's a lady up there. 60%. Okay, you missed the sweet, but not too far. Okay, I will ask our guests, especially Excellency governors, because they make the decisions. My brother, Excellency Governor Matangi, what is the percentage of children in Kenya?
My current estimate should be around, the youth, I know inclusive is about 73%. Is that very far from the children?
Okay.
No?
Governor, you get half a sweet, eh? I'll give the answer. The percentage of children in Kenya is 46%. Okay? So for the children in the room, if you take 10 people in Kenya today and you line them here, about 5 are children. So nyinyi ndio wananchi. You are the owners of the country, isn't it? So if you are the owner of the country, you actually matter. And you need to be listened to. Now, the second question, and this one, I don't know who will answer it, is in Government of Kenya's definition, who is a child? A child is from which age to which age? Okay, there is a hand. Actually, children's hands are popping up now. The girl in the middle? Yes, please, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alice Wakio from Senegal, and I would like to answer. I say that a child is a person from 0 to 18 years old.
Oh my goodness. I would like to, maybe the people writing notes to get her name. She actually got it correct. A child in Kenya is below 18 years. So from 0 age to about 17.999 something months. Anything below that is children. That is important because if kids are about 50% of Kenya's population, and they're about 0 to 18, we can very quickly link to why we need to listen to them, but most importantly, the services that the children require for them to actually achieve their biggest potential. And when we start analyzing what the kids require, you start realizing there are the things which they actually projected here. It's about health, it's about education, it's about water, it's about sanitation, it's about protection, it's about care and so on. And when you look at the structure of Kenya's government service delivery, you actually realize that majority of those services are actually devolved. And that is why, Excellency governors, I can see Governor Abdul Samad, and the two governors seated in front, the counties become extremely important. And these children come from your county's Excellency governors. So delivery of those quality services to the children then unleashes their potential in life. There are actually some counties where kids, and that's why the lady seated up there nearly got it right, there are some counties where children actually form 60% of the population. And therefore, in those counties, Excellency governors, if you look at your budgets, then basically we are saying nearly 60% of those budgets need to be directly going to the services of the children. Now, one request that we would put forward is when you look at the county budget and economic forums, where citizens come together with excellency governors to actually present views of where the targeted resources need to go. You look at the structure of the county budget and economic forum, and you actually don't have representation of children. Yes, the youth are there, the women are there, and so on, but that structure does not have a child. It would be important that maybe through Madam Miti, that we actually look at restructuring the CBEF so that the child is actually represented. And then finally, is that UNICEF is a UN agency that is global, that works with children, and we are very, very delighted to partner with the government of Kenya and all the partners represented to actually get the children voices being heard, and we hope that what comes out of here will be presented to the main Devolution conference, and we have the PS education. I'm pretty sure your recommendations will be taken forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simiyu. We will collaborate with you in terms of reviewing that policy so that it aligns well with the needs of the children. I want to appreciate and recognize the presence of Senator Joe Nyutu from the Senate, who is the Chair of Education at the Senate, and who will be sitting in the next forum that is coming in with the PS and the Governor from Mombasa. Without much ado, I welcome the President of the Children's President, who is Samuel Smith from Mombasa County, to come and speak to the children.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Samuel Smith, but you can just call me Smith. Yeah. I am currently the president of the Kenya Children Assembly, and I'm deeply honored to participate in this Devolution conference and represent the Kenyan children. Yeah. I'd like to begin by thanking the Almighty for sustaining all of us and to welcome you all to this Devolution Conference 2023. I also like to thank the chaperones. I also like to start by thanking the children for taking their humble time this week. They're supposed to be in school to participate in this conference, and also their chaperones for accompanying them from their respective counties to M-Pesa Foundation Academy. I want to give a big fat thank you to the Council of Governors for organizing and facilitating this conference and recognizing children in the Devolution. I also like to thank the Ministry of Education, led by the PS, for partnering with the Council of Governors for the purpose of this conference. I would not like to leave behind other partners and various stakeholders that have facilitated us and support this conference. I also want to recognize World Vision AP Chengame in Mombasa for their support towards me. Yeah. And I also don't want to leave behind my county governor, Honorable Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir. He is my role model. I look forward to him. I can testify, Mheshimiwa, you're doing a good work in the county. Congratulations, keep it up, and may God bless the work of your hands. Yes. Yeah, as you all know, this is the 10th Devolution, and the theme of this year is empowering young voices. As children, we are the future of Kenya and the country. And the country values us a lot because we consist of 46%. Yes. That is why the Council of Governors sat down and decided to empower and amplify our voices. So I would like to urge you, my fellow children, to be vibrant and speak out. If you have any issues, any questions, any concerns, forward them. Your county governors will be present throughout the week. Ask them questions. I challenge you to ask them questions. Let me challenge you. In your schools, do you have an auditorium like this? So challenge your governors. Yes, you also need an auditorium. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, it's beautiful. So you should also have one. Yes. I forgot to say, I'm from Mikindani Primary School, a government school. Forgive me for that. And I thank them for allowing me to come to the conference. Yes. Let me continue. My fellow children, feel free to participate and engage. Feel free to air your views. Let no one tell you, don't ask this, don't do this. You get me? Don't raise your hand or ask any questions, or don't say this or that. Whatever you have, air it. It's your opinion and your views, and it matters a lot. Above all, remember to make new friends and have fun. As I told you, I've already interacted with about 8 counties so far, and I'm really glad. Yeah. Also, have interactive discussions. Yeah, feel free. Be bold. Yeah. Last but not least, yeah, I would like to wish you an engaging and fantastic conference throughout the week. Have a blessed week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You can do better than that for your president. He said you should not shy away from airing anything that you feel because it is your right. And the challenge is live to the governor from Mombasa. You have to pick this and make it possible in Mombasa County. Thank you very much. Next, we are just coming to the end. The Speaker of the Kiambu County Assembly, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO. All the guests who are here, PS, Minister of Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, Host Governor Kiambu County, Governor Kimani Wamatangi, Governor Wajir County, and Vice Chair COG, Governor Abdullahi, Governor Mombasa County, His Excellency Abdul Somad, Deputy Governor Kiambu County, Madam Rosemary Kirika, Senator Muranga County, Senator Joe Nyoto, representatives of Safaricom Foundation and Safaricom PLC, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. Thank you very much. My name is Charles Tiongo. I'm the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kiambu, and it is a distinct honor to be in this event. When I look in front of me, I see great potential. I see the leaders of tomorrow. The gentleman who just spoke before me, he said he's the president of the Children's Parliament. So we want to remove the children's and say that he could as well be the president of the Republic of Kenya at some point. So I want to encourage the young ones, be focused, chase your dream. And of course, it starts with where you are now. Chase academic excellence, give it your best in school, and ensure that you shape your future to be what it is. There's nothing that should stop you. Even the sky these days, you're saying, is not the limit. You want people to fly beyond the clouds. Isn't it, young people? Yeah, so I'll not talk much. We are looking forward to hosting these young souls tomorrow at the County Assembly of Kiambu so that you can see how we do legislation. So we are looking at people who are going to be the speakers tomorrow. chairpersons of various departmental committees and house leadership, so that you can then have a feel of how we conduct our business at the county assembly. So you're much welcome tomorrow. And as I continue encouraging you, that there's nothing that should stop you from being what you are. Just before I exit the stage, I believe we have several members of county assembly from Kiambu Assembly. I don't know whether they are within. Have they arrived? Do you have them? Fair enough. So if they are not here, we'll be able to interact more tomorrow. So thank you very much. God bless you and chase your dreams. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as these children join you in legislative process. My task will end at this point as I invite the Governor for Kiambu County to make his remarks and proceed with the program of inviting the Vice Chair, of inviting the Mombasa County just to greet the people, then invite the Vice Chair, and lastly, the guest of honor to speak to us, then we'll be able to close the session. Your Excellency, welcome.
Thank you very much, CEO, Council of Governors. And thank you, all our visitors this morning. And I'm sure we've been cheered up from the first time when we got in here by the beautiful performance by the young children who are here. Weren't we cheered up? That was exceptional. And Cynthia, I agree with you that that indeed the classes, the schools that we learned in are heaven and earth comparatively to the M-Pesa Academy. But interestingly, the songs almost remain the same. Because, you know, the nice song that we had here, you know, Nasikia Sauti, ya watoto, I remembered and we were discussing there with PS. During our time, we used to say, Nasikia Sauti ya Mama. But, you know, I was musing myself because during our time, by the time we were saying, Nasikia Sauti ya Mama, already we were saying that when we were already outside running. that part of the song used to happen when you're almost getting to the gate of your home to have lunch. And also, you know, thank you, Cynthia, for the extrapolation of the facility here, the M-Pesa Academy. The various programs that you're exposing our young people from different parts of the country to. I wish that moving forward, and I believe it will be possible, that in the spirit of devolution, because as you heard, and COG said that very well, that indeed the children themselves are very aware about the benefits of devolution. I think the Safaricom Academy, moving forward, Cynthia, the M-Pesa Academy, should also devolve to the counties. so that all those good things that these young people who are getting you know, an opportunity to come to this facility can now have them and test them at county government level. And I also want to acknowledge the awareness, the high level of awareness of our young people. And as I sat there, I was challenged by the young man from my county who said that, one, we need bursaries, because that's the reality of our learning class of young people. and especially our societies and communities, that we have a huge problem when it comes to educating our children. And that's why it is significant to acknowledge the tremendous role that this facility has played in ensuring that you reach far and very wide to go look out for those that would hitherto not ever get access to such exposure in various aspects of life and learning here at this academy. And I want to assure the young man from my county who said that we want bursaries, that the governor for Kiambu is very alive to that need, and indeed confirm that in my first ever budget, we have tripled bursaries for the young people of Kiambu. And because I was also asked to ensure that there's a road that goes to the school the young man spoke about that becomes impassable when it rains. And before I leave, I seek to know which road that is, because I would want to work on it tomorrow morning. So, just to capture a few things, our PS for Education, Belio Kipsang, my colleague and good friend, the Vice Chairperson of the Council of Governors, Governor Wajir, my colleague Governor Mombasa, Cynthia, and Mary, who is our executive head of this institution, my gym-mate. You reminded me, and as you said that we're gym-mates, I looked at your form as you stand, and I can see you've not betrayed the cause. Simiyu, my friend, and I was expecting also that you would pass on my half a sweet, because you said I earned half a sweet. So that I don't forget again those percentages, but I promise you that I will not. Deputy Governor Kiambu, Senator, colleagues, friends, watoto, good morning. I have a small speech here that I may want to look at and then make my final comment. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to honor and welcome all of you to this great county of Kiambu for this first biennial Children's Devolution Conference this year, 2023, as we celebrate our young people and acknowledge the pivotal role they play in our society. Now, this year's theme, Empowering Young Voices, a decade of devolution and the future of children in Kenya, reflects the power and potential of the next generation, a generation that holds the key to a brighter future. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for providing this platform for our young people to connect, learn, and grow. 40% of our population is below the 15 years age bracket, with about 86% attending primary schools. So, my friends, you see, I was not very far from the percentages. This then calls for the necessary budgetary allocation by both national and county governments in order to guarantee proper development of our children. As I look upon these vibrant young faces gathered here today, alongside our esteemed leaders, I'm reminded of our shared dreams and our collective desire to make a positive impact in our beloved nation, Kenya. Despite the challenges we may face today, I'm confident that together we can rise above these obstacles and create a better future. Our youth possess unique experiences, talents, and perspectives that can shape a better world. Whether it is through art, technology, entrepreneurship, or content creation, our collective actions have the potential to bring about positive change. Ladies and gentlemen, our children, Kiambu County, the second most urbanized county in Kenya, faces unique challenges in creating healthy, safe, and vibrant neighborhoods for our children. With 70% of our residents living in urban areas, of which 28% are children, there is a need to address the pressing issues of neighborhood planning, urban infrastructure, green spaces, healthcare, education, and unemployment. Now, currently, in Kiambu, we have about 1,200 ECD teachers and a population of about 36,254 learners in the ECD bracket. To build a strong foundation in this frontier, my administration has embarked on a deliberate program to improve accessibility and quality and access to quality early education, early development education, that's ECD. We have launched a feeding program for all ECD centers across our county. Indeed, we shall be launching these this coming week on Monday on realizing the importance of nutrition in the early stages of a child's development. This program aims to ensure that our young ones receive adequate nourishment to support their growth and learning. Under our program, every child in all these centers in Kiambu County will be provided with nutrition or nutritious uji or porridge in the morning, and every child in Kiambu County will have an egg every day for 3 days in a week. Under this program, in Kiambu County, we have 990 primary schools, both public and private, with a population of about 300,000 pupils. To enhance transition from secondary school, we encourage our students who do not acquire university grades to join our 39 well-established vocational centers, which also have over 4,500 trainees. Now, to ensure our children further their skills, we have set aside a budget of about 676 million for the development of both ECD and VCTs programs and projects within this financial year. We also acknowledge initiatives by private players in development of education sector in Kiambu, and that's why we also applaud the role played by Safaricom PLC in putting up the M-Pesa Foundation Academy within our county. And let me add, Cynthia, for the record, that you have made Kiambu proud with the establishment of this institution here. We've become a focal point and a focal county within the Republic of Kenya, because the story of the foundation here and the skills and talent that the children who have been here have acquired is a story that's told all over the whole country. Wherever I go as the governor of Kiambu, I get to hear it many times. And of singular and exceptional focus is the fact that you also target to get young people who are not necessarily from well-to-do backgrounds. And that's remarkable. And so we want to also congratulate you and applaud that action. Further, to address the issue of children with disabilities, Kiambu County hosts some of the biggest facilities, like Joytown here in Thika School for the visually impaired. We have Kamboi School for the deaf, and which my administration is committed to supporting in such facilities. By investing in the well-being of our children, we are investing in a brighter future for our country. And our clarion call in Kiambu, just like it is in many parts of the world, is that we say, leave no child behind. Ladies and gentlemen, within our urban centers, we have a challenge of street children. My administration is also focusing on the rehabilitation and reintegration of street families into our communities. And if there's any one area that Cynthia will be asking that you look at us again, is because indeed we are the second highest county with the second highest number of street children and street families. And that conversation can be had. Several of them are rehabilitatable. Some of them we have, and they can do well with the kind of exposure that those that benefit from this institution do. So by promoting resocialization programs and establishing effective coordination mechanisms, we intend to open safe centers for our children, whereby we provide these families with support they need to build their lives. We're investing in rehabilitative, reintegrative, and resocialization and preventive programs, ensuring that every child has a chance for a better future. Sports also play a vital role in the development of our youth, fostering discipline, teamwork, and healthy lifestyles. So my government is also committed to enhance sports infrastructure in our county, and we are currently renovating 22 stadia and sporting grounds across all our wards. We have 60 wards in Kiambu. Towards this, we have committed 215 million for our sporting infrastructure. Now, further, to nurture sports talents, we are also establishing and starting a 1 billion multi-purpose academy on the other side of Kiambu, in a place called Nachu. By upgrading our stadia, we are creating better facilities for our aspiring young athletes and providing a platform for sporting events that can bring our communities together. This investment not only benefits our youth, but also contributes to the overall social and economic growth of our country. Our communities, neighborhoods, and schools serve as ideal grounds for transformation, and it is within these spaces that values are instilled and the seed of innovation are sown, as has happened rightfully here in the M-Pesa Academy. By investing in education and nurturing an environment that fosters creativity, we will empower our youth to become catalysts for change. Finally, to the youth gathered here today, I implore you to seize this moment and unleash your potential. Be committed to hard work and honesty. Dream boldly, act fearlessly, and inspire those around you. The future belongs to you, and it is your responsibility to leave a lasting legacy for generations to come. Together, let us forge a path of hope, progress, and transformation. Let's work hand in hand to build a society where every child's potential is nurtured and realized. By investing in our youth, we invest in the future of our great nation, Kenya. So I want to thank you all and wish all the children a beautiful and happy stay here in this great academy. Let me, as I close, recognize the unique bravery and confidence that I've seen expounded by this young man, His Excellency, the President of the children. And, you know, because I'm a politician and we are good at numbers, my brother, Governor Mombasa, you know, it has been said that one of the regions in this country that was yet to produce a president, and I suspect that's probably where you are running very hard to be governor, is Mombasa, where we've not had a president. But unfortunately, you have been beaten to that race. There is already a president from Mombasa. And so I think then now, in the next one, you may want to run to be my deputy president in 2032. So I wish all of you a happy stay. Welcome to Kiambu County. Asanteni sana. I want to take this opportunity to invite then my running mate in 2022, Governor Mombasa. Please come and make your comments here, and then invite the rest. Karibu sana.
Good morning. You're well? First and foremost, I want to recognize my colleagues, fellow governors. I want to recognize all the children who are here present. And the President, Smith, thank you very much. He comes from an area that truly actually voted for me to the last person, so I can attest that he's with me. The the development partners, Safaricom team, and everyone here, the Council of Governors and the Secretariat of the Council of Governors. Amazing that we have been able to come over. I know that I'll be part of the panelists, so there's a lot of issues that we will be discussing where it is better, instead of you just listening to what it is that I have to say, I get to listen to what you want me to be able to put in place. So there's a lot of issues, and I think if you will allow me, let this day be a day for the children and not for the adults just talking to the children. I will spare my talking points for purposes of the panel. All right, is that fair enough? Thank you very much.
Governor Mombasa is a good student. He has already started calling me Rais. But amesahau kuongeza 2032. So, are we okay here? Let me take the opportunity to invite Vice Chair of the Council of Governors and Governor for Wajir. Is that mic working? Okay, karibu Vice Chair.
PS Belio Kipsang, my colleague governors here present, the Governor of Kiambu, His Excellency Wamatangi, the Governor of Mombasa, Excellency Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, Senator Joe Nyotu, CEO and staff of the Council of Governors, the Chair of Safaricom Foundation, Mr. Gutu, together with the entire team, Cynthia, Mary, the teachers and all staff of the Safaricom Academy, as well as the students of the Safaricom MPS Academy, the representative of UNICEF, Mr. Simiyu, the Speaker and MCAs of Kiambu County, His Excellency the President of the Children's Assembly, the children here present from the 45 counties and their chaperones who brought them here, not forgetting the tutors and the pupils from the Kiambu ECD that entertained us here, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we all say in Kenya, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Ahmed Abdullahi. I'm Governor of Wajir, Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, and the Chairperson of the Steering Committee of the 2023 Devolution Conference. And what has brought us here today, the Children's Devolution Conference, is part of the Devolution Conference 2023. And the Adults Devolution Conference will be starting on the 14th of August. It will be held in Uasin Gishu County at the headquarters of the county in Eldoret Town, beginning the 14th of August 2023. Our chairperson of the Council of Governors, Her Excellency Anne Waiguru, who is also the governor of Kirinyaga County, sends her greetings to all of you. I'm delighted to be here today at the Children's Devolution Conference, where we are celebrating a decade of devolution and talking about the future of children in Kenya. This conference is all about you, the young voices that will shape our country's future. This conference comes as a follow-up to the second Children's Devolution Conference held in Nairobi County in 2019 under the theme, Deliver, Transform, Measure, while remaining accountable. In that conference, the children requested that the subsequent conferences be held out of Nairobi, and we are glad here today to be in Kiambu County. And I want to thank the governor and his team. I also want to thank M-Pesa Academy for helping us fulfill that wish of the children. We are gathered here today under the conference theme, Empowering Young Voices, a Decade of Devolution, and the Future of Children in Kenya. The theme is aligned to the main devolution conference theme of 10 years of devolution, the present and the future, with the sub-theme being driving transformation from local county governments at the center of economic development. The conference is scheduled for the 15th to 19th of August in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, and we are reporting on the 14th of August. So it's actually from the 14th all the way to the 19th of August in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County. The Children's Conference is therefore a pre-event to the main devolution conference and provides an opportunity for you to add your voice to the discussions on devolution at 10. The resolutions from this conference, the Children's Conference, will be read during the opening ceremony of the main devolution conference. The magic of this event lies not only in the fascinating discussions, conference, and fun activities you will experience, but also in the ideas you will share in shaping the next course of action in devolution. Children's voices are our treasure, a beacon of hope that guides us towards a brighter, more inclusive and compassionate Kenya. We will embark on a journey together during this conference, exploring the incredible progress our counties have made in the last 10 years and making suggestions on how to shape the future. The Constitution of Kenya, under Article 53, recognizes the rights of all children to be protected from abuse, neglect, harmful cultural practices, all forms of violence, inhumane treatment and punishment, and hazardous or exploitative labor. In the last decade, we have seen the power of devolution, the art of bringing decision-making closer to you, the people. In the last decade, we have seen the power of devolution, the art of bringing decision-making closer to you, the people. It directly affects. Devolution empowers communities, including children like you, to be part of shaping their destinies. Your dreams and aspirations matter, and that's why we're here to listen, to learn, and to act upon your ideas. Let this conference be a celebration of unity, diversity, and collaboration. Together, we can build a future where every child's voice is heard, where every child's right to education, health, and a safe environment is protected, and where every child can unleash their true potential. So, my young buddies, let your curiosity soar high, let your imagination run wild, and let your dreams be the stars that light up on our nation's path towards progress. As we celebrate a decade of devolution, let us look forward to the next 10 years with hope, determination, and a firm belief that together we can achieve anything. Thank you for honoring us. Much appreciation go out to your guardians and parents for supporting you to participate in this conference. The stage is set. The world awaits the brilliance of your ideas, the warmth of your hearts, and the power of your young voices. Let the magic of this conference begin. I just want to add that we have heard your voices in the short video that we have seen. The young lady from Wajir had said she wants improvements in the hospitals and in the schools. I was telling the peers who were seated next to me that these last 10 months, being the first year of my term as a second-term governor of Wajir County, we've put 150 million shillings into school bursaries, which we've actually disbursed. We used another 40 million to buy sanitary towels, which we realized was a big problem in a lot of our schools. That's in addition to supporting our ECDs and our village polytechnics. As for healthcare, we are now developing more infrastructure in our main level 4 hospital. And we hope to turn it into a level 5, a fully fledged level 5, God willing, in the next 18 months. And these are things that were not possible, especially for counties in the periphery like ours. I was telling Mr. Ogutu at the holding room, in 2012, Wajir County, which by the way is 10% of the landmass of Kenya, 56,000 square kilometers, had one single doctor. Today, we boast of 56 doctors, of which 18 of them are consultants. And Governor, after you, we did the first laparoscopic surgery, which made our hospital the 7th public hospital to carry out a laparoscopic surgery. We've been able to do a total hip replacement in Wajir County. So in spite of all the noises that we hear, devolution works. And there are stories to be told across all the 47 counties of Kenya. I wish you well. I wish you a fruitful conference. As your own president, His Excellency, the President of the Children's Assembly, has said, be bold, speak your mind, and give us ideas, which I assure you, the 47 governors of Kenya will take into account and try to implement, do their very best to implement in the next 2 years before the next Devolution conference. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair of the Council of Governors. Just before I invite our key speaker, we had a committee here that teamed up with the Council of Governors, and that committee comprised of quite a number of people from the county government of Kiambu who were responsible for the arrangements of this conference. I want to ask the team from Kiambu County who are here to stand up where you are, just recognize you and the good work that you did in organizing this conference together with the rest of the team. To begin in Makofi. Let's clap for this team. They worked tirelessly day and night and held several meetings here to make sure that things work right. Asanteni, we may not have time to mention your names. Thank you, Speaker of the County, for the role again you've played. And as we said, we'll be hosting our children in your assembly tomorrow. And with those few words, can I invite the PS Education, who is our key speaker, to come and make his remarks. Karibu, Bana PS. Tumpigie makofi. Thank you.
Asante sana, Governor Kiambu, who is our host today and our host for the next three days. Good morning, all of us. Good morning once again. Your Excellency, the Governor for Kiambu, Governor Wamatangi, the Vice Chair for the Council of Governors, Honorable Abdullahi, the entire team of the Council of Governors led by the CEO, the Chair of Safaricom Foundation, and also the entire team of the Safaricom family, Honorable Senator Nyotu, who is our Chair of the Education Committee in Senate, our children, led by the President of the Children Assembly, who has, and I can confirm, is representing our children quite well. And I would want to acknowledge the confidence and the focus that we are getting from our young ones. If our sample is the President of the Children's Assembly, then I can almost certainly say that we are going to have a real fruitful engagement in the next 3 days. My good colleagues, teachers, who have come with these children, you know, you are our real pillars. You are the people who make these children be what they are. Our President for the Students' Assembly is a reflection of what you do in your schools. And usually, it is said, not because I am a teacher, but it is said that teachers are the only people God gave an opportunity to co-create humanity. And therefore, we say thank you for the good work that you are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed, my name is Belio Kipsang. I work at the Ministry of Education as the Principal Secretary, taking care of ourselves as children at the basic education I'm here today to represent my Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ezekiel Machoku, who is in another very important function in Mombasa that takes care of our food security and ensuring that we are adequately fed with the right nutritious food that will support us in growing and developing all aspects of ourselves, including our mental development. So on behalf of our Cabinet Secretary, I'm delighted to be with you this morning in this occasion of opening the biannual Children Devolution Conference. I wish to thank the Council of Governors and other stakeholders for inviting us to this Children Devolution Conference. I also acknowledge the conference theme, Empowering Young Voices, a decade of devolution and the future of children of Kenya. It's not only the future of our children, but you are the future of our globe. You are the future of humanity. And therefore, as we engage with you today, we are engaging with the future. And we are sure that we have a tomorrow. The Devolution Conference will be held in the County of Champions, which happens to be my county. And when I talk about champions, one of the big things that they do there is athletics. And there is one race in athletics called relay. And what we are doing today here is a relay. That as adults, we are preparing you to pick the pattern in this relay. And as I say, I come from the County of Champions. It is such that in relays, you hand over the pattern to a person who runs faster than yourself if you want to win the race. And therefore, we are sure that as we hand over this pattern to you, you will for sure run faster than we have done, and therefore, the future is safe. And again, as our children, as my colleague from UNICEF mentioned, is that as your parents, you are the best gift that God gave us. You know, when we go to so many functions, we are given gifts. But you are a special one that has been given to us by God, and therefore we have a responsibility to take good care of this gift that has come from none other than our Lord. The conference is significant in providing a platform for our children to reflect on their experience and on the devolution that we have had in the last 10 years. We've heard from our children, and our Governor Kiambu has mentioned it. You know, when we were seated there, we were not sure whether the song was the right one, because the wordings of the song that we know was slightly different. We were saying we've heard the voice of our mothers, sauti ya mama. Lakini for them they are saying ni sauti ya watoto. And I think that is where it is. Because it is the voice of the future, the voice of the children. And the student president, we thank you once again for you've come out very clearly on what these 3 days will be, that we hear what you are saying. You know, sometimes as adults we distract the future by ending up saying so much, like what I'm doing now, instead of sitting down and listening to you. But today I'm just guiding ourselves, so that as we go into that discussion, we have guided ourselves. As education is so critical in the development and empowerment of our children, this is the reason why our Constitution obligates states to take measures to ensure that our young children access an appropriate education, an education that is age appropriate and developmentally appropriate to our children. And that is one of the reasons why we've gone through our reforms in our education towards the CBC. In addition, the state is required to put in place affirmative action to ensure that the minorities and the marginalized groups are provided with special opportunities in education and in our economic fields to enhance equity and inclusiveness. And that's why today here we have all of us who are able in different ways, so that we can be able to create an inclusive society. And as already mentioned by our governor of Wajir, he has already told us how much resources that they invested in scholarship and bursaries, so that we can bring in equity and inclusiveness in education. Furthermore, as a country, we have ratified various international protocols that are aligned in making sure that the rights of our children are achieved. We have ratified the Sustainable Development Goals. As education, we focus on goal number 4, which obligates us as government to ensure the provision of inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong opportunities for all of us. So important that we continue to grow in all aspects of ourselves, including knowledge. As already mentioned by the governor of Wajir, who is the vice chair of the Council of Governors, the Constitution has also given prominence to the rights of our children. As already mentioned, Article 54 of the Constitution states that all children have a right to free and compulsory basic education. And basic education is all of us who are here in today, starting from our preschools all the way to our secondary school. The right to education by our children is therefore entrenched in our Constitution. And we always say that we should not leave any child behind, and that's why we continue to ensure that the rights of our children, as arranged in the Constitution, takes 3 dimensions very strictly. One is the right to access to education. Each of our children have a right to access education. And this involves our putting our schools together, making sure that we have the right infrastructure, making sure that we have teachers, and making sure that we have instructional materials so that our children can learn. The second one is right to quality and relevant education that can help our children in their lives. This particular right is the most demanding, since we need to work hard as children and get the support of our parents and our teachers. We talk about the trinity of a school. In our trinity of the school, the child is the center, because it's only through the child that we have a school, and therefore the other 2 partners, the teacher and the parent, come in, and we therefore have that trinity. For those of us who are Catholics, we talk about the Holy Trinity, and here we are talking the trinity of our school, of our child, of the parent, and the teacher. Finally, is the right to respect. And when we talk about respect, this respect should be out there in our learning environment. This ensures that the children are not abused within the learning environment. We know sometimes we are given an opportunity to take care of our children as adults, but sometimes we end up abusing the rights of these children. So the environment should be right for you as our future. And in order to meet this obligation and the international instruments that are there, the government and through the Ministry of Education is implementing a number of initiatives and programs to enhance access to quality education, because it is our responsibility as parents, number one, who take care of you as our daughters and sons in our schools. And some of these initiatives is that we've got to reflect and look at what government is doing. Today, almost 6% of our resources in relation to our GDP, almost 30% of our budget, 628 billion shillings is set aside to take care of yourselves as our children. So as government, this is one area that we put in a lot of focus, so that we are able to give you free primary education, we are able to give you free day school education at the secondary school level, we are able to pay for your examination, both our children in public and private schools. We are able to make sure that our children with special needs are mainstreamed in our education system. We are able to provide you with a digital environment that you can be able to access education in a digital way. We are able to make sure that we build structures, including our education cloud at KICD. We are able to make sure that we mitigate school dropouts by ensuring that we provide a meal for our children through the school feeding program. In a short while, we shall be having a discussion with quite a number of panelists who work so hard to make sure that our children are in school by providing a meal. You know, Governor Wajir, I want to mention that Governor Kiambu, myself, and a number of us who come from certain regions, where when you wake up in the morning, there is breakfast. And when we used to sing Sauti ya Mama, we were running for lunch. And when we go home in the evening, we take dinner. Sometimes we don't appreciate the importance of that meal that is given through school feeding programs, because it looks obvious, but it is not as obvious. That single meal is so important for our children. One is sometimes it is the reason why our children are in school. Two is the reason why our children can be strong enough to be in a classroom. Three is for the young ones, as Governor Wamatangi talked about, a nutritious porridge is why they are able to develop their brains to be what they will be in future. So school feeding program is so important. It's so important for those regions that require it. And therefore, we need to continue supporting it. As government, we implement re-entry program so that our girls who sometimes fall into the misbehavior of adults and end up with teenage pregnancies are given an opportunity to go back to school. To make sure that such community initiatives, that we reintegrate those who drop out and therefore we get them back to school. That it is so important that we construct classrooms, we construct laboratories, and we do all facilities that our children require. That as government, we have deployed more than 350,000 teachers in our schools, including that 5,000 that we employed early this year, and another 20,000 that we are going to employ in August to make sure that you are able to get the right coaches to get the right people who will hold your hands as you develop to be the potential that we look into in the future. So once again, we continue to provide books and all that you require so that you can do better than we may have done ourselves. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, government, the national government, through the Ministry of Education, acknowledges and appreciates the collaboration and partnership that we have had with the county governments. I can tell you, our good brother in Wajir has invested 150 million. Our brother in Mandera this year invested 350 million. Our brothers from Mombasa has invested substantially. Our governors put in so much in supporting our children go through their education systems. And that is why collaboration and cooperation between the two levels of government is very important, so that we don't draw silos of saying this is not what the Constitution has given us. The Constitution has said in Article 53 that our children have a right to education, and therefore we must all work together to ensure that we achieve that particular right and to ensure that equity is always given. So once again, I thank my brothers and sisters from the county government for the continuous collaboration. I thank the Council of Governors for this conference, because this conference alone is an opportunity of dialogue. It is an opportunity of making sure that the future is secured, and the future are our children. And therefore, it is so important that we work together. Today, we are engaging very closely with the county government of Nairobi so that we can be able to give a meal to every of our children in the great county and the big town of Nairobi. So once again, I would want to appreciate and acknowledge the critical role that you are playing when it comes to early childhood education. When you saw those young ones, the beautiful ones who are in front of us here, then as governors, as county governments, then you can appreciate that you are making a difference. You are building a confident future, a real confident future. I was talking with the Governor Kiambu when I saw those young ones, and we are not sure whether we were able to do that at our age. I'm sure we would have disappeared in this stage if it was our time so many years ago. But you can see the contribution that you have had in building the confidence of these young ones as they grow up. We shall continue to work with yourselves and work with our governors and the county government so that we can be able to continuously improve and develop policies that will assist our children. We shall continue to work together to ensure that we retool our teachers. We shall continue to work together to ensure that all the necessary materials in case of designs for PP1 and PP2 are properly done in our competence-based education. So once again, governors, be assured of our commitment to work with yourselves as we work together in the two levels of our government. I know there are challenges, but we shall continue to deal and surmount these challenges together, including infrastructure, including shortage of teachers, including sometimes challenges on instructional materials. We shall continue to work together to ensure that we deal with these and be able to make that particular requirements of our teacher-student ratios to be reasonable enough so that our children can be able to benefit in what we are doing. As I conclude, let me add that our children also face socio-cultural challenges, such as teenage pregnancies, which I said. And you know, teenage pregnancies is not a problem of our children. It is a problem of us as adults. And therefore, we must deal with it as adults. Teenage pregnancies would not be there if we were adequately disciplined as adults. So we can only deal with it if we deal with ourselves as adults and leave our children out of it. We have other challenges, including harmful cultural practices, which is again a problem of us as adults. FGM that our children go through, it's not children who practice FGM. It is adults who practice FGM. If we want to stop it today, it is us as adults to stop it. Challenges including alcohol, including drugs, is not again the problem of our children. Still our problem as adults. It's we adults who avail all this to our children. If we want to sort it out today, it is on our hands as adults to deal with it. Child labor, the children provide labor to the same adults. Let's deal with it as adults. I urge our children to be disciplined. I urge our children not to do anything that harms another child, including bullying in our schools, including any violence towards other children. Let's embrace discipline. Let's work hard. As students, we should always have a vision of what we want to be. I urge you to make a difference and to leave a mark in your institutions. With these very many remarks, I would not want to continue beyond that point. It's now my humble duty to declare this Children Conference officially open. And assure you that we shall be available to listen to you and to answer any of your concerns and to take in any of your suggestions in ways in which we would want to improve your lives. May the Almighty God bless all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PS, for the good, kind, incisive words that you've given us. And I believe on behalf of our children, the adults who are here have had the message to spread out. Thank you very much once more. Next, our next session is, we have a few gifts to honor those that have played a major role here in making this a reality, our partners. And I'll be asking our CEO to come so that we can have that session ongoing. Karibu CEO.
Thank you very much. We are just coming to a close, and we really want to appreciate our partners for making this possible, which without them will not be where we are. And to start off is UNICEF. UNICEF, we want to acknowledge you in a very special way. For the last 10 years, you've been a partner of Devolution, and I believe when history is written, and when we are launching our book for the journey of devolution on August, I believe UNICEF will feature prominently because you've stood up with us as true partners in devolution. So please come on stage so that we give you the gift. And to do that is none other than the Governor for Mombasa. Your Excellency, please come and hand over this gift to UNICEF for the continued support that they've granted to us. Next, Safaricom, Cropatch, please come over. We really want to thank you most sincerely for the resources that you've put in to ensure that all our children are comfortable for the 4 days they will be here, and of course many other things that you're doing for the main conference in August. We do not take this for granted. Governor Wamatangi, please, Your Excellency, come and hand over to Safaricom. Lastly, is our chief guest, PS Belio, the PS for Education. We really want to sincerely thank you for the journey that you've walked with us from January, preparing for this children's conference. All your directors in all the counties were available to ensure that the selection is overboard, and they ensured that the chaperones have taken charge in terms of ensuring that we bring the children here, and even your officers from your office and yourself. You worked with us, including last Friday. You're asking whether there is a challenge, and we did confirm that there wasn't. And whenever we came back to you, you're always available to unlock each and every challenge. Please pass our gratitude also to the CS, who's been very passionate about this conference. But as you've said, I believe they are watching because you're live. Please come over, and to hand over this, it's our Vice Chair, to hand over the gift to you, PS, for the continued support. And as you've said rightly, we are working very closely with the Ministry of Education so that we don't work in silos, and to ensure that the children are safeguarded from every aspect of the government. Thank you very much. In the second session, we want to give to our three governors. Please, you come over. The governor for Kiambu, I sincerely want to appreciate you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I want to appreciate you most sincerely. All the three governors, please, to come, and the Vice Chair. And Kropach, PS, and Simiyu, you're going to gift them. Your Excellency, we really want to appreciate Kiambu County for the effort and the resources that you've put to ensure that this conference is a success. You've put a lot of publicity and, of course, a lot other. The governor from Mombasa was extremely very excited and passionate to discuss about the issues of rights to the children, nutrition, housing, and rights to education. We really want to appreciate you for continually working with us. The Vice Chair is the chair of the Devolution Conference, and from last year, December 1st, he's walked this journey to ensure that this becomes a success. Rarely would you get governors committed full-time to ensuring that each process that you start is a success. And for that reason, Your Excellencies, as the COG Secretariat, we really want to appreciate you very much in this point in time. For Governor Mombasa, it will be handed over by UNICEF, please. And you will find out the meaning from Secretariat. It was very deliberate, done by children on this county. Yes. Thank you very much. Next is Governor for Kiambu, which will be handed over by Kropach. And the last one is the Governor for Wajir, the Vice Chair, whose gift will be presented by none other than the chief guests. Kindly give it to you. Thank you very much. And lastly, which will be done on a Friday, will be for the institution that has consistently and continually ensured that we are comfortable here. We'll do that on Friday. And it said, you reserve the best for the best. So the chair and Mary, we will be reaching out to you after the end of the conference. Otherwise, at this point in time, we want to do a photo session with all the children out there and all the guests. And I will please request that we do this sequentially. The dignitaries, please, we walk down. Ambassador will be leading you. Then after the guests walk, please, you can start walking. We take a photo. Then the children will follow. The chaperones will be going for tea. And it is only 20 minutes. And the children will follow you for tea after the photo session. 20 minutes. Then we start the process of the next session, where the governor from Mombasa, Senator Nyutu, and PS will be sitting in. Thank you very much. Please, children, sit. Please, children, to sit as we allow the dignitaries to walk out. Then we will be able to do the photos.
Thank you, thank you.
And the media, the fourth estate, I am addressing the media. Please, we really want to appreciate you most sincerely for the coverage and the photos that you've taken. The live stream was extremely very exciting, and we really want to appreciate all of you. To our children, my children, boys and girls, thank you very much for making this possible, and we will do it over and over again. Children, we can now start walking out. Children, please, but we maintain order. Chaperones, please ensure that we maintain order as we move out. Asante. The next session will start in the next 20 minutes. The next session will start in the next 20 minutes. So please, we do it very swiftly so that we save on time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda. I am 10 years old as Devolution in Kenya. Before I was born, everything was being done in Nairobi. This made it difficult for children from other parts of the country to get services such as health, education, and clean water. But when making the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans, including children, said it is important to have services available to everyone. Hello, my name is Amanda. I am 10 years old as Devolution in Kenya. Before I was born, everything was being done in Nairobi. This made it difficult for children from other parts of the country to get services such as health, education, and clean water. But when making the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans, including children, said it is important to have services available to everyone and everywhere. So, the country was divided into, can you guess how many counties? Yes, 47 counties as shown on this map. In 2013, during the general elections, Kenyans voted for their first governors, deputies, and MCAs. So this year, all county governments are 10 years old, just like me. On health, counties have made it easy for us to get healthcare. It is easy to get doctors, nurses, and medicine in clean and well-equipped hospitals. Mandera County, for example, has made efforts towards improved access to maternity services, increased referral hospitals from 1 to 3, and constructed new modern maternity wards. Nakuru County constructed a new 250-bed maternity wing at the Nakuru Level 5 Hospital to meet the demands for safer deliveries and provide specialized care to children born with complications. My younger brother got his jab to protect him from polio and TB.
The areas in which these children can't get access to vaccination, so it has been a really great impact to children so that they can get immunized at school. We have a lot of areas where the risk of the children getting sick is very high, and since the vaccination program came, the risk was getting a bit low.
How many of you have been vaccinated from polio and TB? All of us. Awesome. Can we give a clap to the county governments? Thank you. On education, talking of my younger brother, the county government has made sure he has a beautiful school with really good teachers and lots of toys and books.
Remote tables, chairs, charts. It has helped in building ECD classes, employing the teachers of ECDE in a girls' school. It has helped in giving the girls sanitary towels.
77% of children who are supposed to be in schools are enrolled in early learning centers. Also, the county works with the Ministry of Education to make sure those of us who don't have money are able to go to schools by providing scholarships.
I'm a beneficiary of county. I'm being sponsored by county since I finished my class 8 KCP.
Something awesome that counties have also done is to make sure all children go to school, even those who are differently abled. They have done this by improving the construction and renovation of schools, parks, and recreational centers with features such as ramps, handrails, and accessible toilets to ensure children with disabilities can navigate these spaces independently.
Since devolution began, Kenyans have enjoyed essential services which have been brought near them.
The digital space is our new reality. To ensure that we are prepared for this new world, county governments provide training programs to students, including children in pre-primary, teachers and community members, with the aim of enhancing their digital skills.
The county government has improved service delivery by introduction of new learning materials which involve technology like the tablets we use in the resource room.
We cannot learn if we are hungry. Our governors are very caring, and so they have ensured that we have food in schools. For example, the Garissa County government gives children a meal every day. The county government of Nairobi has started a program called Dishi Poa for all children enrolled in public primary schools and public ECDE centers.
Huku Garissa County government imesaidia watoto kulipia fees, pia imesaidia kuwapea chakula na inasaidia watoto wenye hawana wazazi mayatima.
In agriculture, where does food come from? From the farms. To ensure we have food, county government are teaching us to farm by making sure that agriculture is part of our ECDE programs. We learn about farming techniques, crop cultivation, and sustainable agricultural practices.
Agriculture is beneficial to the county as it brings about food stability. With the food stability, it can cause children to get proper nutrition as they will be provided with the proper diet.
We cannot have food in our farms if we don't have rain. And rain comes from, yes, trees. County governments have been holding tree planting events in schools and other public areas and involving children who take care of these trees within their schools. The counties have created a good environment for our parents to work. Sometimes we accompany our parents to their workplaces, including markets. To ensure our safety and well-being, county governments have established child-friendly facilities within markets. These facilities include designated play areas, child-friendly restrooms, and safe spaces for children to engage in age-appropriate activities while their parents or guardians work. In the next 10 years, I believe that Kenya will be much better than it is right now. And here is what the children want our county government to do.
And I would like my governor to help those children who need a lot of assistance. For example, those who need scholarships and food provided for them.
We need a road that lead to the school. That road is really not good. It becomes pathetic when it rains.
What I want my governor to do for children is to allocate more funds for local talent support.
What I would like my governor to do is continue with that good work and keep on helping the children, especially the street children.
I am requesting the county government of Homa Bay to provide sanitary towels for the girls in school.
I would like our governor to improve the infrastructure, by giving our children better education and building better hospitals.
Devolution holds immense potential for the realization of our children's rights. By granting children greater access to education, healthcare, and essential services, Devolution has the capacity to create a brighter future for the younger generation. Children should be involved in decisions made in their counties to help them realize their full potential. It's really important to think about issues that matter to children when making laws in the country. We want to plan our own future. There is nothing for us without us. Remember, Devolution is all of us, because as much as we are from 47 counties, we are one country, one nation. Long live Devolution, long live Kenya! Hello, my name is Amanda. I am 10 years old as Devolution in Kenya. Before I was born, everything was being done in Nairobi. This made it difficult for children from other parts of the country to get services such as health, education, and clean water. But when making the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans, including children, said it is important to have services available to everyone and everywhere. So, the country was divided into, can you guess how many counties? Yes, 47 counties as shown on this map. In 2013, during the general elections, Kenyans voted for their first governors, deputies, and MCAs. So this year, all county governments are 10 years old, just like me. On health, counties have made it easy for us to get healthcare. It is easy to get doctors, nurses, and medicine in clean and well-equipped hospitals. Mandera County, for example, has made efforts towards improved access to maternity services, increased referral hospitals from 1 to 3, and constructed new modern maternity wards. Nakuru County constructed a new 250-bed maternity wing at the Nakuru Level 5 Hospital to meet the demands for safer deliveries and provide specialized care to children born with complications. My younger brother got his jab to protect him from polio and TB.
The areas in which these children can't get access to vaccination, so it has been a really great impact to children so that they can get immunized at school.
We have a lot of areas where it is the risk of the children getting sick is very high, and since the vaccination program came, the risk was getting a bit low.
How many of you have been vaccinated from polio and TB? All of us. Awesome. Can we give a clap to the county governments? Thank you. On education, talking of my younger brother, the county government has made sure he has a beautiful school with really good teachers and lots of toys and books.
Remote tables, chairs, charts. It has helped in building ECD classes, employing the teachers of ECDE in a girls' school. It has helped in giving the girls sanitary towels.
77% of children who are supposed to be in schools are enrolled in early learning centers. Also, the county works with the Ministry of Education to make sure those of us who don't have money are able to go to schools by providing scholarships.
I'm a beneficiary of county. I'm being sponsored by county since I finished my class 8 KCP.
Something awesome that counties have also done is to make sure all children go to school, even those who are differently abled. They have done this by improving the construction and renovation of schools, parks, and recreational centers with features such as ramps, handrails, and accessible toilets to ensure children with disabilities can navigate these spaces independently.
Since devolution began, Kenyans have enjoyed essential services which have been brought near them.
The digital space is our new reality. To ensure that we are prepared for this new world, county governments provide training programs to students including children in pre-primary, teachers and community members with the aim of enhancing their digital skills.
The county government has improved service delivery by introduction of new learning materials which involve technology like the tablets we use in the resource room.
We cannot learn if we are hungry. Our governors are very caring and so they have ensured that we have food in schools. For example, the Garissa County government gives children a meal every day. The county government of Nairobi has started a program called Dishi Poa for all children enrolled in public primary schools and public ECDE centers.
Huku Garissa County government imesaidia watoto kulipia fees, pia imesaidia kuwapea chakula na inasaidia watoto wenye hawana wazazi mayatima.
In agriculture, where does food come from? From the farms. To ensure we have food, county government are teaching us to farm by making sure that agriculture is part of our ECDE programs. We learn about farming techniques, crop cultivation, and sustainable agricultural practices.
Agriculture is beneficial to the county as it brings about food stability. With the food stability, it can cause children to get proper nutrition as they will be provided with the proper diet.
We cannot have food in our farms if we don't have rain. And rain comes from, yes, trees. County governments have been holding tree planting events in schools and other public areas and involving children who take care of these trees within their schools. The counties have created a good environment for our parents to work. Sometimes we accompany our parents to their workplaces, including markets. To ensure our safety and well-being, county governments have established child-friendly facilities within markets. These facilities include designated play areas, child-friendly restrooms, and safe spaces for children to engage in age-appropriate activities while their parents or guardians work. In the next 10 years, I believe that Kenya will be much better than it is right now. And here is what the children want our county government to do.
And I would like my governor to help those children who need a lot of assistance. For example, those who need scholarships and food provided for them.
We need a road that lead to the school. That road is really not good. It becomes pathetic when it rains.
What I want my governor to do for children is to allocate more funds for local talent support.
What I would like my governor to do is continue with that good work and keep on helping the children, especially the street children.
I am requesting the county government of Homa Bay to provide sanitary towels for the girls in school.
I would like our governor to improve our infrastructure, by giving our children better education and building better hospitals.
Devolution holds immense potential for the realization of our children's rights. By granting children greater access to education, healthcare, and essential services, Devolution has the capacity to create a brighter future for the younger generation. Children should be involved in decisions made in their counties to help them realize their full potential. It's really important to think about issues that matter to children when making laws in the country. We want to plan our own future. There is nothing for us without us. Remember, Devolution is all of us, because as much as we are from 47 counties, we are one country, one nation. Long live Devolution, long live Kenya! Hello, my name is Amanda. I am 10 years old as Devolution in Kenya. Before I was born, everything was being done in Nairobi. This made it difficult for children from other parts of the country to get services such as health, education, and clean water. But when making the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans, including children, said it is important to have services available to everyone and everywhere. So, the country was divided into, can you guess how many counties? Yes, 47 counties as shown on this map. In 2013, during the general elections, Kenyans voted for their first governors, deputies, and MCAs. So this year, all county governments are 10 years old, just like me. On health, counties have made it easy for us to get healthcare. It is easy to get doctors, nurses, and medicine in clean and well-equipped hospitals. Mandera County, for example, has made efforts towards improved access to maternity services, increased referral hospitals from 1 to 3, and constructed new modern maternity wards. Nakuru County constructed a new 250-bed maternity wing at the Nakuru Level 5 Hospital to meet the demands for safer deliveries and provide specialized care to children born with complications. My younger brother got his jab to protect him from polio and TB.
There are areas in which these children can't get access to vaccination, so it has been a really great impact to children so that they can get immunized at school.
We have a lot of areas where the risk of the children getting sick is very high, and since the vaccination program came, the risk was getting a bit low.
How many of you have been vaccinated from polio and TB? All of us. Awesome. Can we give a clap to the county governments? Thank you. On education, talking of my younger brother, the county government has made sure he has a beautiful school with really good teachers and lots of toys and books.
Tables, chairs, charts. It has helped in building ECD classes, employing the teachers of ECDE in a girls' school. It has helped in giving the girls sanitary towels.
77% of children who are supposed to be in schools are enrolled in early learning centers. Also, the county works with the Ministry of Education to make sure those of us who don't have money are able to go to schools by providing scholarships.
I'm a beneficiary of county. I'm being sponsored by county since I finished my class 8 KCP.
Something awesome that counties have also done is to make sure all children go to school, even those who are differently abled. They have done this by improving the construction and renovation of schools, parks, and recreational centers with features such as ramps, handrails, and accessible toilets to ensure children with disabilities can navigate these spaces independently.
Since devolution began, Kenyans have enjoyed essential services which have been brought near them.
The digital space is our new reality. To ensure that we are prepared for this new world, county governments provide training programs to students including children in pre-primary, teachers and community members with the aim of enhancing their digital skills.
The county government has improved service delivery by introduction of new learning materials which involve technology like the tablets we use in the resource room.
We cannot learn if we are hungry. Our governors are very caring and so they have ensured that we have food in schools. For example, the Garissa County government gives children a meal every day. The county government of Nairobi has started a program called Dishi Poa for all children enrolled in public primary schools and public ECDE centers.
Huku Garissa County Government imesaidia watoto kulipia fees, pia imesaidia kuwapea chakula na inasaidia hao watoto wenye hawana wazazi mayatima.
In agriculture, where does food come from? From the farms. To ensure we have food, county government are teaching us to farm by making sure that agriculture is part of our ECDE programs. We learn about farming techniques, crop cultivation, and sustainable agricultural practices.
Agriculture is beneficial to the county as it brings about food stability. With the food stability, it can cause children to get proper nutrition as they will be provided with the proper diet.
We cannot have food in our farms if we don't have rain. And rain comes from, yes, trees. County governments have been holding tree planting events in schools and other public areas and involving children who take care of these trees within their schools. The counties have created a good environment for our parents to work. Sometimes we accompany our parents to their workplaces, including markets. To ensure our safety and well-being, county governments have established child-friendly facilities within markets. These facilities include designated play areas, child-friendly restrooms, and safe spaces for children to engage in age-appropriate activities while their parents or guardians work. In the next 10 years, I believe that Kenya will be much better than it is right now. And here is what the children want our county government to do.
And I would like my governor to help those children who need a lot of assistance. For example, those who need scholarships and food provided for them.
We need a road that lead to the school. That road is really not good. It becomes pathetic when it rains.
What I want my governor to do for children is to allocate more funds for local talent support.
What I would like my governor to do is continue with that good work and keep on helping the children, especially the street children.
I am requesting the county government of Homa Bay to provide sanitary towels for the girls in school.
I would like our governor to improve our infrastructure, by giving our children better education and building better hospitals.
Devolution holds immense potential for the realization of our children's rights. By granting children greater access to education, healthcare, and essential services, Devolution has the capacity to create a brighter future for the younger generation. Children should be involved in decisions made in their counties to help them realize their full potential. It's really important to think about issues that matter to children when making laws in the country. We want to plan our own future. There is nothing for us without us. Remember, Devolution is all of us, because as much as we are from 47 counties, we are one country, one nation. Long live devolution, long live Kenya!
Haya, wasinyoko wameka huko nyuma, hebu songeni huko mbele kidogo. Msika hivyo scattered. Songeni mbele kidogo. Hapo nataka DJ sasa DJ. Nataka tupatie muziki, tuweke chakula kwa miguu, si ndio? Si tumeshiba sisi wote. Hapo nataka nani anaweza kuja kunisaidia kudance? Haya, kujeni 1 2 3. Kujeni. Haya, kimbieni. Hapo tulikuja na rules jana ya kuchelewa.
Naweka disclaimer. Style zenye mnakuja kudance nazo hapa jamani. Musitu nini bana musi?
Haya.
Keep it clean.
Wase. Haya, tusimameni tu dance kidogo. Haya DJ. Mpaka wazae wasimame. Najua mimi naona nyinyi wote. Wazae simameni. Haya, DJ, tunataka muziki gani? Atia?
Final. Kile Mungu amesema ni final.
Haya, tuanze.
Kubishana naye. Hakuna wa kupingana naye. Ni final. Kile Yesu amesema ni final.
Haya, kama kuna dance beat kunishinda.
Wazazi simameni. Wajeni mchezo.
Haya, mwingia wazazi simama.
Asilaze imani.
Wazazi simameni, wazazi simameni. Wazazi wasimame. Haya, wazee wote wasimame. Haya. Haya, tuone kwa wazee. Sio ngumu. Out. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Haya, sisi wote. Haya, twendeni.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Haya, asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jennifer, for taking us through that session. Let me invite us to take our seats. Tuko salama? Are we all okay? I think we've all had something, a chance to bite something. Na tumeshiba. Let me invite us to
Jesus, I'm here.
maybe we'll cut the sound. Again, welcome back, and we'll move on to our second session, which is a conversation that will happen right here on stage, and then after that, we'll have a few of you asking questions. Remember, nilisema, as people are interacting up here, please take some notes, okay? I said, make sure by the time we are done with this conference that your county has said something. Your county has asked a question, your county has made an input, and we had some of you sharing that earlier on in the morning, which I truly appreciate. Lakini sasa kwa hii, bring out your pen and papers, and I want you to listen to the conversation that will happen here on stage, and later on I'll be inviting you to ask some questions or give your comments, because we are here for you. This conference is for you, and we want to hear the voices of all the children from the different counties. Well, we're moving now to this particular session, which is we want to understand, you know, we want to gather your understanding about devolution and the impact it has on attaining your rights as children, okay? And this is in a number of areas. Sawa sawa, listen up. This one is in regards to education. We're going to talk about education. We'll talk about health and nutrition, health and then food and nutrition. Those are the areas we will focus on. We'll be focusing on for this session, okay? And we have a couple of guests that are going to be joining me here on stage. But to moderate this particular session, I'm going to be inviting a very special young man, Manasseh Thuo, if you're here, please join me on stage. Manasseh is from the county of Kiambu, and Manasseh will be leading this particular session. Karibu sana. Mpigieni makofi jamani. Pigia Manasseh makofi mazuri. Manasseh, you're welcome. Yes, go ahead. You can take that seat. That's Manasseh. And earlier on, if you remember, we had Dr. Robert Simiyu, who is the social and economic policy specialist from UNICEF. Unakumbuka kuna mtu alipromisiwa kitu hapa. Where is she? She got an answer correct. Alikuwa anaitwa nani? There she is at the back there. So I promise that I will chase him down and make sure that your gift comes. Sawa sawa? Utaniuliza. But ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Daktari on stage. Karibu sana Daktari. These are the two gentlemen that will be coordinating our conversation here this afternoon. Mmekaribishwa sana. Thank you. And I'm going also to welcome, I'm just looking for a heads up. Are our guests ready? Wako njiani? Sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea. Haya. I'll be inviting 4 other people on stage here, but before that, before they come, allow me to invite some that are here. I don't know if, is Sarita here? Is Sarita with us? She'll be representing you. Sarita, karibu sana. Mpigieni makofi. Sarita will be voicing some of your questions and taking some of the comments that you have on behalf of the children of this county. Chukueni mic, ninakuja kwenu kidogo. I'm wondering where to... Yes, Sarita, I'll have you. Hata hapo ni sawa, ama hapo pia ni sawa. Karibu sana Sarita. And then ako wapi, nani mwingine anakuja hapa? Amber, if Amber is here, you're welcome as well to come on stage. Where is Amber? There she is. Makofi ya Amber. Mpigieni makofi, mpigieni makofi. Yes. Asante sana. Amber, karibu sana. You well? Yes. Umeshiba? Sawa. And then finally, we have Sarita, we have Amber, Manasseh. Ako wapi Jenten? Jenten, please welcome. Jenten, you can also join us up on stage. Please give him a round of applause as well. Jenten is here. Asante sana. You're welcome, you're welcome. Why do I feel like there's some people who did not... Are we all back in this place? Now we are seated in different places. Is your neighbor here? Is everyone here? Is anyone missing? Asiwe amepotea? All good, all good. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana sana. If your neighbor is missing, raise your hand. If somebody was sitting next to you, ayuko hapa, just raise your hand if you're here. Aya, sawa. I think we're good to go. Once again, karibuni. We are in our second session today, and our panelists are coming. Bona PS is right on time, and we want to thank you for coming. Daktari, karibu sana. This is, of course, Dr. Belio Kipsang, who's a permanent secretary for State Department for Basic Education. Umekaribishwa sana sana. Thank you for spending your morning with us as well as your afternoon. Bona PS, asante. I'll also go invite on stage. Remember early in the morning I mentioned that we have a special guest as well, who is somebody from a very early age saw a need in a community and started doing something about food access to the pupils and the students in Roiro, and this organization started many years ago. We're going to hear a little bit about food for education from the founder and executive director. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Wawera Njiro to stage. Mpigieni makofi sana. Wawera, karibu sana. You're welcome. And finally, John Nyotu, as he joins us on stage. and he chairs the Senate Education Committee on matters child protection. Alafu finally, Your Excellency Abdul Somad Nasir, the Governor of Mombasa, is also here with us. These are gentlemen who are with us in the morning but have come after lunch. Please help me appreciate these wonderful men and women as we begin our session here today. Karibuni sana, sana, sana. All right, are we all good? Tuko tayari? You have your pen and paper for your questions and your comments. All right, we'll receive them a little bit later on. But for now, I hand over to Daktari Robert Simiyu together with Manasseh as they moderate these particular sessions. Gentlemen, karibuni. All right.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. All right, welcome to this session where we are going to have our panelists answering the questions that we have as children, right? All right, so turn to your neighbor, tell them you're looking good. I have not heard you, tell them you're looking good. Ask them, what have you had for lunch? Because it is working good for you. All right. So we are going to ask questions in this session, and we want to air out the things that concern us as children, and we have our able panelists who are going to help us even in answering of the questions, right? All right, so I want to start with a question from one of us who we can describe as differently abled. His name is Jentan Mokaya. So we can get a mic for him. So Jentan Mokaya is going to be asking the question to His Excellency, the Permanent Secretary. So Jentan.
Good afternoon.
To the Governor. All right, it's okay. To the Governor.
Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
As you've heard, I'm Jentan Mokaya. Yes, I'm a visually impaired person. Then, let me go straight to my question. I'm going to direct this question to the Governor, His Excellency Abdul Nasir, Governor Mombasa County. My question concerns disabilities. Okay, the question is, what have you, as the governors, what have you done in order to improve the lives of the children who are differently abled? And what are you planning to do to improve their lives even much better future? That is question number one.
All right, we have heard that question to Governor.
Governor, please go ahead. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to appreciate and thank you as well, Jentan. Amongst the things that we have been able to do is one, non-discrimination. Totally ensure that whatever it is being done across the board. Two, in a process of converting our facilities to be disabled friendly, and that includes from the ECD all the way. One of the other things that we have also been able to do is try in some of our offices to have a place that is going to be disabled friendly. We are currently trying to even relocate some of our offices, which we think are not friendly enough for people who are living with disabilities, or as rightfully put, differently abled. And amongst one of the flagship programs that Mombasa has been able to do with Food for Education. I want to thank Wawira, who has been very, very key in the success. Amongst the things that we've been able to do in the Food for Education, when we came up with feeding children in all county-owned ECDs, that means the nursery schools within Mombasa, we included as well for the schools of those who are living with different abilities. So these are amongst the issues that we have been able to do. Are we going to do way more? By all means, yes, we are. And amongst the issues that we are also contemplating is, again, giving preferences to issues to do with school bursaries. There are discussions right now to facilitate some of the schools that own school buses on how we can be able to assist them, public schools, in maintaining and running those buses on their behalf, so that they can be able to be further reach when it comes to ensuring that students get to school without having any problems whatsoever. So thank you very much for your good question.
Okay, that was good. I think that question is answered adequately. Somebody has reminded me I've been a bad boy. I've not introduced my panelists. So we can start from the other side. From there, just speak your mic. Sorry for it's my first time. Okay. Yeah.
You're doing a very good job.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wawira. I'm from Food for Education, and I'm very happy to be here. What Food for Education does is we provide school meals to kids like you in different schools across Kenya, including Mombasa, Kisumu, Nairobi, here in Kiambu. And we've heard a lot about how school meals are important, so I'm very happy to be here to discuss that with all of you.
Okay, this is a lady that has really sworn to make my work a tough one. I'm supposed to ask questions, but she's really perfect at her job. I'm maintaining food security, but I still have a question for you. So we can still go to the next panelist. Yes, I think, okay.
Introduce yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
My name is Serita. And I'd like to direct these questions to the center. So let's explain to everybody here, what is the Senate? Maybe they all want to understand what's the Senate. So can you explain what the Senate does and what the Senate does for the children?
Sorry. I actually was waiting for her to introduce herself. I didn't quite get the question. If you could kindly repeat the question.
Okay, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Serita Amy. I'm currently 13 years old and from Nairobi County. I want to direct these questions to you. Can you explain to everybody here what's the Senate and what the Senate does?
Can I start with that one? Or should I start by introducing myself? My name is Joe Newton, Senator from Murang'a County and Chair Education Committee of the Senate. And thank you very much for that question. What the Senate does through the Education Committee is to see to it that all the laws are related to protection of children and their rights also to have a free basic education, their rights against any violence, and that is why caning or corporal punishment in school is banned. It is the role of the Senate to see to it that these laws are observed. We also play an oversight role, and especially regarding or relating to what counties are supposed to do, and basically more so in early childhood education, that is ECD. What the counties are supposed to do, we see to it that that is done. If we have any petitions coming from the members of the public, the Senate dispenses, deals with that. The statements made, especially about or related to matters education, we deal with that by inviting everybody that is involved or concerned and asking them to give us, we ask them questions and then we make recommendations. You have another one? Wow.
I have a lot of them.
Go ahead, please, sorry.
Do you have a monetary kit here located within the county to cater for children with needs?
Sorry?
For children's needs.
Oh, thank you very much. That's a very relevant question. The Senate is not allocated any fund to deal with children or anybody. The Senate allocates funds to county governments who in turn are supposed to offer these services. So senators do not have a fund, fortunately or unfortunately.
Okay. And what do you think about positive parenting and proper raising of children?
Sorry?
What do you think about positive parenting and proper raising of children?
Thank you very much. I think that one is asked to me, I think in my capacity as a parent?
Yes.
So you actually believe I'm a parent, and you are right. Positive parenting is actually something that everybody that believes in Kenya, everybody who believes in the future has to support. And that is why we are here. Also in our capacities, different capacities as parents, to see to it that depending on your theme of empowering young voices. And I want to tell the children here or the students here that you are a lucky generation, that we can sit with you here, you can ask us questions, we can answer questions to you. Even at home, some of us belong to that generation where you are not supposed to speak in the presence of an adult, not even to give an opinion, to speak. When an adult appears, you are supposed to keep quiet if you are talking. So we are doing well as parents in positive parenting. What was the second part of your question again, sorry? Positive parenting and...
positive parenting and proper raising of children.
And proper raising of children. Yes, we also believe, personally I also believe in proper raising of children because without children, we have no future. And so we support children. And again, like I've said, that is why all of us are here. The governor is here, the PSA is here, the Speaker, County Assembly of Kiambu, and all these leaders are here because to see to it that our children are raised properly. I hope I've been able to answer your questions. I was not ready for them because I was waiting for you to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, the last question. What measures have been put in place in the safeguarding of children when traveling home from school or when they're at home during the holidays?
Thank you very much. I'm not very sure that that question should have been directed to me. It should have gone to the Honorable Permanent Secretary for Basic Education, Dr. Bello Kipsang. But I also have an advantage of being a teacher by profession. And so I know some of the ministerial guidelines. So you are talking about children, how we protect children when going home. Schools have been, I think they have ministerial guidelines. One, children or students are not supposed to be transported at night. The last time I checked, when students go out for whatever, even co-curricular activities, they must be back to school before dark. Number two, most of the schools now are organizing transport for students when they are going home. That we do not, schools do not just release students out there to go and look for matatus. Most schools now have adopted a system where they organize with maybe bus companies that come and pick students from school and drop them at their destinations. So these are some of the things that I'm aware are happening in order to protect students as they are traveling. Maybe they are traveling back home, or even going for what we call functions. You people like calling them funkies. Those are some of the guidelines that are there, given by the ministry, led by the Honorable Piers here, and I believe he has lots and lots of things that he can tell us about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks, Senator. A clap to that, please. And now that you have referred to the peers, I know there's the next question coming to the peers, but peers, feel free to come in that last question before the next child asks you the question.
Thank you very much. I think the senators adequately, to a large extent, handled it. And one is that, as he has already said, is times at which our kids are allowed to travel. And we insist in travel between 6 and 6 in the evening, so that it is time that in case of any challenges, we have adequate time to be able to address any challenges that may arise between where you are living and the destination that you are going to. So that is very important. And again, is that I'm aware schools have done it in such a way that as the kids leave school, they are able to communicate to the parents that your child has been arranged and is in this transport, which is this number, so that they can also be able to know that the children they have left at this time, this is the vehicle they have used. I'm also aware that in most cases, schools will be able to engage with some of these transport providers to ensure that the type of vehicles that come to pick our children are in good state, and that they will be able to deliver our children in the right place. Now, on safety of children at home, I think this is very important for us as parents, because our biggest responsibility is to make sure that our children are safe. One is that when the children come home, that we are able to adequately engage them, be able to be debriefed what happened in school, what is going on, so that at least you are able to move together with the children. Two is that we engage ourselves to make that the children, while at home, are in the right company. They are always under our watch to make sure that they are not exposed to situations which are not right. We take care that they are not in the wrong places that maybe make them to access substances which they are not supposed to access. We do mentoring. I know nowadays so many schools and so many communities arrange for mentorship sessions for children, either through religious frameworks, so that our children can be able to grow in a way that we want them to grow. I think since senators managed quite a lot of it, let me leave it at that.
Yeah, and that's good. Let's clap for him. That was nice. Now, I want to first introduce myself. I didn't also introduce myself. So my name is Manasseh Githuo from Kiambu County. I'm the Speaker of the Kenya Children Assembly here in Kiambu County. So you can clap for me. Amen. Other than that, I am a children rights activist and a potential lawyer. Amen. All right. Yes, I also do content creation, but that is out there. Amen. All right. So I want to the next question I want to put my question out. Now I want to address it to Miss Wawira Njeru. Now, you are doing a very good job, I have to say, a very good job out here, making sure that all children have food. So when it comes to matters food security and education, you have really tackled that very well, and we appreciate or they are sponsored by maybe agencies from outside the country. Now, what do we do? For example, I know a number of them that were closed after in between that period of Corona, because most of the food they are getting, or most of the support is from outside. And they're really doing a nice job. I don't know if the government has allocated funds for the children home, because they're really doing a nice job trying to put to reduce the numbers of street children and street families. Maybe we can get that from you.
Thank you for the question, Manasseh, and congratulations.
Thank you
for your achievements. On the issue of children's homes, so I think, Food for Education focuses on the public schools that are in the ECD centers. So for example, in Mombasa County, we're working in the ECD centers and the primary schools as well. In Murang'a County, we're working in the ECDs. In Nairobi County, we will be working in the primary and the ECDs. Here in Kiambu County, we work both primary and ECDs. So we're looking at the school as the main center of providing nutrition. However, the issue of children's home, as you've raised, is, kids are still going back to institutions and to places where they could be food insecure. So for all our kitchens, because we work out of central kitchens, when there's any leftover meals, they are distributed to children's homes to make sure that those children are getting meals every single day as much as we have leftovers in our kitchen. So that's one thing that we've done to be able to ensure that children's home are also catered for. However, I think that I'm not sure about how much funding has been allocated for children's home and their work. I think there's a government shift towards deinstitutionalization and bringing kids back home and working with foster families and things like that. However, I think that there's definitely ways to support children's homes. I actually started out, Food for Education. Before I started in schools, I was volunteering in children's homes, working with children here in Ruiru, which is where I grew up. So it's definitely something that I'm very passionate about, and I think that it's important to cater for children wherever they are. And I think also the governor of Mombasa has done a lot with children on holidays, which is another thing to make sure that children, when they're on holidays, they're also safe, that they're staying catered for, they're being given food, that they're not going out and engaging in activities that can harm them. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. But also, as we even continue, we can now just not even be in ECD and primary schools, but also reach out for those in children's home, even as you continue. The next question, we have one of our panelists.
My name is Abba Peace. I'm representing Uasin Gishu County, and my question is directed to the PS, State of Department of Basic Education, His Excellency Dr. Belio Kipsang. What is being done or will be done by the government to ensure that children access education well?
Thank you very much. Once again, you've heard my name is Belio Kipsang. And thank you for the question. Thank you for all of us. Thank you for the children. And thank you for the concern that you have for yourselves. And therefore, the responsibility that we have towards you as our children. Access to education is a basic right for our children. Article 53 of our Constitution obligates us as government to make sure that our children access quality, equitable, and inclusive basic education. And therefore, we must go out of our way to make sure that happens. The world is free, and therefore we must make sure that all public institutions, starting all the way from our ECD schools, our primary schools, and our secondary schools, that we create opportunities for our children to be in school. One, by investing in the necessary infrastructure. Two is investing in the necessary human capital, who are our teachers. 3 is making sure that the instructional materials, what is required in terms of books, is also available. And finally, is to make sure that for purposes of inclusivity, is that the environment is conducive for all our children, where the buildings are more than one floor, is that they will be around. It is made in such a way our children who are differently able will be able to access the facilities that are there without struggle. The other thing is that the law also requires us, as parents now, is that we are obligated to make sure that our children are in school, so that it is breaking the law for any one of us who are parents not to take our children to school. So it is an obligation of law that every child must be taken out to go to school. For secondary schools, where children have gained access to whichever school, if the child is not able to go to the school because of the status of the parents, it is an obligation on us as government to ensure that we create opportunities for those kids to go. And that's why, as government, we pay on average around 22,000 for every child. For those who are going to boarding schools and they do not afford, we also make sure that we look for opportunities for scholarship, for bursaries. Today in government we have what we call a Elimu scholarship. Elimu scholarship, in the last 3 years, we are sponsoring 40,000 students in high school to go through their education. So that is what we do as government, to make sure that our children access. One is that we give everybody an equal opportunity. 2 is that we make sure that we nurture you as an individual, and that we nurture you from the potential that you have. We give you an equal opportunity to develop your talent. That's why education is not all about going to class. Education is beyond going to class. It also involves developing your talent. If you are good in music, we develop your music. If you are good in athletics, we develop your capacity in athletics. If you are good in football, we develop your capacity. It is part of that formation of yourself and making you the person that you ought to be. So I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
My last question is, what will the government do to ensure we access enough extracurricular activities?
Thank you again. I think I'm picking from where I left. And today, we have even changed the name from calling it extracurricular activities to co-curricular, because it is part of. It's not extra to anything, it is now part of. So we even call it now co-curriculum, because it is, you do them concurrently. One is not an alternative of the other. They are both together. And the other day, we took our children to perform drama for our president. And when we did that, we saw the huge potential in our children. And I remember the president saying, why do we still watch Afro cinema when we have our own who can give us better than Afro cinema? That is part of developing our talent. Today, what we are doing is that we have created a whole fund that deals with development of our potential in terms of our talent. We have today an institution called Sports Arts and Social Development Fund, which generates around 16 billion shillings. And that money, we don't do anything else with it other than to put into developing, and one is identifying, nurturing, and developing the talent of our children. And today, as we develop CBC, the competence-based curriculum, when we move forward from grade 7, 8, and 9 to go to grade 10, 11, and 12, you will be able to choose what you want to do. If you want to do sciences, mathematics, and physics, there will be a pathway for you. If you want to do history, geography, religion, economics, there will be a pathway for you. But most importantly, we shall have another pathway on sports, arts, both performing virtual arts, which you can follow all the way, either to the university, all the way to develop yourself in that particular area. So we are moving away from just looking at it as that thing you do after. It is no longer what you do after 4 o'clock when you got out of class. You say, now let's go for games. It is part of our learning now. So we are going to encourage all of us. If you have a certain potential and talent, don't ever look at it as though it is that which you must do after you are out of your class. It is part of what is in the classroom now. So tufanye pamoja ili tukienda mbele, we are able to carry on everybody, because we are all given different abilities, and every other ability that we have been given is a gift in itself, and therefore we want to nurture that gift. If you are a good mathematician, we shall assist you to pursue that. If you are a good historian, we shall assist you to pursue that. If you are a good drummer or good musician, we shall assist you to pursue that one in an equal footing, without looking like there is one which is better than the other. Asante sana.
Okay. I believe we can do better than that. Tumpongeze. Okay, I also have a question for Dr. Bellu Kipsang. I am a peer counselor at my school, and we have gone through the training, but I think sometimes it's not adequate, because sometimes students are usually going through tough times, and they're still coming to school. I was just trying to ask, is it possible that you can have a professional counselor in every school, stationed at every school, because people are going through problems, and sometimes you find them directing them to the children, and the children get so stuffed with them, and until they cannot perform well. So I even know people who are very well, they have a very good academic potential, and because of things that they go through, not because of their fault, sometimes even because of the parents, what can we do about it? Can we even try getting a peer counselor, not a peer counselor, a professional counselor in every school? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, today we have so many challenges, not only among our children, but in the society in general. And therefore we need a framework that we fall back to when we go through these challenges. And in a school environment, counseling and what we call chaplaincy, and working with our religious leaders, we are creating an environment where we shall be having both this counseling environment and also a way in which we have spiritual nourishment, which in one way or the other will also support the whole question of counseling. So that these particular chaplains from across our religion, today we have what we call interreligious council. which is working out a framework where we shall create a support system for our children. Today, when you go to places like the military today, like the police, you will get a framework that supports them through what we call a chaplaincy system. There will be an imam, there will be a priest, there will be a reverend, and most of them have been trained also on counseling and mental support. So this is part of the things that we are doing. We are also trying to assist teachers in situations that we are not able to provide. Today, both primary and secondary schools, we have 35,000 schools, and both at primary and secondary level. And that's why we are trying to see how do we create a framework that we can share the resource that is there. But I can say, as you have said, it is so important. And some of the challenges that we are having are not only challenges of the child, some of them are challenges that emanate from the challenges that we have in our homes. And the parent might not be able to provide that particular support because they would also be going through almost a situation that compromises the support that you would have required. And as you said, therefore, is that we may not necessarily have one counselor for every school, but we shall create opportunities for professional counselors to be available in schools in certain frequencies so that they can be able to be available both to the children and to our teachers. I'm a teacher myself, and sometimes our teachers are also going through the same situation and they need support. So while we sometimes run to our teachers to give us support, they also need a fallback so that they can also be supported. And some of their challenges might be the exposure that we give them. You know, 10 kids would go to a teacher giving them challenges. This teacher sometimes internalizes them unknowingly until they become a problem to them. So they also need somebody who will provide for them. So we shall try as much as possible, and we are already having a framework on chaplaincy. I'm sure it is one of the areas that was discussed by the team that was going around the country. So we shall do a framework at school level, visiting level, to support our children and to support our teachers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, PS. I don't know whether our panelists, you are satisfied. You know, that is the person who is accountable to all education issues. I see a question.
Yes, I'm back again. My questions still go to Abdusoman Nasir. Question kama mbili hivi. Then to Dr. Belio Kipsang, question moja. Then tutaendelea. Haya, question ya kwanza. Sijui, it is a coincidence that in every 10 children who are able differently, you find 8 or 9 of them come from a humble background. And I don't know what or if the government have put in place measures on how to provide the equipment that are usually used by such students, because from what I know, those equipments are too expensive. For example, if a wheelchair, you can find one wheelchair costing more than 60,000. Yet, the child that is requiring such an equipment comes from a humble background. I don't know what you have to say about that.
Governor, please.
Thank you. Chantal has come up with very interesting statistics. Where it says that 8 out of 10 children who are able differently come from humble backgrounds. I want you all to realize being born able differently does not matter your backgrounds per se. Maybe, and I'm not doubting the survey that he has quoted and the figures and the statistics, but I think it could be as well also that those who are from well-to-do backgrounds, maybe they have not been accessed as much when this kind of a report was being done. But I would like us not to bring a differential between those who are from well-to-do backgrounds and those who are from not so well-to-do backgrounds, that this is something that is only on those who are from poor backgrounds that are suffering, or maybe not even the right word is not even suffering, but they're the ones who have more children who are born differently. Where I come from, for a very long time, as a matter of fact, and I'm glad through continuous education, there was a period in time where there were some communities as well who actually believed that having a child who was born differently was either, others would call it an omen, others would call it all sorts of things. But we have evolved as a country, we have evolved as a people, and where we are right now, we are way, way far ahead. The county government of Mombasa, we have quite a number of schools within ourselves that are for children who are born differently, able differently rather. And for ourselves as ECD centers, we have done what needs to be done. The current budget, we have equipped, budgeted for the necessary equipment for those children when they're going to that school. I remember in my previous year, I was a member of parliament, and one of the schools that was within my jurisdiction, one of them was Tomboya School for those with cerebral palsy, and I think the school bus that they're using right now is a school bus that was done by myself. Ziwani School for the Deaf was another school that benefited from school furniture. There was a specific and quite a number of equipment. So I'm confident that the members of parliament as well and the national government are doing what needs to be done. But at least on our part, in terms of the ECDs, we're definitely doing what needs to be done. The other issue that we are currently contemplating, and we're working on the figures right now, is to see a possibility of providing transportation for all children who have disability to be able to go to school. And we are talking to the schools that have the buses. An example is the same Tomboya, where they cannot be able to manage with the current cost of fuel and everything. They cannot be able to manage to run that bus. So as a county government, we are now coming on board to see how we can support them in such kind of programs. So I hope I've been able to answer you on that, but at least I can comfortably say for the ACD schools within Mombasa County, for those who are able differently, we are definitely going to equip them with the necessary equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. And
is there a supplementary question to that? He's bringing the mic.
Now, before tuendelee na Governor Mombasa County, let me go to Dr. Belio Kipsang. I would like to know, because the equipments, let's say that for us, the VIUs, the Braille machines, are equipment that gets spoiled maybe after a period of time. How do you usually replace them? Or how often do you replace the equipment? Yes, because kwa shule yetu form 1s are suffering.
Thank you very much. I think I would want to pick from Governor left, and that it is important that we are able to meet the obligations of the Constitution, because it talks of inclusive education. And that inclusive education is in a way that it takes care of all of us, even those who are able differently. One is that when it comes to the second question, is that there is so much that the government is doing in trying to deal with the question of supporting children who are able different. One is that when we give out capitation to our children in our schools, like in our secondary schools, while we give a capitation of 22,000 to everybody else, is that children who are able differently, we give a top-up of up to 35,000 shillings, because we are aware that there are certain other facilities that they require, and therefore we cannot be able to give them resources like the others. The other thing also is in examinations, is those of our children who are not able to, who are able differently, is when they are doing examinations, we always make sure that we give them adequate time, because they are not able to move at the same speed as the others. And therefore, every exam paper that we give, they will always be given an extra 30 minutes, so that they are able to adequately deal with it. The other thing is assistive devices. We are currently giving assistive devices to our children, mainly those who are hearing impaired and the VI, so that they can be able to be supported to learn. We are adopting also instructional materials. They are those which we put into Braille to support our children. And from this year, the Kenya Institute for Special Education will be empowered, so that one, they will be the ones who will be providing the essential equipment that are needed. Two is that we shall empower them to do any maintenance that is required, so that they will be able to be working with people within counties to be able to sort out any issues, as he has already mentioned, that sometimes some of these brails and other equipment break down, and there might not be a proper structure and framework to support in these repairs. And that's why now we are empowering Kenya Institute for Special Education to be able to guide on this particular issue. Finally, is the environment in which our children who are able differently. We require every school now to be able to make sure that the environment is friendly for all our learners. Thank you.
Okay. Tumpigie makofi. That is very good and answered the question adequately. All right. I don't see. I wanted to. Okay. I'll come back to the floor. We take 3 questions or 2. But before that, I am a frequent visitor in some children's homes. And one time I asked one of those people who administrate there, I asked them, why do we have so very many numbers? Yet I know people who want to adopt children, but sometimes they can't. They say the process of adoption is a very long one and is very costly. I know that the government makes it long and costly to make sure there is clarity so that you know, and accountability for those who are being given the children. But sometimes it's too costly, so you find somebody really has the heart and wants to go and get a child to adopt. So if there's somebody in the room who is in the ministry or something like that of social protection, I understand that is the ministry. Please, that is something we need to take care of, because then okay, so we really need to have a look at that, because it's really a long process, and many of us, many of those people who want to adopt the children find it long, and so they give up along the way. So if we can look at that, maybe that can be. Well, now I want to go to the people at the floor. There was a hand that was raised there. Yes, there's
someone from social protection here.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues and children. My name is Janet Mwema. I work for the National Council for Children's Services from Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and an agency which has a mandate of formulating laws on children. We also coordinate issues of children in the country, and thank you for asking that question about adoption. Adoption, I can say currently we are not doing inter-country adoption because there is a ban for that, but for the local adoption, that is in-country, we are doing that. And matters adoption, they are anchored in the ministry and in that agency where I sit. As per the Children Act 2022, number 29, we are going to make regulations on adoption so that the process of adopting children can be easy. And so many children who are finding their way because of one reason or another in these institutions of care, they can be able to be adopted and be given a family. Because adoption should enable children to have a family, but not to enable a family to have a child. Because all the children, they have that right to have a family. Thank you.
Okay. So the process is underway. We can do better than that. That is really a grievance that we handed.
If you can take, is it okay we take a question this side, that side, in alternating? I'll start here, if that's okay.
Thank you so much. I'm Promising Kamidi from Musikoma Primary School, representing Bungoma County. And I have a question. And this is the question. This question will go to maybe the governor of Mombasa County. Why are some of the children who come from the poor family are not given bursaries, but you can find those from able families are given the bursaries?
Maybe we can take the 3 questions, then the panel can answer. Maybe we can...
Maybe to the adjudicators, we need to have gender balance. Why don't you take two males and 2 females?
Yes.
2 boys and 2 girls, that makes it 4.
Let's get a girl, please.
I'm Adongo Atieno from the Salvation Army Kolanya Girls National School that is in Busia County. So I have a question to His Excellency Abdul Nasir. We are getting concerned of students who are differently abled, that is visually impaired, those with hearing problems, but we are forgetting this group of students who are autistic. We have 2 public schools in the country. You can imagine the whole country that is concerned for those who are autistic. And the other schools are private and they're so expensive. I'm requesting if you can interact with the teachers who take care of these students so that you can know what they require, because the Ministry of Education is giving them books, yet they do not require books, they do not require academics, require materials for playing. Those are the swings, balls. And so if you can get to interact with the teachers of these students and the students themselves so that you know what they need, and you can also invest in those schools to ensure that they're also catered for. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take a question on this end for Madam Awera.
Thank you. My name is Abdimajid. I'm from Wajir County, and my governor is not around. To start with, I thank my governor for the great work he's doing in our county, especially in health and education. So I have two questions. Since my governor is not around, maybe I will direct one of the question to Mr. Belio Kipsang and the other one to Mrs. Wawera. So the first question is that it concerns security in northeastern region, especially Wajir and Mandera. In the northern region, as we all know, insecurity have really affected learning. Learners and teachers fear sometimes to go to school. What measures is the government taking to solve this issue? The second question is, I want to solidify a point that was raised by my fellow from Garissa at the morning about malnutrition. It's really a problem that requires an immediate actions. That one goes to Mrs. Wawera. Thank you.
I think we can pick the last question from Magal, please.
My name is Patience Derry from Kitui County, representing Kitui County. My question is, what are the plans of the government towards the street children? Because I've not heard anyone mentioning about the street children.
Okay, your question is to who? Is it PS, Governor?
To the PS, Dr. Belio Kipsang.
Okay. So, Governor, you have, I think, two questions, and then the PS, you have two questions. Thanks.
I was asked a question on why is it that bursaries, in some parts, I don't think that this applies to every part of the country, but from the number of applause that was here, and it seems quite a number of people have been affected, at least the young people. And the question that has been asked is, why is it that others who are well-to-do are getting the bursaries and those who are not well-to-do are not getting those particular bursaries? I think the definition of bursary is very clear, that the child has to be needy. And the problem is now those who are issuing is how they define the word needy. Do bursaries help the young people? Yes, they do. Do they help the parents? Yes, they do. Is everyone who is in charge of this 100% fair? Maybe not all of them are, but there are definitely others who are very fair in the issuance of bursaries. And I think this needs to be created as an awareness, maybe from ministry levels to go all the way, and from Council of Governors level to go all the way to grassroots levels, so that we can appreciate that the little we have, let's share it with those who have a little with them. The second question that was asked was about the autistic children. Coincidentally, I patron 3 organizations of children with disabilities. And I don't know whether, I don't know how they knew, maybe that's the reason why a number of the questions on disabilities are coming towards me. But there was an issue that was raised on autistic children. In Mombasa, we actually have schools for children with autism. And I agree with you, you cannot give a child who is autistic a book, but they're able differently, and the majority, you'll be surprised, the IQ level, the intelligence on these young children is extremely high as long as they get the right things. As a county government, what we are currently planning on doing with the financial year that we have in place is to put in teachers in our ECDs for those with children with special needs. And we are hoping that the area that we have set aside for children who are autistic and other levels, we can be able to do what needs to be done. So I hope I've been able to answer the questions on that part. I know there was an issue that was asked on street children, and I think because this is an issue that is actually more county related. Unfortunately, there's been a big challenge. The big challenge, especially in urban areas. We have done 2 major cleanups, and whenever we did these cleanups to try and remove the children from the streets, and we take them to children homes, hoping that they're going to stay there at the children homes, and we realize that a majority of those children are actually not homeless. Not all, but a majority are not homeless. It just goes to show you out there how some people can be, where they use children as a bait of trying to say that let them be as if they're homeless, and they're actually not, because when we take them on board and then we quickly realize that these young people apparently have homes. In fact, some of them have they come not only just from different counties to go to the urban areas, but also from different countries as well. This applies to those who even fake disability by trying to beg on the streets. But we've already done, within a period of these 9 months, we've done 2 cleanups for those who are genuine, that they're truly street children. But unfortunately, the word street children sometimes gets misused for people who have personal and selfish interests. So I hope I've been able to answer that as well.
Thank you, Governor. Pierce, please.
I think on what Governor said, it is some of those things where both the national government and the county government work together to see how to deal with some of these challenges. And one of the things that I know some counties have been doing, mainly those ones which are urban, Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, is also to try to see, to deal with the push factors. What is it that brings these children to the streets? So that we try to treat it at that particular level. We try to cap it at that level. But also as government, with the free education, it becomes one of those solutions, because we start picking some of these children and taking them to school, and that way they become rehabilitated. With the county governments, we start doing some children's homes, and then now you start rehabilitating them properly into the society in which we create out of that. On the issue of Wajir, yes, we acknowledge we still have some challenges, but there's been quite a lot of engagement within government, from education, from the Ministry of Interior and National Security, from local communities, because local communities also provide a lot of information, and we continuously engage ourselves, because security issues are always a moving target, where you sort it out and there's still other emerging issues. But these are things that within the intergovernmental way of engaging, and we are doing this at all levels, both at the county government level. The county government level today, they have also human capital all the way. We have ward administrators, we have our chiefs, So all these people share information, share intelligence. They engage with the community so that the communities are encouraged to also give information on characters and elements within our communities who may want to work with people who can cause harm to either our children, to our teachers. So one thing that I can assure you is that government will continue and is continuously ensuring that there is adequate intelligence, there is adequate working together within parties that are there to make sure that the problem of insecurity is adequately managed. But it is a problem that will always be emerging, and as government, we make sure that enough information, enough intelligence is gathered so that some of these issues are preempted before our people go into harm. Thank you, Governor. You have dealt adequately, I think, with the outcome. I don't want to repeat that. You have also adequately dealt with the bursaries. But I want to give one assurance that, and Governor would say the same, and we share the same, is that most of the processes of identifying the beneficiaries of bursaries are done at community level. We have what we call community selection committees. And those community selection committees understand that community, and they know the people who require support. So in most of the cases, we've made sure that the identification is taken back to the community, who will be able to know those people who are vulnerable and require support. I think I'll leave at that, and then Wawira will handle a few things on nutrition and our feeding of our children.
Thank you. That was a great question on malnutrition, a problem that needs addressing. I completely agree with you, and I think all the panelists here would completely agree that nutrition is a key intervention, particularly for children, starting from ECD level when you enter school, all the way even to secondary school. It's important that you get the right nutrition. So in Wajir County, I just met your governor for the first time, so we're going to pick up the conversation and see how we can support Wajir County. But I am aware that there are some initiatives that have been happening in the school feeding space through the Ministry of Education to provide school meals in that county. But I think as partners, we're ready to support any places that we can to be able to provide more meals for children. And I think, all of you will attest that before lunch, we were very tired. We didn't want to continue. We wanted to go home. And then when we've eaten, we can sit here. If they tell us to stay till 5, maybe we can. So by eating that one meal that we ate today, we feel energized, we feel like we're alert, we're able to raise our hands and ask questions. When the question time happened, I saw almost all the children raise their hands. And that's the exact same situation that happens in a classroom. If you don't give a child lunch, and you all know this, if you're hungry, you can't learn. So it's very important that we continue providing meals across the country. We're working closely with the PS, with Murang'a County, with Mombasa County, with other counties to ensure that more children are able to get meals. And that's something that we're very committed to. So thank you for that question.
Thank you very much. Let's pick the last question from a child who is able differently.
Okay, so we will have an interpreter do the sign language interpretation. Karibu.
Hello everyone, my name is Abel, that is my sign name. That is the deaf community culture, we always use sign names. So on to my first question. I come from Kericho County. and I'm honored to be here. I have a question and also a request that the learners with disability, because most of them are boarders, if at all they can be given the NEMIS, which they'll be using for hospitals. And also another question, we have seen, for example, for the deaf community, the language that is used to set exams mostly is not favorable for them. So could we have maybe a curriculum, or maybe through the PS, this direct to the PS, they can be able to help us to see how we can be able to be inclusive, especially for the deaf community, because they use Kenyan Sign Language. And also, the third question, our learners, some of the learners are not able to, get some bursaries, so sometimes it's really hard for them to access schools because of school fees challenges. So would you be able, the government, could it be able to create ways whereby we try to have more advocacy for learners with disability accessing schools, or maybe have a subsidy for them to go to school and also for the universities? Thank you.
Yes, that's a loaded question. Any chance that we have a girl who is abled differently? A girl who is abled differently? Yeah.
My name is Innocent Katumi from Meru, and I have a question about the accession of job to different abled people. Majority of the disabled people cannot get job easily because some of the government say that there is no application. That is my question. Secondly, disabled people, some of students, many people may judge them by cheating them. And this question goes to our PS about the protection of disabled people when they are going to school and when they are back to home. Some of people make use of us by cheating us or giving us something that can destroy our destiny, so that they may take us to different places that we are not aware of. I would like to ask if you can help us help us to assess those questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, those two young people. PS, I think the questions were all directed to you. I think the issue of facilities, exams, I think the mode of exams, mobility, bursaries, really protection, and then of course around mobilities for disabled or children enabled differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, thank you very much. We appreciate, and as already mentioned, it's our responsibility as government to ensure that all our children access equitable, quality education that is inclusive. And therefore, on the issue of curriculum and the issue in which we deliver it, we shall be coming out very clearly, and I would not want to preempt some of the issues that are in the presidential working party report, but I know it has really engaged and go deeply into ways in which the whole question of inclusivity will be dealt with, in the way that we are going to deliver our curriculum, in the way that we shall ensure that each child is treated in a way that they all get an equal opportunity. On subsidies and top-ups, as I mentioned earlier, for our primary school, as for capitation of our primary schools, for all our children, we give 1,420 But for our children who are able differently, we give another top-up of 2,000 shillings because we are aware that there will be additional expenses that needs to be dealt with. For our secondary school, we add another 35,000 in addition to the 22,000. So it means for our children who are able differently, we give government capitation of 57,000, while we give capitation to our other children of 22,000, so that we can be able to take care of some of the additional costs that they incur in getting education. On the issue of security, it is our responsibility as government to make sure that every citizen feels safe and is safe. And therefore, I would want to give that assurance that we shall continue as government to make sure all our children, that's one, and all our citizens are safe. And a critical focus will be put to those who may be more exposed and vulnerable, including our children who are able differently. So I can give that particular assurance that it is the responsibility of all of us, and primarily of government, to ensure that our children are safe. Two is also our obligations as parents to make sure that our children are in an environment that they feel protected and they feel comfortable that nothing will harm them. On the other issues, I think on issues of medical care, on issues of making sure that you are adequately taken care of, I am aware, and the governor will tell you, that the two levels of government are working very closely to ensure that we have a universal health care, so that all of us do not need to incur any cost when we are getting medical attention. Mainly, as again said, our children who are able differently and may require additional care, mainly medical care, as we move forward. Between the two levels of government, we can give that assurance that all of us, and particularly our children, will be able to get adequate and proper medical care. Thank you.
Right. Okay, now we want to wind up, and I first want to start by thanking our panelists, those who are asking the question, those who are answering the question. That was well done. Thank you, Dr. Bellew Kipsang, for availing yourself this day. The County Governor of Mombasa, also John Nyoto and Wawera Njiru. Well, okay. Wawera Njiru, thank you so much for availing yourself. As I even want to summarize, all the issues that we have talked about here, even as a body and as the children, we know that they are not going to take them lightly. They're going to take those that need to be taken to the next level, shall be done. Tomorrow, we are going to the assembly, the one that the speaker was talking about here. We are still going to air the ones that we have remained there. Ama aje? Sindio? Yes, hatujamaliza, sindio? Yes, so the issues of social protection, bursaries, autism, security, malnutrition, the issue of street children, all of them will be dealt with accordingly. All right? So I want to thank all of us for this. And you know, there is a quote that says, all work. Okay, so I want to invite to hand over the mic. But before that, let us stand, kidogo. Let us stand. I don't know if we can get some music from there. We see the dance move of our guests. So that even as we continue to the next session. All right. Technical team. All right, kila mtu na style yake, twende. Hey, it is dancing. Hey, let's go. Hey.
kucheza no dancing huko juu. Everybody. Nani anajiamini ndio dancer kuja afunze guest one dance style? Alright. Asante sana. Okay, asante. Asante sana. Please help me appreciate our moderators. This is Manase and Daktari. Shukrani sana. Obviously, just to reiterate Manase's point, Washimiwa asanteni sana. Thank you for taking time to join us. I also want to thank Jenton and the girls who are here tonight, this afternoon, and of course Miss Oera. Miss Oera, real quick, just to give us context on what your organization is doing. How many meals are you providing on a given day across the counties so far? Even as we're working across Kenya, even as we're making our way to Wajir.
Right now, across Kenya, we are at 150,000, and we're going to partner to do 250,000 this year.
150,000 meals a day, okay? Now, we don't want to let you go before we teach you something, at least something that we have learned here today. How do we say children's devolution conference, again in sign language? Do you guys want to show? This is how we're learning. So children, somebody do children? It's children. Devolution. Devolution is how? Children is like this. Devolution. Devolution goes like this. And then conference to come back like that. Okay, so children, devolution, conference. Umeipata? Bwana Senator, umeipata? Ajaipata kidogo. For the sake of Bwana Senator, everyone, let's go children. Children, devolution. Hapo sawa. Asante sana. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you. Thank you for spending time to be here. God bless you. God bless you indeed. Mko sawa? Are we all right? Later on, tumejaribu dancing lakini haija happen sana. But I want to announce that some very special guests are here with us today, and later on we'll be talking about careers and talent, and I'm going to be asking Timeless Noel to lead us in some songs. Hapo sawa? Madance kiasi. Asanteni sana. One more time, help me appreciate our guests and our panelists. All right, asante. We also want to, you can be bringing down the screen. Technical team, we can drop the screen and ready it for the video. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 quick more sessions to go before we call it a day. And I want to also just recognize, even as they leave, the MCAs, some of the MCAs from this particular county. Asanteni sana for joining us this morning and this afternoon. We appreciate your presence, all the members of the County Assembly. Mungu wabariki sana. Thank you for joining us. I want to direct your attention to the screens behind me for a video, even as I invite just for a few moments a member of the Safaricom team who will be talking to us about a very special program that is called Tech for Kids. This is Madam Diana Ogeto. If you can just stand by for that. Utaka stand by kidogo, even as we prepare to watch a video, and then she will speak to us for about 3 to 5 minutes, and then I'll transition to invite some very special guests as well in our last session for the day, which will be on children, on career guidance and talent development in our changing environment. And today we have a very special guest, Janet Chepkoskei, who is the former middle distance champion, 800 meters, what wanamuita Eldoret Express, aka Eldoret Express. She's here with us. She'll be joining us together with Mr. Joe Bonga, who is the founder for Africa for SDGs, that's Sustainable Development Goals. And then we also have Miss Ngendo Mashua, who is a communication specialist and a stand-up comedian. Mnajua ma comedians? Mnajua comedians gani wenye mnajua? How many, kama nani? MC Tricky is a comedian. Who else is a comedian? Nani? DJ Shiti? Nani? Haya, huyo sijamsikia. Obumba? Okay. Nani mwingine? Terence, mnajua Terence? Terence, sawa. Otis? Hey, hawa siwajui sana, lakini sawa. They're all comedians. She's a communication specialist with the Stockholm Environment Institute, lakini pia kwa stage huwa tunamuita jina yake ya stage ya comedy ni Mama Ngina, because her last born child is called Mama Ngina. It's called Ngina. And then finally we'll have our friend Timeless Noel, who's a media personality as well as an artist, a gospel artist, and he'll be joining us here on stage as well. But for now, let me direct your attention to the screen for this video, and then I will invite Madam Diana Ogeto on behalf of Safaricom. If you're ready with the video, let's proceed. Asante.
Women in Technology is a platform of about 40 passionate ladies who take the time to try and inspire young girls and women from different backgrounds to be able to advance them from the classroom to the boardroom.
Growing up, I never had a mentor to look up to. Now that the young girls can have real-life mentors coming to them wherever they are enabled to take up the STEM courses courageously and know that they can make it in the technical field.
We teach kids from the age of 7 to 13 to become techie guys. So we want to enhance that innovation in them from an early stage.
We support young students by encouraging them to pursue careers in technology, and we guide them on choosing the right path.
Our work is to reach out to the high school girls when they are still on the tender age to just encourage them take up the STEM courses. This will help them focus on what courses they'll get into when they are going into campus.
In Technovation, our success story comes in seeing these girls identify these problems and get to do this coding by themselves. We've had many girls come in and after taking part in the program, we've had them coming back as mentors and mentoring other girls into the challenge, and that's one thing that we see as a win in Technovation.
For campus outreach, actually targeting campus and college students aged.
Thank you very much, media team. But I don't know what happened. Technology really let us down. The words were not going with the video. But good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Diana Ogeto. All protocols observed. I can see that the excellencies have actually left, but I'll just like to mention them. His Excellency Governor Kiambu County for hosting us. Kimani Wamatangi, Honorable Governor Mombasa County, Honorable Nasir, the PS Education, Dr. Bilio Kipsang, the Senator, Honorable Joe Nyutu for Murang'a County, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, teachers, students, good afternoon. My name is Diana Ogeto, and I come to you from Safaricom, Women in Technology, coming bearing good news. Do you like good news? So what would you like from Safaricom? Who can tell me what Safaricom does for you? When you hear Safaricom, what do you hear?
Safaricom improves our digital lives also. It makes us to see more in the internet. By the way,
nice.
I'm Nevin Mogambi from Eronge Adventist.
Very nice. Let's clap for her. Oh, sorry. She said she's? He's a boy. He's?
Nevin.
Oh, sorry, David. Let's clap for him. And one girl here. Just right here. Oh, okay.
I'm Zamzam Mohammed from
Yes.
representing Machakos County. Zamzam.
Okay.
When I heard Safaricom, what came in my mind is networking and communication.
Very good. Let's clap for them. So when I hear Safaricom, I think M-Pesa. Who doesn't think M-Pesa? Who doesn't like money? Okay, so Safaricom Women in Technology has 2 programs that are of benefit to the children of this age group. So Women in Technology ensures that we train kids between the ages of 7 to 13, like you heard, and we teach them coding, we teach them programming, we teach them to make small experiments in the technical space. And why are we doing this? We want to open up their minds. We want to show them what other kids in other countries are learning, where technology is going, and how this will be of benefit to them. So currently, we've done that in partnership with the Nairobi County government. We are going in the next 1.5 weeks to Mombasa County also. We want to train young kids like you. We want to go and teach them how to code, how to program, to make small games and be able even to sell them on the internet. How many have played internet games? How many would like to develop internet games? You'd like to earn money, right? When you're this young, right? So that is a program that you're rolling out in the primary schools that will be of benefit to the young boys and girls. Then after that, we go to high school. How many are high school people here? High schoolers? Very nice. So we go to high school and we mentor them. And we coach them also on the technical space. And here we are saying there are fewer girls who are taking up STEM courses. STEM courses means science, technology, engineering, and? So how many are taking those courses in the high school? How many are taking physics, mathematics, chemistry, and biology? Very nice. Clap for yourselves. So we are telling you that if you take these courses, you have a bigger playing field. You are going to change the world in very many ways. Nowadays, we are looking for things to be automated. No one wants to do all the manual work. And this is what we are saying, that we are going also to give you an opportunity. After we train you, we mentor you through Women in Technology, we are going to give you an opportunity to compete with girls and boys in the world. Not just in Kenya, in the world. And we want you to solve problems in your community. So what we are saying is that we have problems affecting us as Kenyans. Do we have problems? Have you seen problems in your communities? Do you want to solve them? It is you and I to solve those problems. And through technology, we make it easier for you. We are able to give you bundles. We are able to come up with mentors and coaches who are going to teach you on how to develop apps, on how to be able to make technology work for you. Do you want a self-driving car? You are the ones to bring it to Kenya. Would you love to see that? Or a talking fridge? You don't want to see a talking fridge? A fridge that sends you a message and tells you that you do not have milk? Wouldn't that be cool? That will be very cool. Sindio? So that it sends you a message and tells you, you're running out of milk, please come with milk when you leave work, okay? Then you send your self-driving car, it goes to the supermarket, the attendant puts milk in it, or a robot that is now in the supermarket working as an attendant that you have created, puts milk in it, drives itself, and comes back home. Wouldn't you love that? It will be a nice world, right? So that is what we aim to do. We aim to make sure that you learn technology in all spaces. So when you hear Safaricom, don't only think M-Pesa, don't only think connectivity, but think broadly. Think what Safaricom can give you. Safaricom can ensure that you develop AI. This is automatic, basically automatic things in that space. So I came with very nice ladies who lead the programs in Women in Technology. I'll ask them to stand up and wave. Stella, Winnie, Tima, and Faith. Those are the ladies that, can you clap for them? They actually came and wanted to speak to you, but because of time, we are not able. But have I told you something new? Do you now know what Safaricom can give you other than connectivity? Safaricom can teach you very many things in this world, right? So who has just one question for me? One question. I can see 2 hands. I can only pick one. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Grace Nabiswa Nafula from Moi Girls High School, Eldoret, representing Uasin Gishu County. So there is a question on if there is anything that has been done in women in technology to cater for the girls who are in schools or for the special needs. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. So yes, we are training our mentors to learn. Basically, we are starting with what our lovely lady is doing here, to be able to actually interpret in sign language. We are not yet there, but we have interns who are coming on board. We have trained our workforce, and we allow those girls to come on a day with us and actually just sit with us, learn what technology is about. So we have staff who are specialized in interpretation to the differently abled, and we're able to get these girls, they come on board, and we train them for a day. So we don't have a program, a full program for them, but we are thinking of that. That is in our pipeline. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you
very
so
much,
much.
ladies and gentlemen. That was it for me.
Thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause? Can we get a bigger round of applause? How many are happy and proud of how Safaricom is involving children, ladies in tech? How many are happy? So can we give them feedback and tell them that we are happy? We are happy. Now, I think we can go straight into our next session. Once again, my name is Mukam Dali, and I want to welcome my co-host, Mr. Imran Hassan. Imran Hassan. Clap for Imran as he approaches the stage. So together with Imran, maybe Imran you can occupy, okay, you have a mic? Okay. Yes, together with Imran we are going to take you through a very, very beautiful session. This is where we are going to talk about career guidance and talent development in the changing environment. Maybe if Imran, you have anything to say before we introduce our panelists?
Hello guys. Honestly, I really have a lot to say. Wakati nilipokuja hapa, first nilijiuliza, am I in another country? Huh? What is the phrase that lady ambaye alikoniwa anasemanga? Kwani niko nchi ingine? So, first thing, huku ni kubaridi sana. Huh? Yes. Right now, mnaona hii oversized coat that I am wearing. I know I have been the laughing stock lately. Simply congratulate for being the laughing stock, for entertaining you guys. Huh? This is my legacy from my father. Eh?
Oh, beautiful.
Yes. Aliitupa lakini. Yeah. I actually wanted to be given an opportunity to talk to this Council of Governors, together with the Principal Secretary and the other governors who are here. I really wanted to be given a great opportunity so that I can talk to these people. You know, I really had a lot to ask them. I really did. And I had a lot of suggestions to make. But unfortunately, who has a question? Everybody in the house has a question. So when will Imran get a time to ask a question? So I'm Imran Hassan from the terrifying region, Northeastern region.
Not anymore.
Yes, oh really?
Not anymore.
I don't think that's the case actually.
Really?
I don't think that's the case.
With devolution, there's so much going on in that region.
Yeah, there's actually a lot that's going on.
Yes.
But there's a lot of distance.
A lot of?
A lot of distance among the people. Like mtu akisikia like someone who has come from northeastern region. Yani kuna kakitu kana kusumbua, sijui ni nini. Sijui ni nini huwa inawasumbua. For heaven's sake, it's not us who does those things. Okay?
I think we're already getting into our panel, and Imran will have a session to do a stand-up comedy for us, right?
No.
He's a proper comedian and a good speaker. Sindio?
I am not a comedian, actually. I am not a comedian, but I'm a public speaker. I attend various functions for representing my county. And last time I was the guest of honor for the Day of the African Child at Garissa University. Yeah, and that's what the children's president was saying actually. Smith, yeah, Mr. Smith, His Excellency. I'd like you to make, nilikuwa kwanza nataka unifanye mimi PA wako, so that I can answer those questions that they are raising. Ako wapi yeye? He's not here. Ungenifanya PA wako. I could answer those questions. I tackled these people for you. Yes. Today, our session is going to be about talents and how we can grow this talent.
Yes.
So, before nifike kwa talent, kwanza nataka congratulate the M-Pesa Foundation Academy for giving Imran an opportunity, and also the rest of the students who are present here, 200 plus, an opportunity to attend a place that looks more of another country, looks more of Britain than Kenya. An opportunity to attend, to eat sausages for breakfast. Sijui ni sausage ama smoky. Inaitwa smoky. Actually, hey. Hapa mimi naona nikikufia. Hapa nikinona plus nikikufia hapa. Yani tap unaguza hivi na maji inatoka mpaka ina stop yenyewe. Situambieni ukweli. Situambiane ukweli, sisi ni Wakenya, hizi vitu hatujaona. Tuambiane tu ukweli. Ati shawa unafungua, ati unapeleka katikati ni maji ya kawaida, ukipeleka juu inaanza kukuchoma. Ndio nini tena? Wacha tu. Ati lunch ni chicken. Sapa ilikuwa nini? Samaki. Mnajua samaki iko na what vitamin? Iko na what mineral? Mtu yote anijibu. Any student? Iko na nini? Please answer the question. Be audible. Mimi nasikianga kutoka mbali. Yes, apart from proteins, there's another very essential thing ambayo kitambo sijui siku hizi kwa nini hawaekangi kwa TV. Ilikuanga wanaonyesha mtu anakimbia alafu you are told this person ati alikuwa anakula fish mingi, ati ametoa sijui, there's a certain thing wanasemanga na iko hata kwa Blue Band. Inaitwa? Yes, clap for him. Sasa hiyo ni kuclap. Hebu can you clap for him? Yes. Sasa from now I want to teach you a new method of clapping. Hiyo ya kuclap hivi, hiyo ni ushamba. Una clap hivi. Unaanza na kidole moja, unaona? Una clap thrice. Hii unaenda ya pili, una clap thrice until ufike ya fifth. Haya, anza na the first one. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Thank you. Si unaona ni tamu? Sasa nimechukua wrong one. Yes, I think I'll be done with my... Actually, I have a lot to tell you guys, but...
That's why I'm saying we need a special session for him. We need a special session for him. In the meantime, maybe we can invite our panelists to the stage. Maybe we can invite our panelists to the stage, and this will be a very interesting session, okay? We want to make it very interesting because we want you to learn as much as possible. We want to be able to open up as much as possible. So first on stage, allow me to welcome a legend in this country, a heroine, someone we all look up to,
someone we all celebrate, someone who has made our anthem be played on international platforms, a gold medalist, middle distance runner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Janet Chepkosgei. Hey! Labda mimi nikikimbia nitateleza hivyo vile nimeteleza na ulimi. Ladies and gentlemen, and she's ready, always ready. Karibu sana, karibu. Next on stage, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call Mr. Joe Bonga, founder Africa for SDGs. SDGs is Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Joe Bonga. He'll be followed closely by Miss Ngeno Makua. Miss Ngeno? Miss Ngeno? Miss Ngeno? And you'll forgive me if I pronounce that word wrong. I come from the coast region of this country. And I can see she's already ready to slaughter me. But maybe we'll address that when you may attend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this on the stage, allow me to welcome one special panelist, an artist, a media personality. We've all seen him and celebrate him. Nani ataniambia hivi? Atanionyesha hivi? Bila jasho. Bila jasho. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up and put your hands together for Timeless No Way! Timeless No Way! Are you guys ready? Okay, let's go. Sema. Dance imeshika mashinani, kila choche kila mtaani. Dance inaleta burudani. Everybody stand up, tune. Dance imeshika mashinani, kila choche kila mtaani. Dance inaleta burudani. Hey, you know Afirash, hell kuna ban, heaven kuna bash. Check it below wanna dance. Odi dance. Let's go. Simple dance you can manage. How we touch any dance college. Getting, stepping and carrying a child. Okay, try it. Hey. Sijakuja peke yangu. Nimekuja na mtamo wa nguvu sana. Watu wangu, hebu jaribu kuambia meshako. Itakuwa ngori. Yesu itakuwa ngori. Hey, itakuwa ngori. Sema, pause. Mwisho wa story. Have been invited none other than Didi Man. Niaje. Mko poa? Hapo sawa, hapo sawa. Aya, kabla mkae chini, nataka tu mnipatie mkono hivi kila mtu. Alafu DJ shikilia kidogo, shikilia. Ati shikilia DJ. Ati ananishangaza anasema kumsifu kazi hakuna. Amenipa mavazi na cha. Niko fresh, niko fridge, niko askari ya majeshi yama. Tumekubaliana devo. Bila Yesu mambo ngori mambo. Nika safari bila visa ya kufika Ulaya. Au sio? Drop it. Aya, nipatie mkono hivi kila mtu. Twende hivi. Itakuwa ngori. Pause. Twendele.
but bila Yesu ni ngori. Itakuwa movie kuliko awori. Kama movie haina stereo, haya makofi tu. History nani uma, nataka isambae karuma. Yesu amenituma. Haya mkono hapa tufanye hivi tu. Twende hivi. Haijalishi umefanya nini nono. Alinitoa mimi chini lolo. Alafu mkono tu hapa, twende hivi. Alafu niwasikie mkiimba ati itakuwa ngori. Bila Yesu itakuwa ngori. Ati nini sema? Itakuwa ngori. Tuna pause. Mwisho wa story. DJ, mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you so much, Didi man. Thank you so much, Didi man. We've all listened and loved these people, si ndio? Sote tunawapenda, si ndio? Kabisa. Na leo wanakuja hapa kutuinspire, si ndio? Watuambie jani yao ilikuwaje. Watuambie mbona wasi madaktari. Huyu alikuwa na potential ya kuwa pilot. Hata yeye ndo alikuwa anataka kusomea. Lakini ndo wewe uko hapa.
Mwalimu wa maths hapa ni wapi?
Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, my panelists.
Thank you so much.
I hope that this session will be very interactive, that will be very entertaining, and so inspirational to these young men and women and children of Kenya. Sindio? So maybe I know our very able gold medalist, our very able, and allow me not to say the second name, kwa sababu mi si long distance runner, na kutokuwa long distance runner imeenda mpaka kwa mdomo, inaishia katikati. Allow me to call you Janet, okay? Allow me to start with you because I know again umekuwa na sisi kuanzia asubuhi. You've listened to some of our sessions, and I know you also have a scheduled flight back to Eldoret today. But maybe to just be able to inspire some of the young girls, I know you have a program on the same. And just to tell us, beyond the white collar jobs, beyond kuwa daktari na lawyer, maybe can you guide us in terms of even being able to inspire these children in exploiting their talent into a well-paying job or into earning something from their talents?
Okay, as you have heard, my name is Janet Chepkosgei. I come from Nandi, living in Uasin Gishu, and I always say I'm a Kenyan. I was an athlete, now I'm a coach, upcoming coach for the young people like you. I'm so happy to be here today. I think I'm so inspired, actually. I almost cried when I arrived here because I saw big talents. It's unfortunate that the PS has left. I had some few ideas also which I could suggest. Actually, I don't know how to speak when I'm sitting down.
Okay. Feel free, yes.
Unajua sisi ni wakimbiaji. So hata tunaweza kimbia hapa kwa stage. So kukaa chini hapo ni mambo ingine. I'm not used to sitting down. Yeah. Sometimes I'm a teacher also. Apart from being an athlete, I'm also, I work with the Kenya Police. My station is Kitui. I've heard someone saying, I come from Kitui. I'm an inspector of police. I'm a coach. I work with World Athletics. I work in the refugee camp of Kakuma. And I'm a motivational speaker in the primary and secondary school kids. I started my career while I was young, like you people. And it has taken me places. Nikiona watoto kama hawa, I know everyone has a talent. Kila mtu ako na talent. You say you would be a teacher or what? I wanted to be a nurse actually. If you check my profile, there is somewhere saying Janet Chepkosgei wanted to be a nurse. But immediately after my Form 4, I was called to join a camp because while I was in high school, I was doing just running because I wanted to go out of the gate, not to stay in the school. Si ndio? Hata nyinyi mimi najua kuna wale wanaenda kucheza mpira juu kuna kwenda out. And then in the evening you come back with mkate ama chips. Nowadays you don't come back with it. So I did my Form 1 to Form 4, participating to the nationals, sometimes to the regionals, but I never really took it seriously. But after my Form 4, because I wanted to leave this country to go to US, I decided to be serious, somehow serious actually. So I joined a camp and I started to train. Unfortunately, the same year, I managed to go to Kingston, Jamaica, and won a gold medal in the 800 meters. Oh. So I started to postpone my scholarship. Actually, I had scholarship to go to US. I was invited to Liberty University. I was invited to South Carolina University to start in nursing. So I started postponing it. I'll come in October. Let me start a season. After some few years, I was a world champion. I was able to drive my car. I was able to build a house for my parents. And I was able to take my siblings to a better school. That's what my career has taken me to. I want to challenge you people. I've been working with young kids, actually. Special kids. Last week, we had a team coming back from Berlin. They won medals. I've seen special kids here. If you know you are special, in Kenya, it's unfortunate that the ministry, it has not reached to the county level or sub-county level. Most of the schools, they know there is a program for special kids, maybe those who live in towns, some few schools. Last week, they came back from Berlin, and I have seen they were given awards, 500,000. See, it may change community, it may change familia. So if you know you have a talent, not only running, we have table tennis. Next year we have Olympics. Next year we have a World Junior. In athletics, there is Paralympics. There is Junior Athletics. They'll be going to Peru. And you know, the kids which we take are kids like you, coming from schools. The ministry now are going to focus on schools, where the juniors are the real juniors. You know, in Kenya, we have been having a challenge of age cheating. Sometimes someone tells you, I'm 17 years, na unaona huyu. Unajua samani sisi tulikuwa unaona mtu analeta familia, unaweka hapo kando, mama na mtoto, kaa hapo, anakimbia junior. Atu huyo mtu ni 18 years. But with the names, hiyo kitu itastop. Si ndio? I know parents are there. With the names, we'll have the real juniors in Kenya, given the opportunity to participate and to change the community. And you know, when we go outside there, we try to make friends. In my community, I met some friends actually from the US, from Italy, and I've been able to sponsor more than 10 kids for a scholarship to study in US after Form 4. Last year, I had 6 Form 4s, which actually I look for sponsorship sometimes. You know, when God has blessed you, also bless someone else. Sindio? Yes. Ubariki mwingine. So I had 6 students, and all of them walipata C+ kwa Form 4. Sio ni Max mzuri? Nani alisema mkimbiaji ni mchinga? Ni uongo, si ndio? Ati ukifanya sports uwezi perform vizuri kwa class, you will do it. In fact, sports, it's something we always say, mwenye anafanya sport is able to manage time yake vizuri. It's a secret. Someone who does sport is always disciplined. Uwezi pata yeye akiranda huko nje. Uwezi pata yeye akifanya mambo yake ingine. So I encourage you people, you take sports to the next level. With the ministry now, I know and I'm sure you kids, you will have a better future. With the CBC, najua tutapata watu represent this country. Unajua hapo ukiimbiwa national anthem, unaona athletes wanalia. It comes from the earth. Ni president peke yake ndiye anaimbiwa, alafu wewe mbona usiimbiwe? Sports can change your family. Ukienda nje ulete hiyo gold, juzi walipewa 750 plus something else, $1 million. But you know, discipline is the key. Hard work is the key. Respect is the key. Bila hiyo, hakuna mahali tutapita. So I encourage you, I like because these are students, they're in school, and I know you will do better. With the CBC system, I know we'll get better talents, better people, better society. So my point today is, let's take education and sports together, and we'll achieve more. If there is any question, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Janet. I'm sure there are burning questions even from my colleague there, my co-host, Imran. Maybe do you have a question for Janet before we go on to the next panelist?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Janet. Welcome to the session. Mine is just a few, not more, but 1, 2, 3 questions. The first question is, what was your life experience like when you were doing sport as a lady, especially in this country and especially in your community? We know back at that time, you know, there was a negative attitude. So how did you combat those issues in your life as a teenager and also as you grew up to become the great person that you are?
Okay, thank you, Ibrahim. When I started my career, not everyone will support you. So, first of all, my father wanted an A kwa class. Yes. Me, I choose running because I was a cheeky girl. So, I was everywhere. So, the first challenge, we didn't have any facilities. We used to run barefooted. Sometimes you qualify to go somewhere, you don't have transport, so you don't go. You don't go to the next level. I remember when I was in primary, I qualified to go to nationals. But because I didn't know anyone, I was just from a village school, I was not selected. But you know, I stayed positive because I knew the following year, I'll be a Form 1, and maybe I'll have a chance. So never lose hope when you face any challenges.
Thank you very much. That question was well answered. Please let us clap. Our way, our way.
Our way, our way. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. The next question. You know, there are many people, many students right here and pupils who are aspiring to be a great person like you. So, like, you can maybe tell us the secret, like the kind of food maybe you eat. So that when you are growing, what are we supposed to be looking? Maybe the food that you are exposed to is what made you the person that you are today. Just so.
Actually, we didn't, at least don't have any special food, especially in Kenya. We eat ugali and mursik, and our kienyeji mboka. Yeah, that's the secret, actually.
That musi is what?
Masiwamala.
Oh.
Yeah. Even you from Northeastern, I think you can, we have some talent. The way you stand, yes. I can see a talent there. Oh. So you're welcome, I can train you.
Thank you. That's well answered. Okay, maybe apart from athletics, and have you like interacted with other students, especially in my region? Most of the students, they enjoy playing football. Yeah. So what advice could you maybe give to those people who like playing football? And it would have been nice to have someone who is a footballer here today maybe. But since you are already here and you are a great person, so please inform us. Like, what are tips?
What I can advise, actually, it's not only in athletics where we can succeed. We can succeed in all fields of sports. I know of a lady who plays badminton, the Kenyan lady. She's doing well. And she's doing well and she's performing, she's going places, even in football. Football we can do well. There's some academics sponsors who comes to Kenya sometimes. So I'll encourage you with your school that wherever there is any competition or if someone hears of any sponsorship or a scholarship and we know we have a talent, we can try to nurture, through the counties, we can nurture those talents. Football we can do well as we do in athletics. An example is, we never knew that apart from the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu, Kamba, someone else from western part of Kenya can do athletics. You can see what Omanyala is doing. Yeah, it's not a Kalenjin, but he's doing well. Sindio? Yeah, I have a boy actually, whom I met 2 years ago, Corona time. It's not a Kalenjin, it's called Emmanuel Wanyonyi. I was passing by, and then there was sports in school, one of the schools in Mosoriat, and I said, let me go check it. I saw this boy, and everyone told me, he's not, he's a Luya. He cannot run. I went to my coach, actually, who is a Mzungu, and I told, I have someone who can run, and he can beat our Jonathan. And he told me, Janet, I love your dream. But it's not a Kalenjin. How can he perform? And I say, no, can we try this boy? I'm telling you, I think those who follow athletics, you have heard of Emmanuel Wanyonyi. He's doing well. He's a Form 4. He's sitting for his exam this year, and he's a potential to win even a world championship this year.
Oh, yeah. Let's clap for that.
So you can excel. It's not only, don't look at sports, it's for that tribe. Sports is for everyone.
Yes, thank you. Maybe someone has a question towards Janet?
Maybe before we go to the floor, can we have the next panelist? We finish with the panelists, then we can go to the floor. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we bring in Mr. Joe Bonga, who is the founder of Africa for SDGs. SDGs, maybe you can explain just briefly what SDGs are, and maybe some of the opportunities, especially for career development and talent development within SDGs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So SDGs, should I stand or should I stand? Now that she started standing, almost running, I think for those of us from Western, you know why lawyers run, right? So did you put some food in front and then say, come for it? Anyway, there is hope for us. So, so Africa for SDGs is an initiative that seeks to see how young people can participate on sustainable development goals. So what happens in 2015, world leaders met in New York. And when they met, they came up with a vision for the world to eradicate poverty, reduce hunger, and many other things. And one of the things that they agreed was that every country must domesticate this agenda. And this came after the Millennium Development Goals, which were 8. Now SDGs are 17. And one of the things, maybe the best way I can explain it for you to understand is the rationale was we are human beings. That's the first thing. We are human beings. And we are existing on Earth or in our global community. So this is our planet, and we, as human beings, we must relate with one another. And when we relate with one another, we must make sure that our relationships benefit us, either in our spiritual development, our social development, and also in our economic development. So then they thought about the third thing, which was prosperity. So we call them the 5 Ps. One is planet. This is our home. But this home is made up of people, which is the second P. And these people, they relate. And as they relate to one another, they generate social development or social capital. And also they are able to generate economic capital or economic development. And then on the other angle of it, they realize that when we start doing that in an unhealthy environment, we go to the third P, which is prosperity. We prosper. When you have your talent and you're doing very well, when you have your career and you're doing very well, you start to prosper. But those talents and whatever you do, they don't happen in a vacuum. They happen within this planet as you engage with one another. Now, We have also encountered a lot of problems when it comes to opportunities for economic progress and even social engagement. So what has happened is they came up with an idea that you, living in a planet, interacting with one another, you cannot do that if you're not doing it in a peaceful manner. So we have the planet, then we have people, and then we have prosperity. And the more they prosper, they start having inequalities or things start happening. You know, like my friend Imran was saying, he needs an expensive suit. Maybe somebody might not be able to afford that expensive suit, and then he will try to steal it, right? So there are things that will start happening. And so that was the reason why they thought about the fourth P, which is peace. So with peaceful existence or coexistence, we're able to enjoy ourselves, our engagement here, and we're also able to take good care of our planet. And then the last thing, which is the last P of the 5 Ps, was partnership, that we are not able to do this on our own. So what happens is, you need to work with me, I need to work with you, we need to work with him, we need to work with one another for us to be able to realize these goals. So what happens in your context, in 2014, the same world leaders met before the SDGs, and they came up with what we call ESD. Now, ESD is Education for Sustainable Development. So now we are working with the Ministry of Education to make sure that every institution is ESD compliant. So if your school is not ESD compliant, you can talk to me. Our offices are at the Ministry of Education. And ESD now encompasses 3 things: the head, the heart, and the hands. So the head is for knowledge, which together the government agencies are developing curriculums. And then the heart is for values. So values, attitudes, and a sense of urgency. So you must have a good, like she can run, she can win races, but if she doesn't have the discipline that she's talked about, then she can go nowhere. And I can tell you in my village, people run, and I'm very sure if they were to run in global spaces, maybe they can win. But they run at night, you know, and they run without clothes, so they can't compete in any meaningful sports. But that shouldn't scare you from marrying my sister or somebody from my village. So if we brought one of them here, maybe they wouldn't even come with clothes. They wouldn't be allowed by the gate. But they can run when you just measure running, on its own. So values play a very big role. And I think one of the problems we have with talent and all these skills development is the aspect of values. And I'm very grateful that, as she was saying, she looked at Makoa, what was her name? Makoa Wanyonyi, and said, this guy can make it. And I can tell you, if you ask her, coaching is much more than just run. Coaching is also a lot of discipline and all that. So what we are also doing is we are acknowledging that you need a very steady spiritual development. We are acknowledging that you need proper mental health and soul care. We are acknowledging that as a human being, you need to operate in an ecosystem or a space whereby if you are given an opportunity, then your values can sustain your productivity and progression in that context. And then the last one is hands, which is skills development. Now even our government already has an innovation center, which helps to build skills. And when we talk about skills, we are not just talking about, remember I started from head, which is the knowledge, then heart, which is the values, and then hands, which is the skills. So this is where talents come in. And I've seen, like this year we are taking Visa Oshual Primary School to Florida. One of the things they're just going to showcase in Florida is some of their skills. Cooking skills, they are doing some very unique cooking skills. They are doing some very unique ornaments and beadwork. They're doing very unique stuff. And there are lots of schools that are ESD compliant now that we are trying to work with to ensure that we expose those skills outside their schools so that they are not just in their schools. So remember, head, heart, and hands. Right? ESD is Education for sustainable development. It is now, how do we partner with learning institutions to ensure that they do beyond just the head, they can go in, sustain your value as a person, and they can also give you the opportunity for your skills to propel you towards your destiny. So that's the head, heart, and hunt. And remember the 5 P's of SDGs, planet, people, prosperity, peace, and partnership. So all that, if they work together, we say they operate or they fulfill what we call the full human sustainability pillars, which is spiritual development, social development, economic development, and environmental development. So being a steward, an environmental steward. So that's what's happening there. And just before I take my seat, I also wanted to reiterate the fact that I really think talent, we are very ripe for the talent right now, because in Africa we are about 1.3 billion people. And out of 1.3 billion people, 41% are below 15. In Kenya, actually, it is 43% are below 15. So if you look at it, we have very, very many young people in this continent. And what happens is now talent becomes very competitive. When you have a very energetic demographics or a very energetic age, it means they're in their sporty age, they're in their prime time for talent. And what happens? We were sitting here and she just told me, I wish I was younger, I would dance even much more. Now imagine we have a population that 50% can dance. That means that for you to be the best dancer, you really have to be good. Our parents were in the days when if you just, one dancer alone was a village dancer. Like, wow, bring that son to be the one dancing for all funerals. Oh, sorry. The problem of coming from Western. So all funerals, they were the ones to dance. But right now, this guy can dance here, and then somebody just from there, and somebody from there dances very well. You're like, where have you been? So that means that there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of the spaces. When there is a lot of competition, the spaces for performance shrink for every individual.
Yeah.
So what happens now, we have 19 million students, according to the Ministry of Education, 19 million students. And then out of all these, we have about 500 that access university education, 500,000. Now imagine, out of the total number of our graduates, every year we churn out 30,000 graduates, 30,000. And out of 30,000 graduates, only 15% get employed. Only 15%. So where you want to be a lawyer, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a teacher, whatever you are dreaming of being now, when you graduate, only 15% of you get those opportunities. Our unemployment rate right now is at 68%. So what we are simply saying is that even the Ministry of Education is acknowledging that just because we are getting 15% of the value, we need to expand spaces for people to find more value. Now, according to the United Nations volunteers, they found out that volunteerism alone contributes to 3.3% of our GDP, Kenya's GDP, just people volunteering. So what I want to say is that don't wait until somebody spots your skill or your talent. You have to be able to go there. You have to be able to carry yourself to those spaces. And if you can't get those spaces, create those spaces. Claim those spaces. I see abroad sometimes you go there and you find somebody with a guitar by the bridge and then he's just playing music. And if you look at there's a day I was in New York and I really wanted to talk to the beggar because he had more money than me. And I was like, can we do this together? I can dance. I can dance because abroad there, those of us who don't know how to dance here, we might be the best dancers there. So I was like, I can dance while you play and then we share half.
Yeah.
And imagine that is possible. So claim spaces, create spaces, and create talent.
Very good, very beautiful, very beautiful. Maybe I know my co-host is burning with questions. He's a very creative young man. And I know he has so many questions for you, about 2 or 3. But maybe, Imran, can you hold that question, the one you have right now for him? And then we go to Miss Ngendo, right?
I don't want to pronounce the second name again, so that she tells us how we pronounce first the second name, and then tell us briefly about Stockholm Environment Institute and what they're doing, and how, especially as children, we can be able to plug in, and maybe how we can also exploit our talents to achieve maybe the goals that you guys have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll stand, but I want to stand down here. I feel very far from the children, and I want to feel young again. Na kuna wale wamelala, nataka uangalie neighbor yako mfanye hivi.
Acha tuanze kuhesabu wenye wamelala.
Hawajalala. Najua kuna wale wamelala. Nawaona. Umefanya neighbor yako hivi? Hata wale wako juu. Unajua us old people hatupendi kuongea sana. Umenyamaza tu huko juu, nilikuwa na observe. Anyway, my name is Ngendo Mashua. Jina yangu ni ngumu kidogo. I am 16 years old. Sindio? 16. Hey, mna doubt. Hata mwezi ni encourage. I'm 16 years old with 20 years of experience. Oh, now it's believable. Mwana ni ukweli. And I am a communications specialist. Ina make sense? Mimi ni mtu wa communication. Sio Kenya Lilian Muli wa TV. I do, atasaki kwen. I don't like, I'll explain what I do. And I work at the Stockholm Environment Institute. Stockholm is the capital for which country? Let's see. All local class. Mitcha. Yes. Stockholm is the capital of which country? Sweden. Correct. Give him a round of applause. So I work in Stockholm, I work in Sweden. Nimeenda kuiba siri huko, alafu nirudi Kenya, si ndio? Lakini msiwaambie. That's why I work as a communication specialist. Now, in the Stockholm Environment Institute, short inaitwa SEI, sio SEI, not wanasemaga SEI, SEI. I work with a lot of scientists. You know scientists? I work with a lot of scientists. And our work, okay, not me, I'm not a scientist. Their work is to come up with, to look at the environment, look at data. Ushaijiuliza watu wa weather wanajuanga kesho kutanyesha. Do you ask yourself? They look at data. You know about windsocks? Ama yo amjafunzwa, unajua mimi ni 844. They look at the data. Do you know what data is? They look at the numbers and they can predict the future. Can I give you a fun fact? Okay, it's not so much fun. It's actually not very good. It's still a fact. The only clean air we have on Earth, is only 10 kilometers going up. 10 kilometers of clean air. So when you hear climate change and global warming, those are the realities. That's what the scientists there do. My work, you know they write books, Scientists, they are doctors, they are PhDs, they like writing a lot of books, big books. My work is to compress these books and the knowledge so that I can talk to people like you and I who are not scientists. Does that make sense? That is what you call communication. Am I communicating? Okay, that's good. Apart from being a communications specialist, I'm also a stand-up comedian. Am I funny? Sijawachekesha kama Churchill. Najaribu. I should talk, yes, I was actually going to say, Imran, you have a talent. You and Manasseh have a talent in public speaking, and you should exploit. Don't let that dream die. Itakufa? Isikufe? As soon as I saw you walking na hiyo koti, nikajua huyu amekuja kutuchekesha. And you command attention, which is really, sindio? As old people, we can tell talent, sindio? So, mnaweza ona Imran kando, mumrushie kakitu, na usinisahau Imran. So I'm also a stand-up comedian and I go by the name Mama Ngena. Mnajua Mama Ngena? Gwani wetu. Tunafanana naye? Uongo. I'm not related to that family. So that's what I do. I'm a communication specialist and I just want to encourage you. Talent grows into a career. Someone like Churchill. Mnajua Churchill? He started maybe like Imran. Alianza kuongea maybe kanisani ama shule. Unajua there's always that one or two people kwa shuleni wanakuanga loud. Mko na wao? Si ndio ule mmoja wao? Ongeaga sana. So I want to encourage you, explore your talent and it will grow into a career that will pay you a good salary. You can get a good car, buy yourself a nice phone. What else do you want to do with your money? holiday, si ndio? Mkuje Sweden mnitembelee. Spend your own money, msidepend na wazazi, and you can do it. I'll just give you a little bit of my personal story. I was a bad child. I was almost being taken to an approved school. I was really bad. I was a bad teenager. I went through it all. Nilisumbua mama yangu sana. But there's one teacher who identified talent, it can turn around to be something positive. And she's the one who shaped me to be who I am today. What was my talent? I didn't know my talent until I was a loud kid. Unajua tu sikukosa kwa noisemakers list. Hata kabla mwalimu aingie naenda tu na kneel down. I knew. And she knew huyu noisemaker. But I used my talent for the wrong reasons, which is very possible. Sindio? Like people who are con men and robbers, they are very good with mathematics. Mwizi akikuona town uko na handbag, anafanyaga hesabu zake. But wakifanya hesabu for something good and become maybe a scientist, so wanaweza kuwa faa kwa society. Yeah, so if you are like me, those days naughty and not listening to the teacher, jaribu tu, turn it around, and now is the time when you're still young. Sindio? So what do I do again? I'm a communication specialist. Yes. Iyo, imetosha.
Beautiful. Wangapi wako journalism club? Wangapi wako journalism club? Oh, beautiful. Maybe just so that we allow our very own athlete. Niliwaambia mara kwanza anaenda wapi? Anaenda wapi? Eldoret. Na ndojo yako busy na anakimbianga hivi anataka kutoka hapa mbio mpaka JKIA mbio. So tunataka tumpatie time atoke mbio, si ndio? So tunataka atupatie tu closing remarks, atuambie tu something small, and then we can all allow her to go and get her flight. Thank you. Karibu, Ms. Janet.
Okay, thank you so much. I think everyone here is learning something, even me I've learned something. Nikitoka hapa, nimeshatengeneza marafiki. Nyi mkitoka hapa, umetengeneza rafiki? The president alisema already amekuwa rafiki wa 8 counties. Mimi nimesha tengeneza yangu. Na wewe, umetengeneza? Yeah, I can see someone there. So I want to wish you well these coming days. Make sure you learn something, go home with something good, and always be hardworking. Try to get that talent which you don't know you have it, but you have it. Okay? Enda fanya tu ulale ukumbuke ni nini naweza fanya vizuri kwa maisha yangu. What I always tell my student is, ukijiangalia hivi, nikianza na t-shirt, msasi amekununulia, kiatu amekununulia, kila kitu amekununulia, si ndio? So whatever you have in your body sio yako, ni ya msasi yako, si ndio? Umenunuliwa, si ndio? What will you do to have something which is yours? Hiyo ndio mimi nakuachia. What will you do in your life to have something which is yours and you will be able to give to someone else? Thank you so much. Nakimbia Eldoret.
Thank you so much. Wapi makofi?
Makofi yetu, makofi yetu.
Makofi yetu. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Kuna watu wazee sana hapa hawezi piga makofi.
Unaona mwenzenu amepewa namba? Hii imeenda. Hii imeenda. Kidogo kidogo Imran ako Eldoret, kidogo ako Peru, kidogo lakini kila mtu na bidii yake. Si ndio? Imran.
I want us with our own applause which we made here today. And you guys you are not good students and pupils, Even including the teachers. I just taught you something 5 minutes ago. The 6th minute you are doing something else. Tafadhali, let us welcome our one and only timeless Noel with our clap. Tafadhali. 1 2 3. Yes, welcome, welcome.
Turn to your neighbor and tell your neighbor,
Neighbor,
you are beautiful.
You are beautiful.
Umeambia kijana you are beautiful. Hey, my boys, ni nini mbaya? Ni nini mbaya? Muko poa? Muko fiti? Muko sawa? Ebu sit upright, sit upright, sit upright. Kwa sababu nataka kuwapatia secret, si ndio? Who wants to be successful? Na nataka kuwa, yani, akuwe celebrity, yani ajulikane this whole world. You're a celebrity. Umeinua kila mtu, si ndio?
Yes.
Eka chini. Guess what? Before uzaliwe, God alijua utakuwa successful. Jipigeni makofi tafadhali. That's the first thing. That's a fact. Vile umekuja kwa hii dunia, it's a fact that that dream that you have inside you, doctor, lawyer, dancer, engineer, teacher, lecturer, president, that's you. But mwizi si wewe, si ndio? Ambia beshta ko si mimi si mwizi.
Mimi si mwizi.
Okay, so Timeless Noel, I'm a TV presenter on Citizen TV, a show called Bambika. Say 1.
1.
2, I'm an MC. 3, I'm a dancer. 4, I'm a brand influencer. 5, I'm a last born. And 6, I support Arsenal. So, niko hapa juu yenyu. I've gone to over 500 schools in Kenya just inspiring young people. Kwa sababu that's my calling. There's one thing you need to know as young people. Say success and failure is predictable.
Is predictable.
Success and failure is predictable. For you guys kukuja hapa, mumeniprovia you are successful. Si ndio? Mwenye analala ameniprovia ni failure. Si ndio? Kwa sababu there's time for everything. Everything is predictable. Personally for me, sijakuwa na jani poa. Nilienda kwa shule, tulikuwa tunoga kwa river. Na niliambia watu, what do you want to be? I want to become a media personality. Na classmate wakacheka. But personally, I believed. Sindio? So today I'm going to teach you 3 B's. Say 3 B's.
3 B's.
Say believe. Believe. The second one, behave. And the third one, become. The minute you believe you have a dream, let's say for instance, you believe in a media personality. Imagine the dream inside you, si wendo umeka, ni God ndo umeka, sindio? So, in your environment, be careful as students. The friend, ule unaita bestie, anaweza kuangusha. Hata teacher, haezi kuwa nakutambua. Even your parent, sometimes I believe in your dream. Kwa sababu I'm a perfect example. I told my parents I want to become a dancer. Wakaniambia, wewe! Nikukute, sindio? But God ndo alinekea that dream. So after nili believe, nika behave. In school, there's a time for everything. You guys, you need to read. Kwa sababu kwa shule, you'll get good grades and it will open doors. Sindio? Kwa sababu kuna mtu anasema, I'm a dancer, sifai kusoma. Let me tell you, nimeenda paka University of Nairobi. And I'm a dancer. Makofi ya university. Comrade amefika, comrade. And then, when you behave, you will become. The vision inside you, you must behave, no become. So I want to inspire you guys, the young people, because attention span ya young people, it's only 2 minutes. Just remember these things. 3 things. Believe, behave, and become. Success and failure is predictable. And you need to know who you are. Personally, my journey jakuwa rahisi. We're in a generation inaitwa microwave generation. You don't want to be patient. Unataka kuwa celeb within 1 second. Let me tell you, nilianza career yangu 2007 na Odi Dance ikatoka 2018. Odi Dance imekuwa the song that represents Kenya. Ilienda viral. After Odi Dance, nikapata the only platform as a hype man to be live on Citizen TV. And after that, I did a song called Bila Jasho. It had over 300,000 challenges worldwide. I'm the only dancer in Kenya to do that in the history of Kenya.
Wapi makofi?
So personally for you, I don't know who you are. Maybe you are a doctor, when a DJ, when engineer, ama wewe ni mwizi. Unadanganya kwe mwizi. Please remember this thing. Success and failure is predictable. So kama hapa kuna msanii, I have good news for you. If you know you are a gospel singer, I have a production called Wekatik. And today, courtesy of Wekatik Production, the demand is over here. We are going to record one song for you for free. So thank you so much.
Wapi makofi? Thank you so much. Maybe before my colleague Imran takes over, I wish the following chaperones to see Miss Agnes outside. Siaya County, Tana River County, Kisumu, and Vihiga. Agnes is waiting for you at the registration desk. Tafadhali, the chaperones. Imran.
All right. Thank you very much, Timeless Noel, for such a great thing. Simona venye ametu entertain. Mwana kuna watu wamelala. Na ni ukweli yako, kuna watu wamelala hapa. Unajua kuna wale wanakaa hivi lakini wamelala. Brain imelala lakini macho iko wazi. Anakuangalia. Lakini amelala. Okay, mine is just a few questions. Back to business. It's just a few questions. The first one is your background. Like, for example, at home, like any of your parents maybe advised you, your mentor, maybe. How was your background at home and where you began your journey?
Okay, my journey is weird because my father was a banker at the Central Bank of Kenya. And then my mama anauza mboga kwa kibanda. You see, it's weird, right? Please musiniulize maswali nyingi. It's weird. But so my background was weird. I went to State House Primary School, and then after that, nikakuwa kijana mutukutu, nikapelekwa to an international school in Kenya called Chulaimbo Secondary School. PO Box 87 Maseno. Education is treasure. Yes, hapo nikasafa sana. So at that time I was bitter, but I didn't know my consequences. Ndio ilinipeleka hapo. So please, kindly, you need to respect your teachers and parents, because one thing, kwa class, tulikuwa na a bad group around me, watu wa Nairobi. Tulikuwa tuna disrupt, tunaonyesha walimu ni wajinga. Kumbe we didn't know they are our mentors. I want to say thank you to all the teachers. Wapi makofi ya walimu tafadhali? I respect you so much, and I wish nafa kurudi kwanza class 1 nisikie every message inatoka kwa mwalimu, because they had good plans for us. So after that, I feel very bad that I wasted my life. I wasted so many people. Mimi nilikuwa kijana mjeuri kiasi. And then after that, I got good grades. I went to University of Nairobi. Nikafanya business management. And then I was empty. Kwa sababu nawaambia, pursue your dream. So vile nilikuwa campus, nilikuwa na feel I'm a dancer. Nasikia kwa heart na naambia dance. But environment na naambia good grades. Dance, good grades. Dance, good grades. But I didn't know business management ndio inifanya nijue skills on how to interact with people and how to manage my brand. So that's the importance of education. So thank you so much, my parents, wherever you are. And then, yeah, that's the whole journey.
Okay, wow. Can we clap for him? Thank you, sir. Msidhani nimewasahau nyinyi na warudia. Haya, yako ni just one last one to reduce the pressure from you. You have told us that throughout your journey, like you began being, what is it called? So you just started becoming a big dancer, and then all of a sudden, the Citizen TV, you are now a live dancer. Maybe you are an MC. So when did this turning of event take place in your entire life that changed your whole life? When did it happen?
Okay, so...
And maybe Timeless, as you answer him, You also mentioned that you started, is it in 2007?
2007, yeah.
What made you to keep pushing? And maybe what can you tell the younger?
Okay, so my journey started off ndani ya church. Mimi nilikuwa mtoto misa, Catholic, you know, kukwanga na watu wana dance kwa church. So that's the passion inside me. But in my mind, I was like, it's only a talent. It's my hobby, you know, in quotes, it's my hobby. So every time Nikki dance, guys were like, wow, we are unique. Nikenda high school, man, no, you're unique. Music festival. Shule ilikuwa inafikanga tu zonals, unajua? Hapo tu. Yani, hata mtoki nje ya shule, but the minute I joined the school, we went till provisional. So, nikaingia University of Nairobi, there was Sakata, a show called Sakata, season 1. Tukenda hadi finals, you see. So there's something inside me and was like, wow, there's something unique. So I realized it is a gift that God has given me. Not anyone, God I'm installed inside. So the minute I realized, I started to invest in it. Because the minute you leave that passion inside, it will die. If you leave it, it will die. So I told my parents, I told the guys in my circles about the vision, and they started to support me. So one thing, campus, mtanona nimezeeka nikisema, woi, just know, 27 hapo nilikuwa nimemaliza campus. 2007, so I joined a crew called Air Force Dancers. It was live on Citizen TV. They realized I was unique, and then I joined Kubamba crew, Kwenda Missions, and then after that, there was a show in Eldoret, and they gave me one platform, only 5 minutes, to do my hype set. And let me tell you, from that day till today, when I'm out at Citizen TV.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. You have given us such unique answers, and we've asked you questions, but you have really done you have gone to a great length to answer those questions, and you have left us dumbfounded, and we don't have any other question to ask, maybe later when the floor is going to ask. Back to Ms. Ngendo, sure. And my question was, it's not that much, I just wanted to ask a little bit of you said that about weather forecasting and all that, can you people produce a digital thing where it can be given to all the children around the country, where they know that the temperature, how is it, you know, maybe they are, like for example myself, I'm a climate activist. Yeah, I'm a climate champion, for Save the Children. So mine is just, I was emphasizing on that digital material. Maybe you can bring it out, maybe so that the children, they can know the temperature, maybe when it's going to rain, so that they can feel what they're supposed to do next. So, and also farmers, those people, you can help them. So, what is
That's a very good question. So SEI, we only deal with the data. We do not, then we give the data to other organizations like United Nations, the UN, and they implement, together with other partners, what needs to be done to reduce climate change. But what the UN has done, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who's the boss at the UN, he has appointed a young lady who's, I think, 26, she's called Sophia, and she's the youth advisor on all issues climate change, and she's the one who champions for youth to access what you were saying, like weather forecast and how climate change is affecting the world. So those platforms exist, and SEI, we just provide the data for them now to come up with tools to combat climate change. And I like that you mentioned farmers, because farmers are at the center of my heart. That's where I started off. I started off by helping farmers communicate their needs to partners like institutions that can help them with better seeds, better farming methods. So those tools do exist, and I'm happy to hear you're a climate activist.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Can we clap for her? Properly, our way.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And I am quite disappointed that I need to keep singing this song again and again. My last question to you Mrs. Ngendo, is the climate change and global warming with effects to children. It has really affected many children, especially us in the region, ASAL places, you know. So we are affected greatly, and we are requesting that maybe you can activate the government, maybe you inform them, maybe send some data to them, tell them that this is about to happen in that place, please go and check on that, try, maybe, you know, you are saying that you foresee what's going to happen. So you can maybe do that, or what are your suggestions about what I've just told you?
So in terms of engaging the government of Kenya is actually doing a lot with the data that is provided to them by different institutions, not just from the Stockholm Environment Institute. And I agree that children are one of the most affected group in terms of climate change, because I say your problems are present and future. For us old people, our problems are only present. So I'm very happy that even the UN Secretary General got a young person to advise him, because his position is very powerful. So when it comes to the government of Kenya, they know the data is there, they know what needs to happen, but I mean, I think they are doing some interventions. I cannot speak on their behalf. Our work is just presenting them the data and giving them advice. Like mnaweza fanya hivi in northern region of Kenya, you can introduce methods of what we call, sasa nimeanza kizungu mingi, regenerative agriculture. Hiyo ni homework. Go and Google regenerative agriculture. They can use different methods to mitigate climate change. But people like you who are well-spoken and have those opportunities to speak to governors and policy makers, na leo nimefurahi sana, watu walikuwa na sweat. Mliona, you are asking very good questions. They were literally sweating. Ebu ulize hiyo swali tena. It's not that they didn't hear. They heard, but they are thinking, sasa hapa nitamanage aje. So keep asking those hard questions. You have a right. I told you, our problems as adults are present, but you suffer from present and the future. So you should continue advocating for your rights and making sure that your future is protected and your well-being is being managed now. So it's people like you who have to elevate. Sisi hatuna hizo nafasi za kuongea na politicians, but they don't arrange things like this for us. So you have a very good opportunity. It's a very good space. And I'm really, really proud of the questions that you asked today. You really put them on the spot. Asante, niendeleni hivyo hivyo.
There's one question I skipped. Tell us about your background, like when you began your journey, like tell us about that.
So my journey, I'll keep it very short. I actually used to do, I studied communication in university with a major in advertising. So I used to write radio scripts, billboards, all that was what I used to do. Then I realized this advertising is not giving me any fulfillment. It was selling. I was not doing anything that was impacting my life, the life of my community. There was nothing. So I changed career, and I decided to go into the development world. That's why I work for a non-governmental organization. So I started off working at an organization called AGRA, which is based in Kenya, but works across 11 Africa countries. And we worked with farmers, and our work was being the middle point between understanding the farmers' problems, hizi shida tunazisikiza, alafu tunapelekea the government of the respective country. Tunaambia the farmers in Kiambu are complaining that they are not getting adequate extension services. Extension officers come and tell you, hii ndio mbegu utapanda saa hii, utaweka maji saa hii, blah, blah, blah. So that's where I started. And I started seeing the changes that farmers were experiencing. You know, walikuwa nakaa kwa nyumba ya matope. But now when we brought the interventions, wanajenga nyumba ya mabati, ananunua pikipiki, mtoto anatolewa public school, anapelekwa private school. So I started seeing, okay, I'm getting some fulfillment from this. So because of what I had learned in campus and high school in terms of communication, I decided this is where I'm going to stay. And that's how I ended up at the Stockholm Environment Institute. Because I used to listen to scientists speak, I didn't understand anything. They can come here and talk climate change, mitigation, regenerative, they talk and talk, hautashika kitu. And I'm like, the people they are talking to are not understanding what they're saying. So I was like, if I'm not understanding, then the children are not understanding. So even the work that I do, and I forgot to tell you my most important job. I'm a mother of 3 children. That's my most important. Wachana na communication na stand-up. Mother, being a mom. So I said, if I'm not understanding, then how will the children understand? So that's what has encouraged me and motivated for me to stay where I am. Neza tuma salamu. Okay,
Salam.
Moja tu, just to my husband, nimwambia asanti kwa kunileta na
Oh,
kunipatia opportunity.
tuko live kabisa, mwambie.
Oh, tuko live. Apali ako pale. Apokea salamu.
Salamu amezipokea. Husband asimame. Asimame aseme hivi. Awave tu aseme tuko pamoja. Si ndio? Tuko pamoja kabisa. Maybe as we wind up, so that we receive questions kindly, we'll take about 5 questions, so write your question, so that when we get the opportunity, we ask our questions very fast. Maybe to Mr. Joe. I know you briefly spoke about this. We have 17 SDGs, okay? We have 17 SDGs, but which are, maybe if you have the information right here, which are those SDGs that really focus on children, okay? And especially what can children do towards achievement of the same?
Right, that's a good question. The reason why we are accelerating ESD actually is because of the children. Like she said, the children have, they have the future problems and they have the present problems. So I think it is, ESD is just about children, if I may just put it like that, because when I get into my first time to do SDGs, actually I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a disease or something. So yeah. Oh, it's working. Like this. My first time, I was told to go to Denmark and do something on SDGs, and I think I was not even told what they are. So I got there and I was just in this meeting, and so I kept on asking myself, what are these SDGs? What are these SDGs? And by then they'd not been passed, so they'd not been signed. So I was just nominated to be one of the guys in the open working group by the United Nations. And once I did that, the UN Denmark, we set out. We had a good plan. We thought this is what we are going with. The room is full of PhD holders, so we are confident. And we go to the Queen of Denmark and the Prime Minister and the guys in their kind of state house. And she says, I don't like this plan. And we were like, what do you mean? She says, this plan is about 2030. And you're talking about people who are adults now, going to implement it now. Where are the children? So that really, really inspired me, because she said she's not going to sign it. She's not going to New York to sign something that the children are not aware of. So what Denmark did was to start with the children. Actually, my first experience was to design a curriculum for SDGs for children. Coming from goal number 1, which is zero hunger. Zero hunger affects our children a lot. If you talk to UNICEF or guys working with children, then number 2 is no poverty. Number 3 is good health and well-being. Number 4 is quality education. Number 5 is gender. Number 6 is good, clean water and sanitation. And you go all the way to life on land, life below water, partnership, strong justice. Like they all affect. By the time I was done with designing curriculum for SDGs for children, it changed my mind. It changed everything. So when I came back, it was just like I wanted to knock the doors of the Ministry of Education. Because when we were in New York, the president then was Uhuru Kenyatta, and they brought these delegates, all adults. And by the way, you would even ask them, so what are the frameworks for SDGs for Kenya? And they're like, what are you talking about? And you're like, okay, what have you come to do? And so in the other tent, you have Sweden, you have Norway and whatever, and Denmark, and there are kids like you, and they're really articulating SDGs, and they're really talking about their role. And for every SDG, from goal number 1 to goal number 17, children are at the center of every goal. If you look at every target, if we meet all those targets and indicators, our children will have a better future. And so that's why we are working with the schools to get ESD champions. Like every school gets students who are championing. There are 3 categories. One is social issues. The other one is championing economic issues. So now in economic issues, we've started what they call self-reliance clubs in schools, where schools develop staff and they create craft and stuff, and then we help them to market it.
Okay.
And then environmental issues, we have guys like Imran here.
Yes.
They are using data from Stockholm to just know what they need to do and what they can do. So there's a lot that children can do. And even the hunger walk, here in Kenya, we do hunger work with young children. So we get all schools and we do work. We let the children show the effect and the impact of hunger. And then we also lastly do innovations. So with schools, we create innovation labs or hubs where young people come up with innovative, implementable ideas to meet social, economic, and environmental challenges.
Okay. Thank you. That has been beautifully explained, right? Makofi kwake. So do we have any questions from the floor? I want Imran will coordinate this for us, and he will choose 5 questions, okay? You can direct the questions to anyone on the stage, 5, and he will balance gender and
ability.
Okay. He'll balance all those, and then they can answer, and then we can have a short fun time, and then we can proceed for tea, okay? So question number 1, Imran, who are you picking?
This is what we are going to do, We are going to pick alternatively. We're going to pick a boy from this side, a girl from that side, again another, no, sorry.
Girl from this side.
A girl from this side, and then a boy from that side, and a person who is differently abled also from that side.
Beautiful.
So let's begin here, a boy maybe. I want to get a primary student. Yeah, that.
Hi, my name is Ruben from Taita Taveta in Mwatate Primary. My question is to Madam Ngendo. I want to ask her, how did she start, then she got her job?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
That's a good question, and I like that you call me Madam. You make me feel very important. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. How did I start? I think after high school, I discovered I'm very courageous. I don't fear people. I don't fear anything. I just do. It's called doing it afraid, where you don't fear. You just stand up and you say what you want to say. So because of that courage, I had my job here in Kenya, and I said, you know what, for these people in Europe, they must know a lot for them to, they are very different from us. Their way of thinking, their way of doing things. I said, let me try and go and see, wanafanyaga vitu aje? Why are they so smart? How do they do things so differently? So I just applied. As I started applying for jobs, I was not even checking which country. I think I was averaging 20 jobs a day. Nilikuwa tu na apply, unatuma CV huko, tuma CV huko, ile itakuja ndio nitachukua. So this one for Sweden came. In fact, fun fact, I applied in this same institute 3 times and they kept rejecting me. Then the 4th time, they're the ones who called me and said, okay, tumeona CV yako mara 3, now okay, listen, you can come and work for us. So do not limit yourself. Munaambiagwa the sky is the limit. Are you told that? That's a lie. You know why? Has man reached the moon? Has man reached the moon? So the sky cannot be the limit, sindio? So don't limit yourself. Like if he would have limited himself and stuck to business management, but he said, you know what, I'm going to become a dancer. Wherever it takes me, and you see how far he's come. So don't limit yourself.
And I'm so happy that he's from Mwatate Primary. Do you know which high school I was in?
No.
Kenyatta High School. Kenyatta High School. We share a fence with Mwatate Primary.
This is in Taita
Exactly, Taita Taveta County.
Sio Gatundu.
Yeah? Hapana. Si Gatundu. Sisi ni Kenyatta, not Jomo Kenyatta. Yes. Second question?
You want to pick a lady?
It's a lady from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am Christine Omenge from the Kisiland. Yeah. So we were talking about talents for the children, but I believe most of us have talents, but you know, there are children from the local areas where they cannot be found, they cannot be reached to. I mean, they have these big talents. We have talents. I personally, I think I have a great talent on acting, journalism. I love it. I love speaking out. But we aren't reached out to, you know. So my question to Mr. Joe, yeah. My question to Mr. Joe is this. What have you done to reach out to these kids in the streets, there, in the villages, in the locals, so that they can show out their talents out here? They have big talents, I believe. Yeah, so tell us, what do you intend to do so that us can also be reached to show out our talents? Thank you.
Wow, okay. That's a good question. Ata karibu ni sawa ni Mkenya. That's already a talent, you know. I was listening to Linda Nyangweso one time and I was almost disappointed when she showed up and she's Kenyan. So I think that's a good question because that's also a challenge that we have a lot. If you talk to the United Nations organizations, actually even the United Nations organizations are still struggling with what we would define as community engagements. And there is still a very big, you know, a lot of contradictions that define that, and we are like, okay. So what we do is every county, we have, through the Ministry of Education, every county education director nominates schools that work with the ESD. So ESD is Education for Sustainable Development. And in 2017, the government of Kenya made it a law that every learning institution must be ESD compliant. Now it's been a slow progress, it's been a slow process as well. And so what we came in to do for the ministry is to accelerate the 4 pillars and then to also find the, you know, the talents and the skills that can accelerate each pillar. So whether it's spiritual development, whether it is social, economic, or environmental. So the county directors, like we work, model school, Kenyatta is one of the model schools, so they give us what they call model schools. So we work with 47 model schools. I think now there are over 200. And then each model school brings another model school. So Taita brought Agre, something Agre. Yeah, Dr. Agre. Then we have Taita Uni brought CIT. So we realized it was slow because we are waiting for the CEDs to nominate, and then they were also nominating just the best schools in the county. They're just nominating the best schools, and then every other school doesn't know. So when we show them that Alliance is going to Norway, is going to Malaysia, and Mangu Boys here, they are going to, I think, Singapore somewhere, every school is like, how do you do, what is this? And we are like, okay, fine. What is the best way to do it? And that's partly why we are here, is also to make sure that you is already here. You can go back as an ambassador or a champion of ESD because it's a policy. So you can literally walk into your teacher's office today when you go back and say, I'm from this conference and there is an ESD policy that provides room and space for us to showcase our innovation, our ideas, and our talents towards accelerating sustainable development and youth development. So, and that's what I want you to know, that if you have our contacts or whoever is organizing, just tell them, okay, we want our school to be part of this, or your teacher, and we will take the teacher's contact and we will come to your school, because we are doing this in all schools, but we can't reach all of you at the same time unless we've reached you here. And then now you can go. And I want you, when you go, I want you to say, I want to be the champion student. Because the Ministry of Education trains a principal, school principal, board member, subordinate staff, and 2 students. So I want you to be among them. You're saying, I want to run with this. I want to champion, whether it's you doing environment or climate or social, whatever issue you feel you are burdened with, just say, this is what our school is going to represent, and I want us to be part of this. And then you will join the over 200 schools that are participating. And I must tell you, I agree with you, there's been a lot of biasness in how the county brings schools to us. They were like, because they will like Beta High, there will be Kenyatta High, they will be the best schools. And so that also promotes marginalization. So when you go and you're here and you're interested with this program, just let your teacher know. He will contact us. We'll send a ministry letter that gives the administration or the institution the mandate to send or to call us, and when we come or our staff comes, they will train you and the teachers, and then you will design your own innovation and your own skills or talent hub within your school.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe on the same point, maybe I can point the same question to Timeless Noel, and maybe you can speak to us about utilizing the digital space, especially for, do I say bringing out, or maybe discovering or being able to communicate what you can do?
So digital is the way to go. The future is here. Actually, wacha niwaambie ukweli, TV stations zinafungwa kwa sababu digital is disrupting everything. So you guys are lucky because you are seeing the future. I don't think after digital kuna kitu ingine. I think it's the ultimate. So you guys, you need to use all the social platforms well. If you're a dancer, there's TikTok. If you're a scientist, there's a platform for you. There's YouTube. You know, there's YouTube Kids. So please, kindly, parents and teachers, kindly advise them. And then one thing, we need to be careful again, because everything is on the platform. So we need to protect our kids, parents and teachers. Please, hata ukipatia mtoto simu, just be careful, because the world is evil and you can corrupt someone's vision by just using the phone. So please, my fellow kids, I'm just a kid like you. I'm 14 years. Let's be careful, use your platform well. TikTok si kuona tu wakina moya wakidance, si ndio? Na kuona vitu za kitrend. Tafadhali, you can search and you write education, science, innovation, and it will help you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maybe we can have another question from this side, from a child who is that side. Okay. Another picky ponky. Picky ponky. Melodisco. Yeah, I just stop. Nani anaona swali yake ina moto? Ni nyote tena. Wa?
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I'm Cynthia Sogei from Elgeyo Marakwet County, and my question is to Timeless. So, if someone wants to join your dance crew, what will he or she do, or to join your dance crew?
Okay, awesome. You want to be my professional dancer? One thing, you need to bust a move. Ebu dance kwanza, nione. By the way, unaweza pata job sahi.
Hakuna cha haya. Indo platform.
Si ndio hii, mimi siangalangi kesho. Can you dance?
No, like some people in Elgeyo Marakwet.
Na niliwawarn. So you're representing other dancers?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a dancer, but I can answer this question. One thing, kuna categories. Kuna for kids, kuna teens, and young adults. For young kids, that's 1 year to 18, you need an consent from your parent. Mzazi lazima kubali. aangalie, aseme iko sawa. Kwa sababu one thing, paka ufike 19, uko mzazi ndio kusema, right? Na ukikuwa shule ni walimu ndio kusema. Teacher hizi nipatia permission. Ama always come to you without teacher's permission or parents' permission. So sawa. So your parent needs to answer. Like nitakam, ni explain, mzazi asikie, and then we see after school, what's your free time? When you close, you have like 2 weeks. Umemaliza homework, iko sawa, okay, come, you dance, and then you go back. And then so from 18, that's when you're an adult. After campus or something like that, I usually have a dance workshop. Tutapanga vizuri. So that's the process. But one thing, you need to be passionate, you need to have the skill, and you need to be good. Because babu, I usually go to like all the schools in Kenya. Wanasema nataka kuwa dancer wako. So you need to be, you know, one of a kind. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have another question.
Oh, okay.
So, why? Okay, so mbona ulijita Timeless? Mbona ulijita Timeless?
Oh, my name Timeless.
Yeah.
So, Timeless means eternity. A name is powerful. A name is powerful. Eternity. And timeless means you need to be relevant. The reason why kids love me, the reason why adults love me, the reason why I'm known, not only in Kenya, but worldwide, it's because of the name. I respect my name. I want to be relevant. Kwa kids, I'm timeless. Nikikuwa daktari, maybe God anataka kufanya hivyo, nitakuwa timeless hapo. Nikikuwa last born kwetu, I need to be relevant. And right now, I need to be relevant. Yani, nikiongea hata for 2 seconds, nataka ibaki kwenyu forever. Yeah. That's why I'm called timeless.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and then we have one last question.
Okay.
Right?
My name is Kimtai Prince from representing Kericho from Londiani Boys High School, the school president. Here with me, I have a question to Timeless. Oh my God, I love body dance. It's just that I don't know how to dance. But then I have a talent. I do public speaking back there in Kericho. I have a question for you. You say that after all that which you went through, you managed to go to university, right? Meaning you had a good grade back in high school. Yeah. Now, how did you manage? Like, how did you do all that, the school thing and your music shows and everything? How did you balance it? Yeah.
I'm a believer. There's a book, I know there are Muslims and there are Christians over here. There's a book called Ecclesiastes. Inasemanga, there's time for everything, right? So there's time to dance, there's time to read. And one thing, tumepatiwa, the beauty about life is everyone wamepatiwa time. How you're going to use it, it depends on you. So personally for me, I know how to account on my time. Hata kama mimi naitwa timeless, natumianga time vizuri. Right? So after reading, after studies, watu wakienda games, nilikuwa na dance. So unacheki, kwa sababu mnajua kwa high school, mnajijuanga tu base. Mkikaa watu mnapiga story. Story za jaba. Story ya Arsenal. Story za nini. But mimi personally, time ya free, nilikuwa na rehearse. And that time inamaanisha I got a good grade na nikakuwa poa kwa kudance. You see? So after that till now, hiyo ndio siri. There's time for everything. Use it wisely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sindio, do we feel happy? Do we feel inspired? Do we feel like tukitoka hapa we are going to explore our talents? Do we feel that there is something beyond just white collar jobs? White collar jobs nini? White collar jobs nini? Just shout. Kazi ya ofisi. Ni lazima uko kwa ofisi. Unaweza anza kuansa hii, si ndio? That means tumeambiwa mambo ya discipline, tumeambiwa mambo ya consistency, lazima you keep doing it every day, si ndio? We'll have a very beautiful session with him saa hii hapa as a closure of this session, Okay? And when we are stepping out, the following students should go to the registration desk. I'm told they arrived late, they were not able to register. children from Siaya, Kisumu, Tana River, na wapi tena? Nilikuwa nimetaja gani ingine? Notes zimepotea mjue. Hii si talent. Mama yangu. Imran. Siaya, Tana River, Kisumu and Vihiga. Students, the chaperones already went, so the students go and register, okay? Imran, do you have anything to say within 30 seconds?
Yeah, just one thing. To you, Mr. Joe, do you guys do essay competitions? Was there like a certain competition that you host with all over the country about essays? Essays and those things. There's one by government.
Yeah, you can write. So what we do is an incubation for students from primary school, high school to universities. So you choose your own path. So if you've chosen essay from your school, we will link you with other schools that have chosen essay. So you compete with those who are competing in the same category. So there are those who chose like science. There are those who've chosen like social stuff, business enterprise. So the guys for business enterprise, they could get like a seed grant to implement their idea. The essays could just, talk about something and then somebody can support the idea. So yeah. But when we come to your school, you design your own, you incubate your own path, and then you design your own competition, and then you compete with those. And then in October, November, we have the National Education for Sustainable Development Awards. So there will be different awards in every category.
Asante sana. Muka, if you will allow me for quick announcements, even as we transition to the next session, is that okay? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, asanteni sana. We have come to the end of our first day, at least here in this particular auditorium. But help me appreciate our panelists. Tafadhali makofi yao. Please appreciate them. And I know they have a few more minutes after this, for they're available to just hang out with us kama una maswali pia. And especially for our teachers who are with us, and I think Dr. Joe Bonga has offered something there very special, and if you have the opportunity to access and get in touch with him, please do so. We will break for tea after this. After we finish up, Muka will invite Timeless to lead us in tuchangamke kidogo na dance hapa mbili tatu as we exit. Immediately after we leave, we are ready for our tea, and then after tea, we'll do that for about 35 minutes, and therefore at 5:40 we settle for our last session tonight, which will not be in this hall, and this is specifically for our delegates, our children. We'll have a session a session for boys and a session for girls. We have two speakers who are coming to talk to us about mental health, as well as sex and sexuality. We are always wanting to be careful and training you and bringing you up in ways that you can be able to be safe as you grow up to be the amazing people that God has created you to be. So the girls will be going to the residence hall, Serengeti. There's a common room inside that residence hall. At exactly 5:40, we will gather there for just slightly, I think it's going to be 50 minutes. We'll do those sessions for 50 minutes, and then we'll have dinner at 7. So girls, you're going to be at Serengeti, common room, and then the boys, you'll be in your common room inside the Mara. These are the halls of residence. So boys Mukomara in the common room, and the ladies, the girls, you're going to be in Serengeti. Okay, is that okay? So that's exactly, be there by 5:40, seated and ready for that 50-minute session, and then we'll be going for dinner, and after dinner, tunapatana tena hapa kesho for day 2. I want to thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for your engagement. Muko na maswali poa sana. Muka, as we finish, over to you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I have nothing to say, but to welcome Mr. Timeless.
Sisemi Noel. Aya, tuamuke tafadhali, tusimame. Na kama wewe ni wa Manchester United usisimame. Are you guys ready? Watu wanataka kujibamba hapa wakuje kwa sababu hapa ni kujinai, si ndio? Kamini karibia. DJ wangu kutoka London, where are you? Do your thing. Let's go, right DJ? Everybody put your hands up. Sound ipande kiasi. Haya, twende. Bounce. Okay, let's go like this. Down. Everybody. Are you ready? Let's go to the side. Everybody. Hadi mumechoka, twende. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Okay, mkono mbili chini, twende. Up, down, up. Watu wameondoka wewe. Let's go. Weka mkono mbili, twende.
Hiyo ni county gani?
Everybody, let's go.
Twende. Dr. Joe Bonga, join us please.
Okay, do like this.
Twende.
Touch your neighbor, mshike hivi.
3, 4.
Kando. Haraka. 1, 2, everybody jump up. Jump up. Okay, 20. Hey. Hapa somoji shatu babako wapi wewe? Hey, haya. 20. Are you ready? Okay. Okay. Is there any girl? Come. Haya, twende. Okay, let's go. Go. Wapi makofi? Williams, go guys. Everybody put your hands on your shoulder. Hey. One more time. Hey, wake up, Kolomili. Shoulder. This side. This side. Let's do 40. Try it. Go. One more time. Everybody, let's go. Hey. My people, are you ready? 20. Hopper. 1, 2, jump up. Okay, so we are going to jump 4 times this side, 4 times this side. Are you ready? Let's go. 1, 2, Subusha. Let's go.
One more time. Twende. Okay. This one is called Boda Boda dance. Sorry. Boda Boda. Boda Boda.
1, 2.
Boda Boda.
1, 1.
Boda Boda. Turn to your neighbor. Angalia jirani. Turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. It's called Kadunga dance. Twende. Hey, Kadunga. 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 So, there's this song called Bila Jasho. Si mnaijua? Sikia. Takuwa jama vijana. Hapa tunakunywa maji si ya changa. Hakuna kung'ang'ana. Hizi zinatoka hapa bila jasho. Bila jasho. Bila jasho. Haya, remix twende. Hey. Kula neno, kula neno. Kula neno, kula neno. Kula neno, kula neno. Say what? Okay. Thank you so much, Mazambari. Copy my coffee. God bless you. You are dismissed, Mazi.
Asante sana. Thank you, Thomas. Tuendelee. DJ, hold up kidogo. If your name is Mikeson from Bomet, just meet me at the sound desk there. Mikeson from the Bomet, kidogo unatafutwa hapo, sawa? Otherwise tunaendelea na ngoma ama tunaenda chai? Tunaenda chai. DJ wapatie basi, wapatie.
Mara saba uokovu ninashika kushinda jaba bila jasho na jibamba niko soba arabababa alafu leta raba bad vibes tunarabe bila raba wakisikia hii song wajue ni baba piga tiktak wajue ni
takuwate mavijana maji siyo changa hakuna kung'ang'ana isi tunatoka hapa bila cha hapo show bila cha show bila cha show isi tunatoka hapa bila cha bila cha show bila cha isi tunatoka hapa bila sana kutesa bila hatia mpaka unalia siwe na pressure Yesu wako huia atabeba mzigo yako hupu nasikia ukiweka nguvu mengi kuna vile uko